Chapter 5681, Domineering Guo Ran. Within the vast violet world, countless factions watched apprehensively as the 10,000 dragon nest slowly advanced. Whispers spread among them, none could determine which branch of the dragon race it belonged to. "Hey, dragons, you're heading in the wrong direction. Your territory is on the other side. If you plan on sweeping through the violet world, you'll suffer for it." A deep, rumbling voice resonated through the air. The speaker belonged to a group of imposing lifeforms, their male and female members alike towering with thick muscles. Their large ears drooped to their shoulders, and their bald heads gleamed under the violet sky. Radiating oppressive blood chi, each of them had the aura of a battle-hardened warrior. Their leader called out to the advancing 10,000 dragon nest, not afraid of it. He was unhappy with it flying over their heads, so he gave Long Chen and the others a warning. In truth, the strongest factions had long since secured the best positions around the Emperor Reverse Scale. The space around the Emperor Reverse Scale was a forbidden zone, guarded by incomprehensible laws. Those who dared to test its limits met swift and merciless ends, their bodies crushed without resistance. One monstrous expert had scoffed at the warnings, and his life became the evidence to the scale's lethal nature. His shattered remains left a chilling message for all: a step beyond the boundary, and death would follow. Yet, just outside this deadly perimeter, power pulsed in waves. The closer one got to the Emperor Reverse Scale, the more energy they could absorb. Only the strongest could claim the prime spots near the violet light ring. Naturally, the dragon race had secured an area within this coveted region. As beings closest to the Emperor Reverse Scale's essence, the dragons absorbed its energy at an unmatched rate, their power swelling rapidly. Moreover, as they had immense numbers, no one was willing to provoke them. The dragon race had its own legacies to uphold, and their strongest had arrived from the opposite direction where their inheritance lay waiting. Long Chen, however, had no idea about their existence. And even if he had known, it had nothing to do with him. The dragon race of today was a shattered remnant of its former glory, divided by bloodlines, grudges, and ambition. Just then, an arrogant voice cut through the tense silence. "Who did you say would suffer?" All eyes turned toward the 10,000 dragon nest, where a lone figure stood atop its mighty frame. Bathed in a golden glow, Guo Ran exuded confidence as he gazed down at the crowd. These lifeforms jumped in surprise. Until now, they had assumed the 10,000 dragon nest carried a force of dragons, yet here was a human, standing unchallenged at its peak. "Damn ants, how dare you trick us!" A nine-vein heaven saint from among them erupted with fury. His body blurred as he stomped the ground, launching himself forward like a meteor. Imbued with the raw power of his 9 veins, his fist blasted toward Guo Ran's face. Die! But before the blow could land, golden light shone around Guo Ran's head, and his battle helmet formed in an instant. As a result, the fist ended up striking the helmet. To the onlookers' surprise, the 9-vein heaven saint's fist shattered, and a pained scream tore through the battlefield as he was sent hurtling backward. Meanwhile, Guo Ran stood still with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he had never been attacked in the first place. "Why bother?" Sha Chen sighed, rolling his eyes. Guo Ran's battle armor was newly forged, infused with countless dragon runes. Now that he had reached the 9-vein heaven saint realm, he could unleash its full potential. However, his armor functioned as a set, while the helmet alone possessed a complete defensive formation. Without the support of the other pieces, its defensive properties were greatly reduced. To those watching, Guo Ran had shrugged off his opponent's attack effortlessly and looked unshaken, but Sha Chen knew better. The backlash from such an impact had to be rattling Guo Ran's senses. RANES. The fact that Guo Ran hadn't moved or spoken meant he was silently enduring the aftershock, trying to recover. After all, his opponent was a 9-vein heaven saint. Someone who could reach this point couldn't possibly be a weakling. A single breath passed. Then, with an impatient sneer, Guo Ran finally spoke. "Is that it? Aren't you going to continue?" The wounded expert's expression twisted in both rage and shock. He wasn't foolish enough to strike again without considering his opponent's strength. With a flicker of divine energy, his destroyed arm regenerated in an instant. "You despicable human," he spat, his teeth grinding. "You only know how to use tricks and schemes. What else can you do?" With a cold snarl, this expert summoned a glaive, its razor-edged blade gleaming with deadly intent. After channeling all his power into the weapon, he lunged forward. When his glaive was about to strike Guo Ran's head, a hand wearing a metal glove caught it. Now clad in golden armor, Guo Ran's right arm tightened around the glaive's shaft. He still refused to summon his full battle set. However, with a casual squeeze, the blade of the glaive shattered into fragments. You're using a weapon made by my race, yet you still have the face to curse us humans. You really are an animal, said Guo Ran coldly. Following that, a streak of light flashed, and that expert's head went flying. The slain lifeform's allies roared in unison. Murderous intent surged as millions of them erupted forward, like a wave of wrath going toward the 10,000 dragon nest. Without a hint of urgency, Guo Ran simply extended his other hand, flicking out a small, apple-sized bead. It tumbled lazily through the air. His simple action didn't raise any suspicions. After all, the attackers were too consumed by rage to notice. The moment their feet left the ground, the bead nestled itself amongst them. Then, Guo Ran's metallic voice rang out. Explode soul-devouring bead. A lotus of destruction bloomed. Flames and lightning intertwined in a chaotic dance of annihilation, tearing through flesh like a storm of blades. Even Long Chen couldn't help but raise a brow. He immediately recognized the technique Guo Ran was imitating: the lightning flame world extermination. Guo Ran didn't possess true flame energy or thunder force, but such a small problem would never stop him. Using divine metals infused with elemental runes, he had crafted his own version of lightning flame world extermination. And judging by the results, it was every bit as terrifying. Screams filled the air as lifeforms were shredded apart. Those with fewer than 6 core veins were reduced to smoldering remains in an instant. Even the stronger ones were left crippled, their bodies riddled with wounds. Thousand Arrow. With a swift motion, he drew a golden crossbow and fired. It was a single shot. But in the blink of an eye, that lone arrow fractured into thousands, a maelstrom of golden death raining down from above. Every arrow found its mark, and heads exploded like ripe fruit. Even 9 Vein Heaven Saints had their skulls punctured before they could react. Now, corpses were all over the ground. The powerful group of lifeforms had been annihilated just like that, shocking the onlookers. Resting his crossbow on his shoulder, Guo Ran shouted, "This Emperor reverse scale belongs to my Dragonblood Legion. An unprecedented bloodbath is coming. If anyone dares to stand in our way, don't blame me, Guo Ran, for not showing mercy." He swept his gaze over the crowd, eyes gleaming with contempt. "Of course, if any of you are eager to reincarnate, by all means step forward. The Dragonblood Legion will gladly send you on your way. Otherwise, piss off." Guo Ran's words were incredibly arrogant, but his ruthless display had shattered their will. As a result, even the most battle-hardened experts hesitated, no longer daring to claim the Emperor reverse scale for themselves. One by one, they stepped aside, forming a path without a single word of protest. The 10,000 dragon nest slowly continued onwards, with Guo Ran standing on top of it. He looked down at the people below, looking unspeakably domineering. Just as the silence threatened to settle, a voice, dripping with disdain, echoed from the depths of the violet world. "The Dragonblood Legion, is it?" A powerful surge of divine energy rippled through the air. "Long Chen, have you finished washing your neck?" Chapter 5682 Assembling. A voice resonated through the space, not particularly loud, yet powerful enough to make heaven and earth tremble, as if spoken by a god. "Who is that?" asked Sha Chen. "Fantianda," replied Long Chen, a smile gracing his lips. Hearing this, everyone was startled. Even from a great distance, Fantianda's voice carried immense divine energy. "Boss, how should I respond?" Guo Ran asked eagerly. "That's up to you." Long Chen knew Fantianda was still nursing his wounds from their last encounter. Since he had already humiliated him once, a little more face-slapping was only natural. With Long Chen's encouragement, Guo Ran arrogantly replied, "You're the trash called Fantianda, right? You call yourself a son of Brahma. How can a coward like you challenge my boss? If you can last more than 10 moves against me, I'll give my children your surname." "And who the hell are you?" sneered Fantianda. "HMPH. I swept across the 4 seas and crossed 1,000 mountains. The one who shakes heaven and earth, the one who slays devils and demons, the one who grasps the stars and moon in his hands, the one who extinguishes immortals and slaughters gods. I am the one and only, the peerlessly handsome general of the Dragonblood Legion." Guo Ran. His declaration was met with an awkward silence. "Youth." Sha Chen and the others exchanged amused glances. At his age, he still called himself a youth. And where did that confidence about being peerlessly handsome come from? "I've seen shameless people but never someone this shameless." "Get over here so I can kill you," shouted Fantianda. "Ha ha ha, then your daddy, Guo Ran, is coming." Countless hearts trembled at this exchange of words. While many in the crowd didn't recognize the Dragonblood Legion, almost everyone knew Fantianda. As a son of Brahma, Fantianda carried the reputation of the strongest human faction in the Heaven Vein mystic realm. To challenge him was to challenge the very authority of the human race. Hence, no one dared to provoke him. Fantianda stood closest to the Emperor Reverse Scale, accompanied by the most elite human experts. That area was their territory. And yet, an unknown challenger had appeared, one with the audacity to challenge Fantianda head-on. Most inconceivable of all, it was also a human. Excitement surged through the crowd as they quickly parted, eager to see who dared defy the strongest human expert. After all, someone who could challenge Fantianda was definitely fit to stay at the best spot outside the Ring of Light. Once again, the 10,000 dragon nest flew forward smoothly. Having Guo Ran shock everyone by killing that group of lifeforms and then challenge Fantianda was extremely effective. Just like that, they had saved a great deal of trouble. With no one stopping them, they got closer and closer to that violet sun. As a result, the 10,000 dragon nest's runes grew brighter as dragon energy continued to pour into the 10,000 dragon nest. As the energy surged, more and more warriors finished condensing their 9th core vein, stepping into the great circle of the Heaven Saint realm. Thanks to the 7 treasure-colored glass tree, their comprehension had been pushed to its peak. Long Chen had also shared the original Julie immortal characters with them, allowing them to absorb as many as they could. Long Chen was extremely gratified by the results. All the Dragonblood warriors and Hidden Dragon warriors had managed to condense 9 core veins. The dragon race was just as impressive. Beyond prodigies like Kai Wufeng and Mo Yong, even the average geniuses of the dragon race had managed to reach the Great Circle. In fact, their rate of advancement surpassed the Dragonblood legions. As natural-born dragons, they held an inherent advantage in cultivating here. The numbers were astonishing. Most of the dragon race experts had reached the pinnacle of the Heaven Saint realm. In contrast, the Wind God Sea Pavilion's progress was more moderate. Out of their 30 million disciples, only a fifth had condensed 9 core veins. However, even the weakest among them had at least 5, with the majority reaching 7 or 8. This outcome far exceeded Long Chen's expectations. The 7 treasure-colored glass trees' power was immense but not omnipotent. Given the disparity in talent and comprehension among so many disciples, he had expected at least a third to fail in condensing their core veins. Yet, their success rate was unexpectedly high. Observing closely, Long Chen noticed that Tang Wan-er's rate of advancement fluctuated. Whenever she slowed down, lower-level disciples suddenly made breakthroughs. He quickly deduced the truth: Tang Wan-er was using her own power to aid her disciples, subtly supporting their cultivation. However, Tang Wan-er didn't mention it, so Long Chen didn't bring it up either. While the Wind God Sea Pavilion couldn't match the dragon race's speed, they still progressed at an astonishing rate compared to others outside. Inside the 10,000 dragon nest, the Dragonblood warriors, Hidden Dragon warriors, and the 9 Vein Heaven Saints of the dragon race gathered, preparing for the impending battle. All of them were circulating their energy to adapt to their newfound power. Meanwhile, those who had yet to reach the Great Circle trained relentlessly. After all, every additional core vein was a step closer to survival in the upcoming bloodbath. All of a sudden, the 10,000 dragon nest quivered, and Li Qi appeared in front of everyone, his aura retracted. His eyes shimmered with a crystalline light, sharp as blades. Though his appearance remained unchanged, the intensity in his gaze made it clear he had reached the Great Circle. "Congratulations on reaching the Great Circle," Song Mingyuan said with a grin. Not only had Li Qi become a 9 Vein Heaven Saint, but he had already mastered his newfound strength to the point of perfectly concealing his aura. "Where is Zifang? Why isn't he here?" Li Qi asked, looking around. Everyone tensed slightly. Could it be that Zifang had? "Don't let your imagination run wild," Long Chen reassured. "Zifang isn't weak. He's probably caught up in comprehending a legacy or dealing with something important. But are we going to lose confidence just because he isn't here? Of course not. I'm enough." The little fox on Bai Shaola's shoulder suddenly spoke with arrogance. Just then, an enraged voice erupted from ahead. "Long Chen, you ingrate. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you?" The 10,000 dragon nest had finally reached the central battlefield. Ahead of them, countless figures stood, eyes blazing with killing intent. The real battle was about to begin. Chapter 5683 Enemies Appear. The master of this voice was the Heaven Demon Alliance's Hu Tianwu. At this time, Hu Tianwu had 9 golden heaven veins behind him. He was holding a golden staff. This golden staff was different from the one he had used before. It was embedded with 36 humanoid runes. It emitted the terrifying aura of a divine emperor. This golden staff was the heavenly demon golden monkey race's legacy divine weapon. Those humanoid runes were the manifestations of the heavenly demon golden monkey race's ancestral heroic spirits. This divine emperor weapon had the ancestral heroic spirits of 36 experts of the heavenly demon golden monkey race from the primal chaos era. It was truly a weapon that could destroy a world. The reason Hu Tianwu hadn't used it before was because he didn't have the requisite power to wield it. He couldn't obtain the approval of those ancestral heroic spirits. Now he had reached the Great Circle and could finally wield it. With this ancestral divine weapon in his hands, he didn't fear anyone. However, after becoming a 9-vein heaven saint, his innate divine abilities had also started awakening, resulting in his power soaring. Even after seizing a spot here, he didn't end up encountering a single person capable of forcing him to use this golden staff. When he led the demon race's experts here, he was like an unstoppable nail that was firmly nailed in front of the Emperor reverse scale. His position was unshakable. Beside him were several people. Amongst them was someone that Long Chen recognized. It was Shang Tu. He had also condensed 9 core veins. His aura was not at all weaker than Hu Tianwu's. The elephant tusk spear in his hand was also a new legacy divine weapon. Other than Huo Tianwu and Shang Tu, there were 3 other experts lined up with them. Clearly, all of them possessed an equal status and power. Originally, the demon race was filled with many experts, and the ones who wanted to seize the position of leader of the Heaven Demon Alliance were not limited to just the blood crystal demon lizard Shui Yingfeng or the mammoth devil elephant race's Shang Tu. There were 3 other experts here who also had the blood of beast emperors flowing their veins. They were also after the throne of the Heaven Demon Alliance. Originally, they were leading their own subordinates and armies. They were planning on fighting with Huo Tianwu. However, it was only after reaching this place that they saw that there were endless experts on all sides. All kinds of monsters had appeared. It didn't seem realistic for the demon race to call itself king here. If they were to undergo an internal battle, potentially they could be wiped out by the surrounding experts. As a result, the 5 sides all proposed to join forces for now. Once Shui Yingfeng arrived, they would seize the Emperor reverse scale together. As for how they would split it afterwards, it was simple. The 6 sides would compete, and whoever won would be king and unify the entire demon race. It went without saying that the demon race's intelligence wasn't high, but at least they knew to look at the big picture. Their first priority was to make sure that the Emperor reverse scale stayed in the hands of the demon race. No matter who obtained it afterwards, it would benefit the demon race. However, even after waiting all this time, Shui Yingfeng didn't appear. But they did see another group of the demon race's experts. Fortunately, those experts were on the other side of the Emperor reverse scale, and the 2 sides didn't end up fighting. The arrival of the dragon race raised everyone else's guard. It had to be known that this Emperor reverse scale was something from the dragon race. If they were evenly matched, then odds were that it would end up in the hands of the dragon race. For a while, everyone began to view the dragon race as their greatest competitor. In fact, they had decided that if things went badly, the first thing that they should do was to eliminate the dragon race before all else. As for the demon race's side, they were unable to see the dragon race from where they were, nor did they know how strong they were. But considering that the dragon race had long since declined, they didn't feel very threatened. They were still discussing how they should seize the Emperor reverse scale when the Dragonblood Legion appeared. The minute they heard this name, Hu Tianwu and Shang Tu's eyes turned bloodshot. Killing intent exploded out of them. Their defeat at Long Chen's hands was something that they viewed as their life's greatest disgrace. They were filled with indignation. At the time, because they hadn't yet reached the great circle of the Heaven Saint realm, they were unable to awaken many divine abilities, nor could they wield their powerful divine weapons. It was a loss that they were very irritated by. Now that they heard Guo Ran's voice, they were praying that Long Chen would arrive in front of them. As a result, their prayers were answered. When they saw the enormous 10,000 dragon nest, Hu Tianwu and Shang Tu smiled sinisterly. Their chance to avenge themselves had come. That fool Shui Yingfeng still hasn't come. He can't blame us for not giving him a chance, said Shang Tu sinisterly. Shangtu and Hu Tianwu were entirely unaware that it wasn't that Shui Yingfeng hadn't come. In fact, you could say that he had come in another form. The 10,000 dragon nest slowed down. The demon race's army surrounded them. Hu Tianwu shouted in front of the 10,000 dragon nest, pointing his golden staff at it. A defeated general also dares to say such big words. Hu Tianwu, who gave you the courage to say such a thing in front of me? A lazy voice rang out. The gates to the 10,000 dragon nest slowly opened. The black-robed Long Chen slowly walked out. Tang Wan'er and Bai Shishi accompanied him on his left and right. Behind him were Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the others. Then it was the Dragonblood Legion and the Hidden Dragon Legion. When they saw that every member of the Dragonblood Legion and Hidden Dragon Legion had condensed 9 core veins, everyone was shocked. The Dragonblood warriors used dragon power, while the Hidden Dragon warriors used wind energy. Their auras seemed to be constantly merging together. These two armies marched out in an orderly fashion. Compared to them, everyone else looked disorderly. The surrounding experts were all shocked. They had never seen so many powerful experts organized into such a disciplined group. It had to be known that the stronger the heavenly genius, the more solitary they became. They always acted alone. However, today, the lineup of the Dragonblood Legion and the Hidden Dragon Legion showed them something new. So many powerful experts had gathered together. Their killing power was definitely not something an ordinary army could compare to. As Long Chen walked forward, more people came out from the rear. Suddenly, a person cried out, "It's the dragon race!" Unexpectedly, behind the Dragonblood Legion and the Hidden Dragon Legion, there was actually a group of the dragon race's experts. They couldn't believe that the dragon race had actually ended up allying with the human race. The dragon race's experts were walking out along with the Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples. When they saw the countless figures around them staring at them in shock, the dragon race's experts and the Wind God Sea Pavilion's experts felt both nervous and excited, as well as a burst of pride. Countless experts were looking at them. They felt like the brightest star in the night sky. This feeling made them feel like everything was worth it. Even if they died here, it would be worth it. They looked at the figure at the very front with a fanatical expression. This figure seemed to look even a bit lazy as he walked. They knew that if they could live to leave the Heaven Vein mystic realm, this would be the most colorful moment of their lives. It might even forever be imprinted in the history of glory in their families. Long Chen, it's really you. You actually came. Just then, a sinister voice rang out that sounded like it came from the depths of hell. Countless souls shuddered in pain. Chapter 5684 Defeated Generals. This voice contained strange laws within it. Just hearing it made people afraid. It felt like death energy was invading them. Countless experts were shocked. This voice felt like the call of death. It felt like their souls were being pulled out of their bodies. A defeated general also dares to say such big words. Netherdragon Tianfeng, who gave you the courage to say such a thing in front of me? Long Chen responded to Netherdragon Tianfeng with the same response that he gave to Hu Tianwu. Only the name changed. Countless experts were startled by what he said. Did this mean that Netherdragon Tianfeng had previously lost to Long Chen? It had to be known that Netherdragon Tianfeng was the one who had unified the dragon experts on the other side. They had occupied their own territory. There were countless dragon experts beneath him. Such a terrifying expert had lost to him. Ha ha ha. Netherdragon Tianfeng laughed. Having the courage to stand after a defeat is real courage. Today, I, Netherdragon Tianfeng, will say this: you will definitely not live to leave the Heaven Vein mystic realm. What you say doesn't mean much. Long Chen can only die by my hands. Just then, Fantianda's voice rang out as well. A defeated general also dares to say such big words. Fantianda, who gave you the courage to say such a thing to me? Asked Long Chen indifferently. Fool, you sneak attacked me last time and still didn't win. When did I ever lose to you? Cursed back Fantianda. Alright, if you say that I didn't win last time and can believe it, that's good for you, said Long Chen. However, Long Chen's words caused huge waves. So many monstrous experts had already fought Long Chen. Furthermore, it seemed that they had all suffered by his hands. Long Chen, right, I didn't think that so many people would want your life. It seems that I have to be a bit fast. Another voice rang out. The moment this voice rang out, the image of a white-boned skeleton appeared in Long Chen's mind. Li Changging, even this fellow who had obtained the Nether Emperor's corpse had arrived. An unprecedented sense of pressure crashed down on him. Long Chen's fighting spirit instantly rose. It seems that you're unwilling to accept that you were slapped in the face. Li Changging, someone as petty as you can't accomplish big things, said Long Chen. You, Li Changging almost exploded. That slap in his face was his life's greatest humiliation. Long Chen's life is mine. I'll kill anyone who competes with me over it. A voice like thunder rang out. Long Zai had also come here. Just then, space shuddered. Countless startled cries rang out, breaking the calm of the battlefield. Countless experts were actually unable to wait and wanted to directly kill Long Chen. If you want to kill Long Chen, we'll have to see if you have that fortune. Seeing that he had so many competitors when it came to killing Long Chen, Hu Tianwu smiled coldly. There might be many people who wanted to kill Long Chen, but Long Chen just so happened to come to his side. The heavens were truly helping him. Hu Tianwu pointed his golden staff at Long Chen and shouted, "There's plenty of wolves, but only one of you. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Bring out your full power. I'll make sure you're fully convinced of your defeat when you die." Hu Tianwu's 9 golden dragon qis ignited. Golden blood qi filled the sky. An explosive power scoured against heaven and earth. Countless experts were forced to retreat in front of this pressure, leaving a large space open. Shang Tu hesitated slightly. He also wanted to kill Long Chen. He wanted to compete with Hu Tianwu over this. After all, he also wanted revenge against Long Chen. However, Shang Tu ultimately still endured. He stood with the other 3 behind Hu Tianwu, not fighting with him. Shang Tu looked like a wild, brainless fool, but he actually did have his own thoughts about this. He was gambling over whether or not Hu Tianwu could kill Long Chen. If Hu Tianwu couldn't beat Long Chen or was at a disadvantage and he then suddenly joined in and killed Long Chen, that would be perfect for him. Hu Tianwu would have lost, and he would have beat the one to beat him. Just like that, everyone would think that he was stronger than Hu Tianwu. The demon race's factions would definitely choose his side then. That would help him become the leader of the Heaven Demon Alliance. However, he was a bit worried. Was Long Chen still capable of beating Hu Tianwu? Only he knew just how terrifying Hu Tianwu had become after condensing 9 core veins. Long Chen was about to speak when a ray of divine light suddenly shot out of the Emperor reverse scale at Long Chen, causing his expression to change. An irresistible force twisted the space where Long Chen was. He vanished. Boss has been absorbed into the Emperor reverse scale. Ji Yu Yong and the others were shocked. This change occurred too suddenly. They weren't at all ready for such a thing. Hu Tianwu had just locked onto Long Chen when he suddenly vanished. His aura actually came from inside the Emperor reverse scale. What's going on? Is the Emperor reverse scale planning on giving its legacy to him? Panicked shouts echoed throughout the air. Just then, a chilling killing intent filled this violet world that instantly changed what they were thinking. The Emperor reverse scale had sucked Long Chen inside in order to kill him. Everyone was baffled by this sudden turn of events. They looked at the Emperor reverse scale. Within that twisted space, they felt like they could see Long Chen's figure. Everyone's attention was drawn to the Emperor reverse scale. The violet pupil 9-tail fox was left hanging. It eyed Hu Tianwu, its killing intent rising. Long Chen had sternly told it not to take action within his permission, so it had been enduring until now. Bai Shaola suddenly sensed the change in Little Nine and jumped. Boss has already entered the dragon scale space. Am I still supposed to listen to his orders and wait? Said the violet pupil 9-tail fox icily. This is also within Boss's calculations. He already said that we have to stall and conserve our energy until he comes back, said Bai Shaola. HMPH, why do we have to listen to him? The heavenly demon golden monkey race is right in front of me. Those traitors almost caused the extinction of the violet pupil 9-tail fox race. Little Nine clenched its teeth. Runes slowly swirled in its eyes. Its aura began to rise. It was prepared to defy orders and attack. Little Nine, if you attack now, then our destiny comes to an end. From now on, we'll walk our own paths. Bai Xiaol took a deep breath. His eyes were calm, but that calm made the violet pupil 9-tail fox's heart shake. Chapter 5685. All eyes on him. Little Nine and Bai Shaola had known each other for a decently long time by now. Their souls were connected, but Little Nine had never seen Bai Shaola like this. It was clear that Bai Shaola was enraged. In the past, Little Nine was always the one threatening to cancel their contract. Bai Shaola was always the one bitterly trying to change its mind. In the end, it gave up on this. However, now it was Bai Shala saying that he would cancel their contract. Furthermore, his determination was clear. Little Nine was frightened. Oftentimes it was only trying to scare Bai Shala. After their initial encounter, it hadn't truly thought about leaving him. Its mind turned blank. It realized that Bai Shala's tolerance towards it had reached a limit. If it dared to act willfully, Bai Shala would cancel their contract no matter the consequences. Little Nine fell silent. It glared at Hu Tianwu resentfully before slowly closing its eyes. Seeing this, Bai Shala sighed in relief. He actually loved this little fox. It was his closest companion, someone he would sacrifice his own life to protect. However, Little Nine's sudden change in character after growing stronger was hard for him to bear. But this wasn't too hard to deal with. After all, they were companions. Having some patience for each other was only natural. However, if Little Nine's willfulness caused a major change or failure in their plans, resulting in unthinkable consequences, then Bai Shala would not forgive it. He also wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Thus, what he said just now was definitely not simply a threat. It was the truth. If Little Nine did do such a thing, he would use the Heavenly Eye's power to seal the two of them away from this battle. As a result of that, the Dragonblood Legion would lose two of their main fighters. However, Long Chen had already said that once he started to subdue the Emperor Reverse Scale, they had to stall for as much time as possible until he came back. Everyone's attention was currently on the Emperor Reverse Scale. This was the best for stalling. If Little Nine attacked now, it would start the battle in advance. The consequences of such a thing were unbearable. So Bai Shala was forced to say such a heartless thing. Heartless words hurt worse than blades. Although Little Nine stopped, it felt terrible inside. But Bai Shala couldn't bother with that at this time. When Long Chen was sucked into the dragon scale space, the violet sun began to quiver. A wild killing intent and desire to destroy filled this space. Even experts like Hu Tianwu shuddered when they felt this killing intent and will. Damn, what kind of heaven-enraging thing did this bastard do to make the Emperor Reverse Scale so furious? It actually specifically wants to kill him. Hu Tianwu eyed the Emperor Reverse Scale, clenching his teeth. Anyone who was sucked into that space would definitely die. Their original thought was that by using everyone's power, they could continuously exhaust its power. By using their numbers, they could slowly weaken it until there might be a chance that someone could obtain it. As the various top experts had killed each other competing for territory around it, rivers of blood flowed. The Emperor Reverse Scale continuously released more energy. At this time, the Emperor Reverse Scale's aura was wild and explosive. They actually thought that it sensed the danger and was finally enraged. It had sucked Long Chen into its space as a warning to everyone. If the Emperor Reverse Scale gradually killed them one by one, then their previous plan would be a complete failure. None of the experts here were confident in being able to defeat the Emperor Reverse Scale in a 1-against-1. Once they were sucked inside, there would be no chance of survival. Now that Long Chen's been drawn inside, he's a good test for us. We can see how strong the Emperor Reverse Scale is, said Shang Tu. Although things didn't go according to his plan, if Long Chen died inside, it wouldn't be a bad thing or a good thing for him. He was actually worried about Long Chen dying to Hu Tianwu's hands before, which would increase his reputation. However, the Emperor Reverse was a mystery. If Long Chen did die, it might help them uncover some of the mystery. That would be a good thing. Will Big Brother Long Chen be alright? Asked Xiao Yu. Tang Wan'er smiled. Don't worry, everything is within his expectations. He just didn't think it would be so fast. The Emperor Reverse Scale was shaking now. Everyone's eyes were on it. On the left side of the Emperor Reverse Scale, two women were also watching. They were Feng Fei and Zhang Yue. This fellow is always beyond expectations. What do we do now? Feng Fei couldn't help smiling bitterly. Hearing Long Chen cursing back at everyone, they were planning on joining sides with him. If there was a need, they could help him block some of the pressure. In the Julie Divine Steel's competition for the runes, Long Chen had obtained the full set, and just as he was being kicked out of its space, he broke through the spatial walls and slapped Long Zai in the face. He even stole some of his runes and sent them to Long Tianrui, Feng Fei, and Zhang Yue. It was thanks to Long Chen's help that their comprehension speed soared, allowing them to gain more original Julie Divine runes, which allowed them to condense their core veins faster. On the path of cultivation, getting one step faster than others was of utmost importance. Through that one step, it was possible to leave them far in the dust. Furthermore, They originally possessed the purest level of the Julie bloodline. With the support of these runes, their power multiplied. This increase in power was so great that it felt like it was a dream. They were all thinking about how to repay this favor. Feng Fei was also Long Chen's old friend, while Zhang Yue was someone who would always repay both enmity and favor. She didn't like owing debts. She was always thinking of a way to repay this favor. But just as she was planning on joining Long Chen's side, Long Chen was sucked into the Emperor reverse scale. Their hearts both sank. This space was something no one else could enter. Rather than calling it a forbidden zone, it was simply somewhere that would kill you if you took a single step past the line. In front of this terrifying power, they were like ants. Even if they wanted to help him, they didn't have the power. Not far from them, Long Tianrui was also staring at the Emperor reverse scale worriedly. Just as everyone's gazes concentrated on the Emperor reverse scale, Long Chen appeared atop a giant altar. There were 8 violet dragon pillars throughout the enormous altar. The 8 pillars were all connected to chains binding a single figure at the center of the altar. When Long Chen arrived, that chained fellow slowly opened his eyes. A pair of violet pupils were like sharp blades stabbing Long Chen. Shu Yong, have you sent your disciple to his death? Chapter 5686 The Dragon Sovereign's Heart Devil, Zhu Yin. That figure slowly raised his head. Long Chen saw it was a handsome man with sharp, slanting eyebrows and a pair of eyes that looked like violet gemstones in the night sky. Little Nine also had violet eyes. But Little Nine's eyes were filled with swirling runes. Those runes were of various colors and shades, and made its eyes look beautiful. But these eyes were the purest, deepest violet. It was a violet full of majesty and nobility. These eyes gave people an urge to kneel and kowtow. These pure violet eyes were like bottomless pools. The deeper you looked, the more frightening they appeared. It felt like there was endless darkness hidden within the depths of these eyes, a darkness that desired to swallow the whole world. Friend, you're very handsome. Long Chen warmly greeted the chained man. This man ignored Long Chen. The arrogance in his eyes seemed to say that he didn't even deign to speak to Long Chen. Sorry, I take back what I said. Let me start over, said Long Chen hastily when he got no response from him. That man's pupils finally turned to Long Chen. He smiled derisively, seemingly looking down on him even more. You piece of trash. Just as that man thought that Long Chen was afraid, Long Chen said such a thing, causing his gaze to turn cold. Shu Yong, I know you're here. I hear your current situation is even worse than mine. Do you no longer have the face to meet me? Ha ha ha. The violet-eyed man laughed, ignoring Long Chen. Zhu Yin, it's been many years. You still hate me, don't you? The Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign's voice rang out in this space. The Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign's voice didn't have any anger. It was very calm, but it also seemed slightly sorrowful, or perhaps regretful. Of course I hate you. You suppressed me for countless years, making me live a life worse than death. Am I supposed to be grateful? The violet-eyed man was the Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign's heart devil. Its name was Zhu Yin. Long Chen shrugged. You were the one who refused to actually work at yourself. Why blame others? Shut your mouth. Zhu Yin roared. Veins throbbed on its forehead. The violet light in its eyes grew. A sharp, evil aura erupted, filling this space. Long Chen's ears were blasted by this voice. He covered his ears with his hands and shook his head. Shouting is meaningless. To use a phrase I say very often, if the power of your throat represented power, then donkeys would have long since taken control of this world. Zhu Yin was incensed. In all its years with the Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign, it had never encountered an opponent like Long Chen. Long Chen was absolutely enraging. Shu Yong, are you looking down on me by bringing such a piece of trash to me? Zhu Yin, it's been so many years. You are as wild as ever. Your intelligence hasn't grown at all. Do you feel like he isn't qualified to challenge you? Asked the Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign. Challenge me, ha ha ha. Zhu Yin laughed like he had heard the world's funniest joke. That wild laughter made this space shudder and flicker. Long Chen's head throbbed, but he didn't say a word. I was stripped away from you before you advanced to the Emperor realm. Although you placed layers of sealed, I already have 13 core veins. I'm half a step into the Emperor realm. Look around at the current world. You are the only one who can possibly defeat me. But you sent some little fellow with only 9 heaven veins to me. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Ha ha ha. Zhu Yin didn't stop laughing. He eventually said, do you think that I don't know? You definitely have some scheme set up. Perhaps you're using some scapegoat to draw my attention before you attack me and devour my energy. Xu Yong, you've really fallen. Do you think that I'd fall for it? Zhu Yin, you're thinking too much. No matter what situation I'm in, I am still the dragon race's sovereign Xu Yong. If I wanted to target you, I wouldn't use someone else's hands. I'd also disdain using such sinister schemes. First of all, I won't be lending Long Chen my power. In this space, I'm also unable to lend him my power. Secondly, I believe that Long Chen has the power to fight you. Don't look down on him. Everyone who has looked down on him has already died. If you still have any of the dignity of the dragon race, if you still have any pride of an early sovereign, you will share the energy of the dragon pillars with Long Chen. Let him condense 13 dragon veins before having a fair battle. Do you dare? Said the primal chaos dragon sovereign. Long Chen's heart shook. It seemed that the primal chaos dragon sovereign had already planned for this. If he wanted to advance, he would need the power of those dragon pillars. Realizing what the primal chaos dragon sovereign was planning, Long Chen patted his chest and said, "It's fine, if he doesn't dare, I'll beat him with just the power of 9 veins. I have that confidence." Zhu Yin laughed. "Ha ha ha, do you two take me for a fool? You want to use the power of the dragon pillars to help him cultivate? Keep dreaming. It was with great difficulty that I expelled the sealing power and kept the essence in the dragon pillars. It's all in preparation for me to break the seal and merge with the laws of the heavenly Taos. Then I will instantly break through to the Emperor realm. You think that I'd split this power with this brat? You're too naive." The primal chaos dragon sovereign indifferently said, "That probably isn't up to you. When the altar breaks, the dragon pillars will also break. Their power will instantly be unleashed, and it would still be split between you two." "What a joke. Who says that I'm going to break the altar?" sneered Zhu Yin. "If you don't break the altar, you will at most have the power of 9 veins. Are you not worried?" asked the primal chaos dragon sovereign. "Ha ha ha, other than you, no one in the same realm is a match for me. Do you think that I'd be afraid of some human?" sneered Zhu Yin. Long Chen suddenly realized that the primal chaos dragon sovereign had led the conversation here step by step. It was all to ensure a battle between him and Zhu Yin in the same realm. This way, they could fight 9 veins against 9 veins. That was the only way he had any hope of victory. The primal chaos dragon sovereign understood Zhu Yin's power all too well. If Zhu Yin used the power of 13 veins, then even 100 Long Chens wouldn't be a match for him. Currently, his goal had been achieved. All that remained was to see what Long Chen had up his sleeves. The primal chaos dragon sovereign actually felt no assurance that Long Chen would win. The chains on Zhu Yin's body began to creak and crack. Suddenly, those chains burst apart. Zhu Yin was freed. He came up to Long Chen. He was a full head taller than him. His powerful blood chi felt like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He gave off a suffocating pressure. Even before fighting, this aura alone could cause despair. Long Chen hastily raised his hand. He summoned Evilmoon and put it on his back. "Are you ready?" Zhu Yin sneered upon seeing Long Chen take out a weapon. One more moment. Long Chen clenched his fist. Divine light condensed on top of it. Suddenly, he struck his own abdomen. Blood sprayed from his mouth, dyeing the front of his robes red. He then collapsed on the ground. Both the primal chaos dragon sovereign and Zhu Yin were flabbergasted. They both shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Just then, darkness expanded in Long Chen's eyes. His eyes turned black, then his robes turned white. An icy, sinister aura rose. At this moment, even the primal chaos dragon sovereign was stunned. Chapter 5687 White-robed Long Chen vs. Zhu Yin. The white-robed Long Chen slowly stood, his eyes ice-cold. He looked like the divine emperor of hell. He looked at the blood on his chest and frowned slightly. His cold gaze turned to Zhu Yin. The moment Zhu Yin's eyes met the white-robed Long Chen's black gaze, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes. His body shuddered. An intense sensation of danger rose within him. "How useless. You were defeated again. You still need me to control this body," murmured the white-robed Long Chen. His voice was icy and emotionlessly. Zhu Yin was baffled after seeing Long Chen hit himself, and then a white-robed Long Chen appeared. The current Long Chen possessed a completely different aura. It was like he was a different person. Flames gradually rose in the white-robed Long Chen's black eyes. He coldly said, "You really are hateful. I still haven't finished my preparations to control this body," but you still called me out. Last time it was that silver hair trash, and now it's some violet eye trash. But you are stronger than the silver hair trash. Fine, I'll test out some new power that I gained. The white-robed Long Chen shouted, and 8 black stars appeared behind him. The black stars tore apart the void, forming 8 black whirlpools like 8 gaping maws devouring everything within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The white-robed Long Chen's aura erupted. This wild power made this world shake violently. Zhu Yin was shocked. This white-robed Long Chen was actually capable of ignoring the emperor laws of the dragon scale space. As his aura erupted, black chi gushed out. The space inside this world was actually consumed by this dark aura and assimilated. Zhu Yin was enraged. This realm belonged to him. He shouted, I don't care what kind of flashy move you use, you won't escape your fate of being slaughtered. Zhu Ying extended his hand. Divine light flowed out. He unleashed a claw at Long Chen. When Zhu Yin attacked, the Emperor reverse scale space rumbled. All the laws here were under his control. At the same time, a blurry dragon figure appeared behind him. An Emperor aura rose. The power of this claw rapidly soared. Its power multiplied by hundreds of times from the time that he unleashed it to when it reached Long Chen. This kind of increase was incredible. It was practically beyond common sense. For an ordinary person, such a terrifying increase would be unbearable for the physical body. However, Zhu Yin accomplished it easily. When this claw reached Long Chen, space twisted wildly. However, this claw was firmly caught by a hand. With a heaven-shaking explosive sound, Zhu Yin and the white-robed Long Chen both shot back at the same time. At the same time, in the outside world, everyone felt a suffocating aura wash over them. Their expressions all changed. The world inside the reverse scale became clear for a moment. They saw Zhu Yin and the white-robed Long Chen facing each other. The Dragonblood warriors jumped when they saw the white-robed Long Chen. They didn't know what had happened. However, this image only lasted for the blink of an eye before vanishing. This violet world returned to its original appearance. They could no longer see what was inside. Inside the world of the dragon scale, the white-robed Long Chen stared at Zhu Yin. He gazed at him with his sinister gaze, a desire to fight rising within him. I suppose it wasn't unjust for him to lose at your hands. But I'm not him. You will die to my hands. Just as Zhu Yin was about to ask what he was talking about him having lost to him, he was enraged by the white-robed Long Chen's arrogance and shouted, Who the hell do you think you are? Who gave you the courage to speak that way to this lord? Die. His 9 violet heaven veins erupted. Dragon blood power filled this space. He directly summoned his strongest state. The dragon scale space quivered. The outside world's experts instantly stiffened, their souls shaking. The demon race's experts in particular were shaken. They were shocked to find that they could no longer move. Zhu Yin's fist smashed towards the white-robed Long Chen with the power of his 9 veins behind him. However, Zhu Yin was shocked to see this full power attack be blocked just by the white-robed Long Chen raising his hand. What he found most disbelievable about it was that the power of his fist was dissipating. When he looked at the white-robed Long Chen, he saw that 13 black dragon chis had appeared behind him. Every single one of those black dragon chis were enormous. Their bodies gave off the aura of hell. The laws of death swirled within them. Zhu Yin felt his power being absorbed by this black chi. You're not a 9-vein heaven saint. This is treachery. Zhu Yin was shocked and enraged. He suddenly realized that he had been duped. When the black-robed Long Chen came, he clearly only had a 9-vein heaven saint realm. The primal chaos dragon sovereign had intentionally set it up so that they would each fight with the power of 9 veins. However, the black-robed Long Chen had become the white-robed Long Chen, and the white-robed Long Chen summoned 13 core veins. Most terrifying of all, those black dragons behind him possessed a terrifying devouring power. His attack was completely absorbed. The 13 black dragons swirled rapidly and their power poured into the white-robed Long Chen's arm and into his hand. With an explosive sound, Zhu Yin was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. You treacherous brat! Zhu Yin roared and suddenly switched to hand seals. The altar quivered. The 8 dragon pillars suddenly blazed with light. Suddenly, a black streak of light sliced through the air. Zhu Yin's hands were severed by Evilmoon. Foolish fellow, what crap are you spouting? Just die. The white robe's 8 black stars vanished. But those black stars appeared on top of Evilmoon. They were connected by his core veins. Evilmoon rumbled explosively as the white-robed Long Chen raised it into the sky, the power of his 8 stars and 13 core veins flowing through it. Evilmoon flashed rapidly, and with every flash, it sucked in the power of heaven and earth. It now contained more power than it ever had. The white-robed Long Chen shouted and slashed Evilmoon down, not giving Zhu Yin any chance to recover. An enormous saber image sliced apart the dragon scale world. It continued onwards outside this world. The experts in the outside instantly had a bad feeling the moment this saber was unleashed. The ones below it immediately fled in every direction. However, it was too late for them. This devastating attack took only the blink of an eye to slice through the dragon scales world and fall amongst their ranks. It didn't matter what kind of monstrous genius they were, anyone caught within this area was annihilated. This attack left a bottomless ditch in the ground. The land continued to crack and break. The gap between the two sides continued to grow. The laws of heaven and earth were thrown into chaos. That one attack sliced apart the heaven vein mystic realm. Chapter 5688 Zhu Yin's Blood Curse. The crack in the heaven vein mystic realm continued to grow. Primal chaos chi gushed out of this crack. They felt like they could hear the heaven vein mystic realm crying out. Everyone was stunned by this. What level of power is this? People's voices shuddered. Countless people were terrified. They felt despair sever their confidence in their cultivation. What a terrifying attack. Even Ji Yu Yang and the others felt a chill. They had never seen the white-robed Long Chen before. Seeing their boss become like that, his aura sinister and dark, they didn't even recognize him. The white-robed Long Chen's attack had cut apart the entire world. This cut also pierced the dragon scales world, causing it to once more become clear. They saw a man standing in front of the white-robed Long Chen. This man was cut in two, from the tip of his head all the way down. It was this attack that had cut the very world in two. You treacherous trash, I never thought that I, Zhu Yin, would end up falling for the scheme of some brat. But don't celebrate too early. You can go to hell with me, roared Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin's body suddenly exploded, transforming into millions of violet dragon runes. They flooded towards the white-robed Long Chen, surrounding him. Zhu Yin blood curse. Zhu Yin roared, and those millions of runes exploded. Violet flames filled the entire dragon scale space. The white-robed Long Chen circulated his power into a barrier. But this barrier instantly shattered. He spat out blood. He hadn't expected this blood curse to be this terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that this cursed flame was invading his soul. Just then, his body shuddered. White appeared on the edge of his black eyes. The white rapidly spread. One of his eyes returned to its normal appearance. His white robes also gradually turned black. The evil aura coming from him also faded. You used me. The white-robed Long Chen roared furiously. He seemed to realize something. Why are you saying it like that? I gave you a chance to perform for free. Shouldn't you thank me? Long Chen smiled. That smile was incredibly sinister. Just you wait, the next time I appear, you will vanish forever, said the white-robed Long Chen coldly. Then we'll see next time. Long Chen smiled slightly. The white-robed Long Chen's aura completely vanished. Long Chen regained control of his body. Violet flames soared around him. This entire dragon scale space became a sea of violet flames. These flames contained Zhu Yin's final curse in death. It could destroy the body and ignite the soul. It would make a person suffer endless pain, both physical and spiritual. It was an extremely sinister curse. However, this curse had an effect on the white-robed Long Chen, but not the actual Long Chen. After all, was that a joke? This dragon blood came from the same source as his own dragon blood. What person would curse himself? These flames were unable to threaten him, but they were of nourishment to Hu Linger. There was no need for Long Chen to even do anything. The moment Hu Linger sensed this flame energy, she began to absorb it. Hee, that was free. Long Chen chuckled and sat down. He formed hand seals, summoning his 9 dragon veins. They devoured the dragon blood energy of this space. You really are sinister. Zhu Yin was incredibly powerful, but you conned him to death, said the primal chaos dragon sovereign. Zhu Yin was its heart devil. Zhu Yin had grown up alongside it. No one was clearer on Zhu Yin's power than the primal chaos dragon sovereign. Seeing Zhu Yin die such a sullen death, it couldn't help feeling a bit bad. Back then, it had used words in order to trap Zhu Yin into a fair battle with Long Chen. However, who would have thought that Long Chen would directly summon the white-robed Long Chen to fight for him? The white-robed Long Chen had already condensed 13 core veins and caught Zhu Yin off guard. 9 veins against 13 veins. Zhu Yin was naturally at an immense disadvantage. He had tried to break the altar in order to elevate his power to the same 13 vein realm, but it seemed that the white-robed Long Chen was unaware of what he was doing. The white-robed Long Chen had directly cut off his arms, not wasting any time on him. He ended the battle directly. Someone as powerful as Zhu Yin was thus killed like some minor character by the white-robed Long Chen. His death was truly sullen. According to the primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign's understanding of the white-robed Long Chen, if he were to know that Zhu Yin had 13 core veins, with his pride, he definitely would have let him summon them so that they could have a fair battle. However, saying that now was too late. Zhu Yin was already dead. His death curse also dealt the white-robed Long Chen a heavy blow. But it was unable to harm the black-robed Long Chen. In fact, the primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign now suddenly felt pity for Zhu Yin and the white-robed Long Chen. Neither of them knew what had just happened. Now that Zhu Yin was gone, the dragon scale space ignited. The dragon pillars and the altar began to melt. As they melted, pure energy was unleashed. Enter the dragon scale and seize the dragon core essence blood. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Countless people charged forward. However, just as they charged forward, they realized that there were already countless figures in front of the dragon scale space. They were crazily devouring the energy coming out of it. Although these flames contained a curse energy, as monstrous experts, the majority of them had ways to counter curses. Furthermore, as these flames burned, the curse energy gradually faded away until it was unable to pose any threat to them. Scram. This is our territory. We'll kill any invaders. Shut the fuck up. If I say this is my territory, it's mine. Charge. Kill them all. The area outside the dragon scale space was enormous, but there were simply too many people. Countless figures charged forward. Despite this space being surrounded, 99% of the experts had yet to reach the front. Chaos reigned. Countless experts fought to claim territory. Blood filled the air. The powerful factions switched to defensive formations, simply doing their best to absorb as much of the sacred energy contained in these flames. Although they were 9-vein heaven saints and couldn't condense more veins, these flames contained the sacred energy within dragon blood, as well as emperor laws. Absorbing this energy would let them advance to the human emperor much more smoothly. There were many ways to advance to the human emperor realm, but a perfect advancement was what they all dreamed of. The human emperor realm was also split into different ranks. Different emperors possessed different power levels. The importance of a perfect advancement was what drove this many heavenly geniuses to such lengths. As others crazily fought for territory, the 10,000 dragon nest had already placed itself in front of the dragon scale space, in front of the crack that had been split open. The Dragon Blood Legion was immersed in the dragon blood flames, ready to fight at any moment. Attack the crack. We'll enter from there. Hu Tianwu's roar caused Ji Yuyong and the others' expressions to change. Someone was finally coming for them. Chapter 5689 Wild Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. The white-robed Long Chen had split apart the dragon scale world's roof. There was now a giant cut in the barrier around it. At first, people avoided it because they were afraid. But now, countless people charged towards it. Although that cut appeared, the dragon scale's world didn't collapse. It was repairing itself, but the white-robed Long Chen's attack was too terrifying, and the laws contained within it made the recovery extremely slow. Now, people finally took note of this weak point. If they were to charge in through this opening, Long Chen would be in danger. We're moving. Sha Chen decisively took action, sending the 10,000 dragon nest right at the opening. Fortunately, the flaming dragon blood runes were rapidly healing the wound. First wheel. Eliminate the Heavenly Demon Alliance. They're the ones trying to get through, proposed Ji Yuyong. They really are fools. There are so many different factions, and they chose not to come here because they knew that if they attacked this spot, they would have to face us. They actually think that they're smart and the only ones who noticed this opening. They charged over without even thinking, grumbled Guo Ran. If the demon race had been a bit smarter, they wouldn't be attacking this opening. The largest factions were still just observing. If they were smarter, they would be able to stall a bit longer. But now they had no choice but to take action. The 10,000 dragon nest whistled towards the Heaven Demon Alliance. Seeing it charging over, Hu Tianwu smiled sinisterly. The coward Long Chen is hiding within the dragon scale space. He's sending a group of subordinates to their deaths. Today, we will annihilate the Dragonblood Legion. Heaven Demon Alliance, we'll crush the Dragonblood Legion. We'll teach this world to shake in fear in front of our demon race. Shouted Shang Tu. The other leaders of the Heaven Demon Alliance shouted. Their power was at an unprecedented level. Their confidence was high. They would use this bloody battle to announce the return of the demon race's dominance. It just so happened that the Dragonblood Legion's arrival was a perfect excuse to establish their fame. Millions and millions of demon experts immediately stopped attacking the crack, and instead charged at the 10,000 dragon nest. First, we'll shatter that tortoise shell of theirs, Hu Tianwu shouted, his 9 core veins flying behind him. He raised his golden staff high. Suddenly, the space in front of him exploded, and a sharp claw struck his body. Hu Tianwu was sent flying. Who was that? The Heaven Demon Alliance's experts were startled. The void twisted. An enormous figure appeared. 9 enormous tails rose into the heavens. A pair of violet eyes were like 2 suns hanging in the sky. A frightening aura unfurled. They saw a 9-tailed demon fox blocking their path. It's the violet pupil 9-tail fox. When the demon race's experts saw Little Nine's true form, sensing its overflowing demonic chi, they were all shocked. Heavenly demon golden monkey race, you shameless traitors, the time to pay your blood debt has come. Little Nine roared. Its killing intent exploded. Lines of blood filled its violet eyes. In an instant, its enormous body appeared within the ranks of the heavenly demon golden monkey race. Its 9 tails all released a sphere of light. These spheres instantly expanded. Hu Tianwu immediately shouted when he saw this. He recognized this as one of the violet pupil 9-tail fox race's peerless divine abilities. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning. 9-tail slaughter. Little Nine roared. The spheres of light on its 9 tails suddenly merged. A violet power shook the world. The laws crumbled in front of this attack. An enormous sphere of light fell from its 9 tails, falling within the ranks of the heavenly demon golden monkey race. It was like a sun exploding in their ranks. The destructive power destroyed the runes of the world. Bodies of flesh and blood were crushed to bits. A wave of divine light spread, but it was possible to see a figure holding it back. This figure was holding a golden staff, its runes forming a barrier that protected a portion of the heavenly demon golden monkey race. That figure was Hu Tianwu. He reacted quickly, but he was unable to save everyone. He saved only tens of thousands of his people. The remaining tens of millions of heavenly demon golden monkeys were instantly killed. Hu Tianwu was outraged. The land in front of him was filled with corpses of the heavenly demon golden monkey race. This terrifying attack was something only the stronger members of the heavenly demon golden monkey race could manage to even keep a corpse in front. The rest were obliterated out of existence. 9-tail race. Hu Tianwu roared furiously. He practically went insane. His golden staff transformed into a bolt of lightning shooting at Little Nine. Are you angry? Do you know that countless members of the violet pupil 9-tail race have been killed because of you despicable people? Do you know my anger? Little Nine also roared. It suddenly opened its mouth, and violet energy concentrated together. It spat out a bolt of divine light at Hu Tianwu. Hu Tianwu's golden staff struck the violet divine light. The divine light shattered, but Hu Tianwu was blasted back. Flames exploded around Hu Tianwu and the violet pupil 9-tail fox. They both ignited their core veins. This meeting of old enemies meant that both of them fought exceptionally violently. They both knew that in this battle, they would not just decide victory or defeat. They would decide life or death. Hu Tianwu's body suddenly grew explosively as he summoned his heroic spirits. He grew to the same size as Little Nine. The golden staff became a heavenly pillar smashing at Little Nine. The violet pupil 9-tail fox used no weapon. Its floating tails were its strongest weapon. These 9 tails suddenly became as hard as iron and crossed together, receiving Hu Tianwu's staff. Little Nine's body suddenly sank. The ground beneath its feet collapsed. However, just as it received this attack, its head stretched out and bit down on Hu Tianwu's arm. Its sharp teeth directly pierced Hu Tianwu's armor and sank into his flesh. Hu Tianwu tried to pull away, but the violet pupil 9-tail fox bit down hard, and refused to let go. Its 9 tails repeatedly struck him. The two wrestled violently, tearing at each other. They tumbled away. The bloody battle between the two of them made countless people flee. They only stopped once they were far away. But the two of them rolled an immense distance before separating. They then immediately crashed together. Their bodies were huge, but very agile. They were quick as lightning. Every collision between them was astonishing. Hu Tianwu and Little Nine seemed to go crazy. In an instant, they were both injured. They were both trying to kill the other side as fast as possible. Ignore him, continue onwards. The appearance of the violet pupil 9-tail fox caught the Heaven Demon Alliance off guard. Seeing that Hu Tianwu was being stalled, Shang Tu shouted and charged at the Dragonblood Legion with his elephant tusk spear. Suddenly, a gust of astral wind struck him, and a spear blocked his path. Xianxia raised his spear to block, and the result was that he was knocked back several steps. Long Chen's subordinate, first captain of the Dragonblood Legion, Ji Yuyang, here for pointers. A mighty and domineering voice rang out throughout the entire battlefield. Ji Yuyang's muscular figure appeared in front of Xianxia. Chapter 5690 Stunning all sides. Ji Yuyang's appearance stunned everyone, especially after he reported his status. It shocked the entire demon race. He's Long Chen's subordinate. How is he so strong? The first captain, he should be Long Chen's strongest subordinate. It's normal for him to be a bit strong. However, if he's able to repel Xianxia, then he's a bit too strong, no? TCH, that's because Xianxia wasn't serious just now. If Xianxia was serious, this baldy would instantly die. The demon experts were all shocked that Ji Yuyang blocked Xianxia. First the violet pupil nine-tail fox appeared and caught them off guard, even tying down one of their 5 leaders, Hu Tianwu. You're about to die. Your name isn't worth me remembering. Trash of the human race, scram. Xianxia instantly became angry at being blocked. The impact left his blood chi flipping inside of him. His 9 core veins rose, their energy pouring into his spear as he attacked. I told you my name so that you'll know who killed you when you report to a Yama King. You won't have to die without knowing what happened. Ji Yuyang snorted. His spear swept out. A dragon cry rang out. Both of them had summoned the power of their core veins now. Neither side was holding back. But when both their spears clashed, both their bodies shook, and they were both knocked back 7 to 8 steps before stabilizing. The Mammoth Devil Elephant races experts were all shocked to see this, especially that one who had said that Xianxia hadn't even serious before. His eyes almost popped out of his head. Xianxia had summoned his 9 core veins. His manifestation was present. That indicated that he was not holding back. He wasn't holding back, but still ended up fighting evenly against this baldy of the human race. They couldn't accept it. I don't believe this. Xianxia went crazy. This person was nothing more than Long Chen's subordinate. The fact that he had been beaten by Long Chen last time was already a humiliation. If he were to lose to Long Chen's subordinate, would he even have the face to live? Xianxia unleashed a violent tempest of attacks on Ji Yuyang. The enraged Xianxia was unstoppable. He forced Ji Yuyang further and further back. Just as Xianxia and Ji Yuyang started fighting, on the other side, another one of the leaders of the demon race started fighting with another member of the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen's subordinate, second captain of the Dragonblood Legion, Li Qi, here for pointers. Crystals sparkled on Li Qi's fist as he blocked a giant saber. His opponent was a strange monster with a single horn on his head and fangs sticking out of his teeth. He was another powerful expert on the same level as Hu Tianwu and Xianxia. At this time, he was shocked to see that Li Qi had actually blocked his saber with his bare fist. He was clearly looking down on him. That ferocious-looking expert roared and stamped a foot at Li Qi. However, Li Qi lightly dodged to the side, spinning and slamming his hand into his face. His hand solidly slapped into his face. With a muffled grunt, that monster went flying, half his face blown apart. Haha, I really managed to imitate boss's technique. Li Qi stared at his own hand with some disbelief. In the Dragonblood Legion, who didn't envy Long Chen's divine face-slapping art? But no one was able to grasp the essence of this technique. Today, Li Qi had randomly tried it, and actually succeeded, delighting him. Damn human race, I'll eat your flesh and drink your blood. His opponent roared and instantly went crazy. With a single step, he appeared in front of Li Qi. Li Qi once more unleashed a slap. He wanted to master this technique while he could. Could he really comprehend the essence of this attack? As a result, before he struck his target, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. This monster's horn had actually stabbed him. Li Qi went flying, but people were shocked to see that he seemed completely fine even after being struck in a vital spot. A crystalline glimmer appeared over his abdomen before slowly fading. Li Qi shook his head. It's a good thing this crystal energy automatically protects me. If it was before, that would have taken half my life. It's no good, boss's move isn't something that just anyone can play with. It was just luck before. I should have stopped while I was ahead. Just as Li Qi stabilized himself, that monster arrived. Crystals appeared on Li Qi's hands. They were like a pair of crystal gloves. The two began exchanging blows. Every clash released a terrifying ripple. Long Chen's subordinate, the Just as Song Mingyuan blocked another one of the demon race's leaders, that person didn't even give him a chance to finish speaking before launching a kick at him. When his foot was less than half a foot from Song Mingyuan's head, a layer of earth as thin as a mirror appeared. This earthen wall wasn't large, but it accurately blocked this foot. What shocked people was that this thin layer of earth actually completely blocked the attack of another expert who had condensed 9 core veins. It had to be known that this person also possessed an emperor bloodline, and was one of the demon race's 5 great leaders. He was blocked by such a thin layer of earth. Just as the demon race's experts were shocked and that leader was filled with disbelief, Song Mingyuan's fist smashed into his abdomen. This fist didn't unleash any devastating shockwaves or come with any accumulated power. It looked incredibly light, but when it struck him, people saw his abdomen collapse in slightly. The sound was like a divine drum being beaten. A large hole exploded in the leather armor on his back. He then spat out a mouthful of blood and went flying. Song Mingyuan retracted his fist and solemnly said, "Long Chen's subordinate, the 3rd captain of the Dragonblood Legion, Song Mingyuan, here for pointers." The Heaven Demon Alliance's experts' jaws dropped wide. Song Mingyuan looked completely harmless. He seemed humble and kind. But when he attacked, it was absolutely devastating. Most shocking of all, he didn't have his heaven veins behind him, but he still sent someone who had summoned their heaven veins flying. What kind of monster was this fellow? Wait, look beneath his feet. Someone cried out, and only then did everyone notice that there was a 9-dragon diagram on the ground beneath Song Mingyuan's feet. His heaven vein power gathers the energy of the earth. Just as Song Mingyuan's power shocked everyone, a scream rang out from the distance. The demon race's experts hastily looked over. That voice is, they quickly saw the source. It was their final leader. He was missing an arm. He came flying out of the void, covered in blood. Chapter 5691 Outside Contractor. Space twisted. Bai Shaola's figure appeared. When Bai Shaola, who still seemed somewhat childish, appeared out of the void, everyone was shocked. Bai Shaola's opponent was the final leader of the demon race, but his arm was gone. He was bleeding profusely. It looked like some beast had just bitten him. This final leader of the demon race was shocked. He hadn't even paid any attention to Bai Shaola, when some kind of sharp spatial energy suddenly struck him. It was fortunate that he had instinctively dodged, because otherwise, he would have been sucked inside and crushed by that spatial vortex. Bai Shaola's attack came silently and without any warning. He had only narrowly survived thanks to luck. Long Chen's subordinate, an outside contractor of the Dragonblood Legion, a nameless little soldier, Bai Shaola, here for pointers. Bai Shaola also followed everyone's lead and introduced himself. After Bai Shaola joined the Dragonblood Legion, his rate of growth was exceptional. But due to his power not being able to merge with the Dragonblood warriors, it was natural that he wasn't able to join any of the squads. Bai Shaola liked to joke that he was an outside contractor. But the Dragonblood Legion never viewed him as an outsider. This was just a joke. But now Bai Shaola used this joke title to introduce himself. Shameless sneak attackers. The despicable human race should all die. That leader of the demon race shouted angrily. His body shook, and his arm regrew. A blood-red battle axe appeared in his hand. He swung it at Bai Shaola ferociously. Shockingly, Bai Shaola simply stood there. He didn't make a move at all. Just as it was 3 feet from his head, a 3-flower diagram appeared in the void. The 3-flower diagram spun, forming a barrier that received the huge battle axe. What kind of divine ability is this? He didn't form hand seals or chant anything. There weren't even any blood chi fluctuations, or heavenly Doyan energy. What power is this? Countless experts were shocked by this. Bai Shaola was simply standing in the air. His aura was not released, not where his heaven veins. Those 3 flowers appeared out of nowhere. It was bizarre. Look at his eyes. Someone shouted, and only then did they see the divine light flowing in his eyes. Looking more closely, there were 9 dragon figures inside his eyes. Those dragon figures surrounded his pupils. 3 flowers spun in his pupils, looking identical to the 3 flowers blocking the battle axe. It's a pupil art. The demon race's experts practically went crazy. A legendary user of pupil arts had actually appeared, and this legendary expert actually called himself an outside contractor of the Dragonblood Legion. Just what kind of origin did the Dragonblood Legion have? Bastard, I'll break those eyes of yours. That leader of the demon race roared. His battle axe flashed repeatedly, and he once more swung it on the 3-flower shield. This time, the 3-flower shield cracked. The demon expert was delighted, and with one more swing of his battle axe, the barrier shattered. Just as the barrier shattered and he stepped towards Bai Shaola, his figure suddenly became illusory. "It's an afterimage," startled cries rang out. No one had expected an expert of the coarse demon race to know how to use such tactics. The space behind Bai Shaola collapsed, and the demon expert's battle axe slashed at Bai Shaola's neck. Another three-flower shield appeared, blocking this attack as well. Bai Shaola slowly turned back and smiled at the demon expert. Bai Shaola wasn't good at expressing what he wanted to say. He had asked Long Chen for pointers on how to enrage his opponents. This smile instantly made that demon expert's head buzz. His fury exploded. This kind of silent mocking was even more painful than a slap in the face. He roared and swung his battle axe ferociously. The three-flower shields repeatedly exploded, but as they exploded, Bai Shaola would step back and condense a new one. "Let me see how many shields you have," roared the demon expert. "Let me see how much energy you have," said Bai Shaola disdainfully. One attacked ferociously, one defended strongly. They ended up in a battle of attrition. All 5 of the leaders of the demon race were now tied down. With no one to lead them, they still didn't slack off. The demon race's army continued charging forward. As a result, they crashed into the Dragonblood Legion, the Hidden Dragon Legion, the Dragon Race's army, as well as the disciples of the Wind God Sea Pavilion. The Dragonblood Legion's side focused only on defending. They were guarding the crack in the dragon scale space. As long as anyone tried to break it open, they would kill them. However, what the Dragonblood Legion found curious was that there was also another group of experts who charged over. But rather than attacking the crack, they simply set up formations there, preventing other factions from getting close. "It's the Northern Alliance." Sha Chen eyed them and saw from their banners that they were from somewhere called the Northern Alliance. "It seems that they're covertly helping us. That's good. Our defensive line is smaller now, and defending it is easier," said Guo Ran. Although he didn't know why these people would help them, in any case, they were all from the human race. Mutually helping each other was only natural. They didn't know what Long Chen had done for the Northern Alliance before. "There's some more people over there. Their banners, it's the Southern Alliance." Sha Chen suddenly noticed another group of experts come charging over. To come over at this time, it went without saying that they had come to help. The rest of their enemies were just standing there, waiting for both sides to take heavy losses before making a move. Guo Ran, tell everyone not to fight too hard. Just maintaining this balance is fine. Keep stalling. Seeing that things were stable like this, Bai Shishi hastily messaged Guo Ran. Other than Little Nine who was fighting all out, the rest were making sure to focus on the big picture. Other than the demon race, their other enemies were still just patiently watching them kill each other. If the Dragonblood Legion revealed that they possessed enough power to crush the demon race, their opponents would definitely not just wait patiently. They would all move against them in full force. No matter how strong the Dragonblood Legion was, they wouldn't be able to endure the assault of this many experts. The Dragonblood warriors' attacks were incredibly sharp. They specialized in offense. They were accidentally killing too many of the demon race's experts at their current rate. Their true power might be exposed to their enemies. Guo Ran also noticed this, but there was no way around it. This was their battle instincts. However, he did stealthily inform everyone to calm down a bit. After killing their opponents, they had to act like they were going all out, like they had just barely killed their opponent by burning their essence blood or acting in a suicidal manner. Time passed bit by bit. The demon race's army was continuing to crash against the Dragonblood Legion's defenses. But ultimately, they were unable to break through. The ground had long since become covered in blood. However, there were no piles of corpses, because those corpses were gathered by the Dragonblood warriors. This action of the Dragonblood warriors enraged the demon race. The demon race's corpses had always been viewed as treasures to the human race. That was one reason that the demon race hated the human race. They charged forward like madmen. However, no matter how they charged, they were rebuffed. The iron defenses of the Dragonblood warriors, Hidden Dragon warriors, Dragon Race disciples, and Wind God Sea Pavilion disciples guaranteed that they couldn't take even half a step past them. Suddenly, a shriek broke this deadlock. The demon experts' expressions all changed, especially the heavenly demon Golden Monkey race. This shriek came from Hu Tianwu. Chapter 5692 Possession. Following that shriek, Hu Tianwu's enormous body smashed a hole in the ground like a meteorite. Countless demon experts that didn't have time to dodge were smashed to bits by him. Chaos reigned in their ranks when they saw his state. The current Hu Tianwu had transformed into a huge monkey, but his body was now soaked in blood. His skin was covered in claw marks and scars. He looked like he had been torn apart all over. The heavenly demon golden monkeys were the most shocked by this. They hastily moved to protect him. Just as they moved, 9 tails filled the air. A violent aura washed over them. The violet cupel 9-tail fox's enormous figure seemed to teleport right in front of them. In an instant, those heavenly demon golden monkeys were blasted away by astral winds. Veins throbbed on Little Nine's head. Its violet pupils were bloodshot. A wild and sinister aura caused the temperature of the world to plummet. Little Nine was now in a berserk state. It had, long since lost its rationality. It only wanted to kill. Hu Tianwu had barely risen when it was pressed down by the violet cupel 9-tail fox's claw. It opened its mouth, and a violet vortex appeared, condensing into a sphere of light. A terrifying death energy radiated from this sphere. It made countless people's souls shudder. This was a killing blow. Hu Tianwu was already heavily injured, and couldn't avoid it. Prince, the heavenly demon golden monkey race's experts cried out and charged towards him with all their might, but they were too far after being blown away. The sphere of light shot out of Little Nine's mouth and smashed into Hu Tianwu's head. At that moment, people could already imagine the scene of Hu Tianwu's head being blown apart. However, golden light suddenly exploded from Hu Tianwu's body. The violet cupel 9-tail fox's body was blasted away by this light, and the violet sphere also went off target. This sudden turn of events caught countless people off guard. The demon race's experts had no time to react. The sphere of violet light tore through their ranks. A whole line of the demon race's experts was wiped out. In the end, the sphere of light struck the dragon scale barrier. With an explosive sound, it shattered. I didn't expect this. I really never expected such a thing. The violet cupel 9-tail fox race actually wasn't extinguished. The bloody Hu Tianwu stood up, his face icily arrogant. When he spoke, everyone was startled. That's not Hu Tianwu. It wasn't just his voice that had changed. Even his aura had changed. It was ancient, mighty, like that of a heavenly king. Little Nine spat out a mouthful of blood. It glared at Hu Tianwu. Suddenly, it spread its 9 tails like a fan. Flames ignited on their ends. Its aura began to grow explosively. No wonder you could defeat my son. It seems that you've already awakened the violet cupel 9-tail fox race's forbidden art, the blood ignition berserker state. Fine, then today, I will end the violet cupel 9-tail fox's destiny in this world, said Hu Tianwu indifferently. This was Hu Tianwu's father, and the current leader of the heavenly demon golden monkey race. In order to prevent anything from happening to his son, he had given him a piece of jade with his core essence blood inside of it. This essence blood contained his divine will. It was able to possess Hu Tianwu's body. However, this bit of his essence blood was not beneficial to Hu Tianwu. Hu Tianwu's body was not able to bear the power of this essence blood. Forcibly using it would make his body explode. Due to the limitations of his realm, Hu Tianwu was unable to truly wield his golden staff. But his father was different. He was a true divine emperor, an existence that the heavenly demon golden monkey race had paid an absolutely enormous amount of resources in order to seal all the way back in the primal chaos era. To seal a divine emperor and perfectly preserve their power over that much time. The amount of resources was unimaginable, far greater than sealing a heaven saint. An average faction would be unable to pay such a price. However, the heavenly demon golden monkey race possessed a thick foundation, and back then, they had gritted their teeth and sealed Hu Tianwu's father alongside him. They were awakened in this era. This was what made the heavenly demon golden monkey race confident that they could unify the demon race. Currently, Hu Tianwu's father was in control of his body. The golden staff was blazing with a new light. This divine light slowly entered Hu Tianwu's body. Clearly, Hu Tianwu's father was also aware that his son's body was too weak to endure this. If he were to use too much power, it would cause immense damage. Thus, the first thing he did was to protect this body with divine light. Little Nine showed no fear. There was only a wild killing intent in its eyes. Its 9 tails ignited. Its 4 claws suddenly dug into the ground at the same time, and it shot forward. Its explosive charge resulted in an explosive shockwave. Space twisted wildly. The violet cupel 9-tail fox's enormous body was like a streak of light instantly piercing the battlefield. Die! Hu Tianwu shouted. The golden staff quivered. Runes flowed on top of it. With the support of Hu Tianwu's father's essence blood, this golden staff was like an awakened primordial beast. A ripple spread throughout the battlefield. It felt like time was slowing down. Everyone saw the violet pupil nine-tail fox's enormous body flying back. Its blood flew through the air. Clearly, with Hu Tianwu's father in control of his body, he was able to unleash the real power of the golden staff. In this state, Little Nine wasn't a match for him. Little Nine, Bai Shala roared. Ignoring his opponent, he charged towards Little Nine. Die! Bai Shala instantly panicked, and his opponent took advantage of this opening to slash his battle axe at Bai Shala's back. However, just as it was about to strike Bai Shala, a hand covered in golden armor caught it. Guo Ran had joined the battle. Bai Shala instantly escaped his opponent's lock, and vanished. Chapter 5693 Bai Shishi vs. Hu Tianwu, Long Chen's subordinate, the general of the Dragonblood Legion, Guo Ran, here for pointers. Guo Ran's arm was encased in golden armor. This expert's killing blow was actually easily received by him. Fuck off with your crap about Long Chen's subordinate. All of you can just die. That expert of the demon race practically went crazy after repeatedly hearing these powerful experts calling themselves Long Chen's subordinates. He felt like that was the most hateful phrase in the whole world. He began unleashing a furious assault with his battle axe. Guo Ran didn't take a single step back, blocking it with his arm. Dust and sand rose around them, covering their figures. On the other side, Hu Tianwu suddenly shot after Little Nine. Little Nine's true body vanished. It returned to its normal rabbit-sized form. Its body was now covered in wounds, and its aura was weak and listless. Die, you ingrate! Hu Tianwu's staff smashed down. However, just then, a golden blade sliced through the air, striking the staff. Golden light illuminated the world. Every life form was cast in this golden light. It felt like they had suddenly been transported into a land of gold. When this golden light faded, they finally saw clearly. At some point, a beautiful figure had appeared in front of Hu Tianwu. She wore a golden dress. She was slender and graceful. Even her black hair had been dyed gold by the light coming from her. Bai Shishi looked to be a golden goddess. 9 golden dragons flew behind her. It was vaguely possible to hear a low roar coming from them. Behind Bai Shishi also stood another figure. This was a woman wearing golden battle armor. It was this woman's sword that had blocked Hu Tianwu's killing blow. Shala, bring Little Nine to the recovery squad. Quick, ordered Bai Shishi. Bai Shala had arrived at the same time as Bai Shishi, but Bai Shishi was faster in taking action. Bai Shishi didn't know if Bai Shala could block that kind of attack. Seeing that his big sister could block Hu Tianwu, although he was a bit worried for her, Little Nine was on its last breaths. It had to be brought away to recover immediately, or its life would be in danger. Big sister, be careful. I'll come back soon, said Bai Shala, grabbing Little Nine and vanishing. Did I say that you could leave? Hu Tianwu sneered, and suddenly ripped the void apart with a hand. However, just as he moved, a golden shield smashed into him. His body shook, and he was knocked back 2 steps. Your opponent is me. If you want to touch him, you'll have to get past me first, said Bai Shishi coldly. Only now did Hu Tianwu see that the golden goddess behind Bai Shishi was wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Metal energy was constantly soaring out of her. Her powerful aura made the world change color. Then I'll kill you first. Hu Tianwu stepped forward, smashing the golden staff at her with both hands. His staff left behind a golden river of stars behind it. Its immense power compressed the laws of the world. Bai Shishi's expression changed slightly. She rapidly formed hand seals, and suddenly vanished, reappearing on the golden goddess's forehead. She had instantly merged with it. This golden goddess's eyes suddenly flew open. The ground beneath her feet shuddered. A golden lotus rapidly bloomed, instantly growing until it covered half the battlefield. Just then, Hu Tianwu's staff arrived. The golden goddess raised her shield to block it. With an explosive sound, half of the entire battlefield suddenly sank. What? Hu Tianwu was shocked. This attack's power eclipsed the one he had used to heavily injure the violet pupil nine-tail fox. But she still managed to block it. However, cracks now appeared on the golden goddess's shield. Seeing this, Hu Tianwu was about to attack again, but the shield exploded. The golden goddess was unable to endure his power. Just as he prepared to unleash a second attack, he saw that a golden hand had grabbed the other end of his staff. Hu Tianwu roared and pulled his weapon back. However, the golden goddess had grabbed it and refused to let go. The two pulled the staff with all their power. The earth was shaking. Golden divine light exploded like the sun. A terrifying pressure was crashing down on the battlefield. Bai Shishi had merged with the golden goddess, and ended up in a tug of war with Hu Tianwu. Bai Shishi saw that Hu Tianwu's father had placed his power into this golden staff. As long as she grabbed it, her opponent would have difficulty making any waves. Bai Shishi's hand seemed to have fused with the golden staff. As these two giant figures fought over it, both sides refused to let go. They were in a stalemate. On Bai Shala's side, he had already brought Little Nine back to the core of the Dragonblood Legion. The healing warrior's life energy slowly merged into Little Nine's body. Its wounds healed at a visible rate. Not only did its wounds recover, its exhausted core energy was also replenished. Bai Shala was overjoyed upon seeing this. At this time, the little fox slowly opened its eyes. Seeing Bai Shala crying, it croaked out, "I'm sorry, Shala." "Little Nine, what are you saying?" "I'm sorry, I was stupid and stubborn. I thought that I had grown up, that I had the power for vengeance. But the reality is that I'm nothing. I can't even avenge my people." Little Nine wept. When its newly inflated confidence was mercilessly blown apart, Little Nine finally saw reality. In the Dragonblood Legion, there were many people stronger than it. It lacked the qualifications to be arrogant. Thinking of how arrogantly it had acted before, it was too ashamed to show its face. It had an urge to just die rather than keep embarrassing itself. "Hee, don't worry about it. Boss himself said that you are very strong, and that no one is angry with you," said Bai Shala. "Really? Did Boss really say that?" asked Little Nine hopefully. It had acted arrogantly even in front of Long Chen. It didn't have the face to stay in the Dragonblood Legion. Doing so would also implicate Bai Shala. Bai Shala smiled and said, "Of course. Boss said that the reason you're strong is because you have me." Little Nine's face twitched several times. Saying jokes at this time wasn't at all funny. "It's true. Boss said it himself, our strength is because we have each other. Although you didn't beat that old fellow, it's only because we didn't merge our power yet," said Bai Shala hastily. Merge. Little Nine felt a mix of emotions. Previously, the two had been at odds, and had been fighting for themselves. Little Nine had forgotten that they were at their strongest when they were one. "Shala, are you angry with me?" asked Little Nine nervously. "Of course I am," said Bai Shala, causing Little Nine's expression to fall. But he immediately said, "However, I'm getting over it quickly. I don't hold grudges. Let's merge and fight in a bit." "All right." Little Nine grew excited. Just then, a powerful explosion shook the battlefield, causing Bai Shala to jump and look at Bai Shishi. Chapter 5694 Killing Hu Tianwu. At the center of the battlefield, a golden goddess and a giant Hu Tianwu were wrestling over a golden staff. However, at this moment, the golden staff cracked at the center. The two of them both pulled away one part of it, stunning countless people. How is this possible? The heavenly demon golden monkey race's experts were all dumbfounded. That golden staff was their race's legacy divine weapon, a priceless treasure with countless heroic spirits of their ancestors. It also contained their bloodline power. How could it snap like this? The golden goddess's half of the golden staff began to crack. Its runes slowly dimmed. One piece after another fell to the ground. This divine weapon had turned into scrap metal. Devouring power. Hu Tianwu was shocked. Now he understood why he suddenly felt so frightened when Bai Shishi grabbed the golden staff. The golden staff had struggled crazily in order to escape their hold. Thanks to this struggle, Hu Tianwu's power was reduced, and thus the harder he held onto it. Perhaps this was fate. If Hu Tianwu hadn't been holding onto it with all his might, perhaps it would have been able to resist Bai Shishi's devouring power with its own abilities. However, now, it became both Hu Tianwu and Bai Shishi suppressing it at the same time, resulting in it snapping like this. The golden goddess slowly opened its hand. Golden powder fell to the ground. That was the final vestiges of the golden staff. This is the inheritance that I obtained in the Heaven Vein mystic realm. Any runes containing metal energy can be affected by me. I can devour or even assimilate their power. Bai Shishi's voice rang out throughout the battlefield, shocking people. This kind of power was far too monstrous. No. Whose weapon wasn't made of immortal metal? Didn't that mean any divine weapon could be devoured by her? Suddenly, Hu Tianwu threw his half of the golden staff at Bai Shishi, and then shot back. The golden goddess caught the staff. Ripples exploded in the void. Bai Shishi was knocked back several steps by the final eruption of its power. Hu Tianwu spat out a mouthful of blood. That blood formed a strange rune in the air. A terrifying emperor aura erupted. A large hole was corroded into the void. Hu Tianwu stuck his head into the hole and looked back, sneering, "Violet pupil nine-tail fox, I'll let you live a bit longer." Just then, a streak of divine light tore through the sky, striking the black hole. Hu Tianwu screamed, and a hole was blasted into his body. He was blown out of the hole. Everyone was shocked. They looked over to see a giant figure in the distance. The violet pupil nine-tail fox had been on the verge of death. But now it looked like it was in peak condition. In addition, Bai Shaola was on its forehead, forming hand seals. Their auras had merged together. To use boss's words, "If I want to kill you, let alone your daddy, not even a sovereign would be able to save you." The violet pupil nine-tail fox now had 3 flowers spinning inside of its eyes. The space around Hu Tianwu twisted. The heavily injured Hu Tianwu didn't even have the chance to scream this time. He was devoured by this twisted space and exploded into a rain of blood. After killing Hu Tianwu, the violet pupil nine-tail fox raised its head and roared. This roar was not only a release of its anger, but the signal of the counterattack. At the same time, outside of the Heaven Vein mystic realm, an elder unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. Wild killing intent exploded. His current appearance terrified everyone around him. There were tens of thousands of the heavenly demon golden monkey race's experts around him. Without exception, these experts were at least in the Divine Emperor realm. Even the weakest one here was a ranked 6 Divine Emperor. Race leader, what happened? Alert everyone in the Alliance. Connect spatial channels. The moment anyone notices the Dragonblood Legion, the Dragon Race, or the Wind God Sea Pavilion's people, we are going to immediately kill them. The heavenly demon golden monkey race cannot live beneath the same heavens as them. The elder's furious roar echoed throughout heaven and earth. Inside the Heaven Vein mystic realm, people stared at the explosion of blood. That was the final mark that Hu Tianwu left on this world. The heavenly demon golden monkey race's experts let out sorrowful cries when they saw this. Remember this pain, because the pain of my violet pupil nine-tail fox race is 1,000 times what you're feeling. No, 10,000 times greater. Little Nine roared ferociously. 9 streaks of divine light suddenly shot out of its tails. The earth was torn asunder. The surviving experts of the heavenly demon golden monkey race were instantly obliterated. The demon race has been acting so arrogantly in recent years. But this is all you have. You're really disappointing. Just then, a mocking sneer rang out. People saw a man wreathed in divine light and surrounded by countless powerful experts walk over. Everyone's pupils shrank when they saw this person. The powerful divine energy fluctuations coming from him were suffocating. Then, staring at a complete set of 13 Heaven Vein dragon cheese behind him, people stopped breathing in shock. 13 Heaven Vein dragon cheese. How is that possible? People's eyes bulged. They had to look several times to confirm that they weren't seeing things. 9 Heaven Veins was the peak, the limit. This was the common sense of cultivation. However, one person had just toppled their common sense. Fantianda, the son of the human race's strongest god, Lord Brahma. Not son, it should be disciple. It's said that Lord Brahma's faith inheritance can only be received by 8 disciples at once. Thus, they are called the sons of Brahma. If one dies, a new son of Brahma will be born. Fantianda is one of those 8 sons of Brahma. Are you saying it's possible for a son of Brahma to actually die? Countless people discussed amongst themselves. At this time, the demon race's troops were also stunned. Their offensive slowed down, including Shang Tu. The other 4 leaders of the demon race were shocked and enraged. Fantianda actually dared to insult the demon race so openly. However, upon seeing those 13 Heaven Vein dragon cheese behind him, they didn't even have the courage to argue. Hu Tianwu had died, and a miserable death at that. Even with his father's protection, he still died. They didn't have a similar trump card like Hu Tianwu. They didn't know whether to retreat or keep attacking. Dragonblood Legion, how long are you planning to continue acting? Fantianda gazed at their battle disdainfully. Suddenly, the battle axe of the demon leader fighting Guo Ran was blown apart by a single punch. Battle armor covered Guo Ran's entire body. A powerful aura burst out of him. His opponent didn't even have a chance to react before a blood-colored saber streaked through the air, and his head flew off of his neck. Brothers, there's no need to keep acting. It's time to show the Dragonblood Legion's true power. Guo Ran's metallic shout rang out throughout the battlefield. Chapter 5695 9 veins merged into one. Guo Ran had been fighting defensively the entire time against his opponent. It was as if he didn't even have the power to counterattack against this leader of the demon race. It was the same as when Bai Shala fought him. After a while, the demon leader's guts grew, and he began to focus entirely on offense. But the moment that Guo Ran summoned his complete battle armor and his aura erupted, the demon leader was instantly killed without being able to do anything. This was all according to the plan. Other than the Violet Cupel Nine-Tail Fox's battlefield, everyone else was just fighting to stall. Experts like Fantian De had long since noticed some clues. They had intentionally left this chance to the demon race because they wanted the demon race to test out the Dragonblood Legion's true power. However, the power difference was too great. There were several times when they almost lost patience and directly attacked. They only paused because Hu Tianwu had summoned his father's power. Now that Hu Tianwu was slain, Fantian De didn't have the patience to keep watching. He could see that the demon race was unable to probe the Dragonblood Legion's true power. Long Chen was inside the dragon scale space alone. Who knew what he was up to? Just watching was no solution. They had to apply some pressure to Long Chen. It would be best if they could kill some of the Dragonblood Legion's people and bait him out. On that side, Guo Ran killed his opponent. At the same time, Ji Yu Yang's dragon blood power ignited, and his spear pierced forward. Shang Tu dodged to the side, only to find that he had strangely been pierced through the abdomen. His body was paralyzed. He stared in disbelief. Fool, I used this move 3 times. Every time, you use the same movement art to dodge. This time, you did it again. It's not that I'm strong, it's just that you're stupid, said Ji Yu Yang. Ji Yu Yang's spear quivered, and his dragon power erupted. Shang Tu's body blew apart. Li Qi's fist struck out. He simply and violently blew apart his opponent's head. His opponent's headless body slowly collapsed. 3 of the demon race's leaders were instantly killed. The one fighting Song Mingyuan was terrified and hastily chose to flee. Just as he fled, a hand rose out of the earth and caught his leg. Horrified, he tried to struggle, only to feel an irresistible force send him flying. He tumbled through the air, ultimately ending in front of Ji Yu Yang. Ji Yu Yang was ready, and his spear pierced his head, instantly killing him. All 5 leaders of the demon race were killed. Just now, they had been fighting happily, but they were killed with the snap of a finger, shocking everyone. At this time, the Dragonblood Legion and the Hidden Dragon Legion also started going all out. Sword Chi sliced through the air, and the demon experts attacking them were quickly wiped out. The Northern Alliance and the Southern Alliance's people's jaws dropped. Before this, there were several times when they had been about to interfere more due to how dangerous the Dragonblood Legion's plight looked to be. Only now did they realize that it was an act. The demon race's experts were annihilated. Only the ones at the rear were fortunate enough to survive. It was only because they were weak that they weren't part of the first line. Thus, they survived. Seeing all the elites and their leaders be killed, those demon experts hastily fled for their lives. In a few breaths' time, they were gone. The Dragonblood Legion's display stunned everyone, except for Fantian De, who didn't seem at all surprised. It was as if this was all within his expectations. You deal with that woman. Be careful, ordered Fantian De. A short man beside him immediately stepped forward. But with that single step, he instantly appeared in front of Bai Shishi. His speed was absolutely astonishing. Bai Shishi had already recalled her golden goddess. This state was simply too exhausting. Other than that, this state was best used against giant opponents. Against human opponents, such a giant form wasn't very suitable. Against an agile opponent, no matter how strong the attack, if it couldn't hit them, it would be meaningless. She would just be exhausting herself for nothing. The moment this short man appeared, a golden sword pierced towards Bai Shishi's throat like a viper. This man was a whole head shorter than an average man. His skin was dark, and his eyes were icy. He immediately started with a ruthless killing blow. Bai Shishi's golden sword also appeared. When both their weapons clashed, they emitted a strange sound. Both Bai Shishi and that man shook, and then retreated several steps. Bai Shishi's expression changed slightly. This man's sword was odd. It looked like it contained metal energy, but it was wrapped in a powerful divine energy that made her unable to absorb any of it. Clearly, the other side had specifically sent this man just to counter her ability. In this exchange, neither of them gained any advantage. The two shouted and summoned the power of their heaven veins. When that happened, startled cries rang out. That man's 9 heaven veins were actually lined up into a perfect circle. 9 veins merged into one. He's a half-step human emperor. How can he dare to do such a thing? One slip in his control, and it will bring forth heavenly tribulation. He'll end up advancing by accident. It had to be known that they were all in the Heaven Vein mystic realm to condense Heaven Vein Dragon Chi. With their realms advancing so quickly, control was definitely an issue. By bringing all 9 veins together, if a person did not have absolute control over their power, they would instantly break through to the human emperor realm. But this man had still chosen to do this. When he summoned his 9 veins in one, he emitted a terrifying pressure. He instantly showed the gap between him and others. Bai Shishi had appeared unstoppable when fighting Hu Tianwu before, but now, she actually seemed like she was being suppressed. The difference between 9 separate veins and 9 veins in one is clear. The Southern Alliance's Su Yu's heart sank when she saw this. Most importantly, this man possesses a powerful divine energy. He is no ordinary half-step human emperor, said a man beside her. This speaker was the leader of the Northern Alliance. His name was Xu Zheng. He was an extremely straightforward person. Last time, Long Chen had given them a special opportunity, letting every single one of them comprehend at least one Julie divine rune. In order to avoid other people's jealousy, they had immediately ran off. Only later did they realize that these Julie divine runes allowed them to make continuous breakthroughs. This opportunity became the crux around which they condensed core veins. Only then did they realize that Long Chen had not simply given them some runes, he had given them a chance to defy the heavens and change their fates. Currently, the entire Northern Alliance had managed to condense core veins. Although the majority only had 1 or 2, compared to ordinary 9 vein heaven saints, they were greatly satisfied with their power. There were 127 of them who managed to condense 9 core veins. At that time, Xu Zheng had felt grand, and actually thought that the Northern Alliance was about to rise into the ranks of the top experts here. When he sensed the aura of the Emperor reverse scale, he immediately led everyone over. At first, he felt excellent. Relying on their powerful lineup, they managed to scare off quite a few factions. However, the further he went, the more his heart sank. They finally saw what it meant for there to be countless experts. They ultimately found a somewhat safe place for them to stop and cultivate. Later, the Dragonblood Legion appeared. Knowing that Long Chen had come, their hot blood ignited. What they had right now was all thanks to Long Chen. If Long Chen was in trouble, then they would support him even if they had to die. Thus, when the Dragonblood Legion started fighting, they immediately occupied a nearby land to prevent others from attacking through there. It was rather subtle, and others thought that they were just taking advantage of the fighting to absorb some energy here. What Xu Zheng hadn't expected was for Su Yu to lead the Southern Alliance's experts over as well. When he asked, he learned that they had also benefited from Long Si-hen's favor, and had come to assist him with the same determination. However, Su Yu's group couldn't compare to the Northern Alliance. Including Su Yu, there were only 7 of them who managed to condense 9 core veins. The majority of her group was only ordinary 9 vein heaven saints. When she saw Xu Zheng's group, she was stunned. Just when had the Northern Alliance become so monstrous? When she asked, she learned that they had only grown this strong thanks to Long Chen's help. There was nothing to say about it. They could only provide as much help to Long Chen as they could. Just then, Bai Shishi and that man started an intense exchange of blows. Their swords repeatedly clashed, emitting ear-piercing explosive sounds. This was a true clash at the peak. Compared to this battle, the fights of the leaders of the demon race were like child's play. Sword chi repeatedly ripped through the void, leaving scars. Every streak of sword chi sliced through the void. It was possible to see Grand Dao runes being sliced apart. Countless experts felt a chill as they saw this. How strong! Su Yu clenched her fists, her heart cold. A battle on this level was something she couldn't interfere in no matter how much she wanted to. All she could do was silently pray for Bai Shishi. Bai Shishi's aura was clearly weaker than that man's. However, her attacks were still sharp and fierce. She didn't seem at all to be a disadvantage. This kind of powerful opponent was just what she was looking for. Both of them fought intensely, neither side willing to give an inch. But an incense stick's worth of time passed without either gaining an advantage. Neither of their auras were weakening. Fantian De gradually started to get impatient. He finally shouted, "If you don't kill that woman in 10 moves, you can die as well." That man clenched his teeth upon hearing that. Divine energy ignite, heaven veins return. His heaven veins instantly ignited, unleashing streams of lava that poured into his body. An explosive sound rang out as that man's aura erupted to a new level. His sword ignited as well. With a roar, he stabbed his sword at Bai Shishi. He had already entered a berserk state. Chapter 5696 Monsters appear. Metal energy, 10,000 flowers swallow the heavens. Suddenly, Bai Shishi stabbed her sword into the ground. The ground turned yellow. One lotus after another bloomed. 9 lotuses lined up in front of Bai Shishi. That man's sword pierced through them one by one. The moment the 9th golden lotus was pierced through, Bai Shishi suddenly raised her sword towards the heavens. The power she had been accumulating suddenly surged out. 9 dragon figures coiled around her sword. The moment that man broke through the 9th lotus, she slashed her sword down. That man was instantly sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. However, just as he was flying back, a sword pierced him through the back and out his chest. He was cleanly stabbed through. Everyone was shocked. This sword was Bai Shishi's. There were actually 2 Bai Shishis on the battlefield right now. However, the original Bai Shishi slowly faded. Only then did people realize that after sending him flying, she had moved through the broken golden lotuses on the ground. That was her domain, and she freely appeared on the other side of them. That man had charged straight through them, and he was blown back straight through them. Bai Shishi appeared where her first lotus was and stabbed him. That man stared at the sword sticking out his chest in horror. Bai Shishi's voice rang out in his ears. You didn't die to my hands, but to your master's foolishness. In your next life, find a different master. She pulled her sword out of his body. His soul was ripped out with it. His corpse slowly collapsed. An expert that had merged his 9 heaven veins into one had been killed just like that. Everyone was shocked. To merge 9 veins into one, that was a half-step human emperor. He also possessed such terrifying divine energy. He had died just like that. When he ignited his heaven veins and started going all out, his aura had been multiple times that of Bai Shishi. How was it that the stronger he became, the faster that he died? Only a small number of people noticed some clues. Just as Bai Shishi said, he died to Fantian's foolishness. He was truly powerful, and he had many powerful moves he had yet to unleash. In a clash between experts, they had to slowly probe their opponent's weaknesses and strengths. Most of the time their battles were just probing blows. It might look fierce, but both sides were holding back. However, this person was ordered to go all out before figuring out Bai Shishi's real power. Fantian ordered him to kill Bai Shishi in 10 moves or to be killed himself. In truth, 10 moves would have already dissatisfied him. This man understood that, and naturally knew that it would be best to kill her in just 1 blow. As a result, someone was killed in 1 move just like he wanted. It just wasn't the someone that he wanted. Bai Shishi flicked her sword. Fresh blood flew off of it. She didn't say a word. She just looked at Fantian. Fantian's current expression was truly ugly. He hated Long Chen, but he had his own pride. These people were all Long Chen's subordinates. How could he, a grandson of Brahma, actually personally attack Long Chen's subordinates? Master, please let me go. I guarantee that I'll kill her within 3 moves. Just then, a 3-eyed lifeform by Fantian's side stepped forward. Fantian nodded slightly when he saw this lifeform. Just as he was about to speak, another voice rang out in the distance. This senseless game has gone on long enough. I don't have the patience for this. A cloaked figure appeared. A sinister chill covered the land. It felt like his aura would freeze people's souls. People were shocked to find that his aura was filled with the air of death. It was like he was a devil king from hell. When they saw his face, they shivered. His face had some flesh, but no skin. It was a bloody sight. In some places, it was possible to see bone. His eye sockets were empty. Deep within them, there seemed to be a strange flame flickering. That flame looked like it could suck in a person's soul. This person was Li Changang. However, compared to when Long Chen had met him, he had grown a bit more flesh. His aura had also grown more frightening. I also can't wait any longer. This kind of battle is too boring. An army of dragon experts appeared, their leader being Netherdragon Tianfang. When people saw Netherdragon Tianfang, their pupils shrank. He had also condensed 13 heaven vein dragon cheese. I've also lost my patience. A woman's voice rang out. When everyone looked over, they were astonished to see a woman whose waist, chest, and buttocks were all equally thick. She was an incomparably ugly woman. Behind her were countless powerful lifeforms. These lifeforms all gave off water element fluctuations, as well as a disgusting stench. Sea demons. People easily recognized their identity as sea demons. But as for what exact race they were from, without manifesting their true bodies, they couldn't tell. As for the round and ugly woman that was their leader, she had a mass of sticky hair over her head. Her mouth was so large that it covered half of her face. However, there were 13 heaven vein dragon cheese behind him. Another terrifying expert had appeared. All of you get out of my way. Long Chen is mine. I will kill him and all his people, and if anyone dares to block me, I, Long Zai of the Divine Clans, will slaughter them as well. Another arrogant voice rolled over the battlefield like thunder. Following that, a large army appeared. It's the 4 Divine Clans. The 4 Divine Clans had always been mysterious existences. But they had a powerful reputation. After all, they were experts that possessed the Julie bloodline. The Julie race. They were the strongest race in the human race's history. Even though the human race had already declined, people didn't dare to provoke them. Long Zai stood at the front of this army, 13 black heaven veins swirling behind him. It was like he was carrying a sea of power. His vast blood chi gave off so much pressure that the space around him twisted. Long Zai's gaze was sharp. In this world, the person he hated the most was Long Chen. Anyone related to him would be killed. Killing them just like that would be a pity, don't you think? A sinister woman's voice rang out, along with the sound of hoofbeats. A group of armored horsemen appeared. Their leader was Yu Changfeng. If Long Chen was present, he would definitely be shocked, because this fellow had also condensed 13 heaven veins. This was almost inconceivable. The one to speak was not him, but Tu Meng beside him. Tu Meng was a 9-vein heaven saint. Seeing everyone's gazes on her, she announced, I feel like it would be better to smash everyone in the Dragonblood Legion onto the dragon scale barrier. We'll use their blood to weaken the barrier. Will that fellow still just watch as they're killed like that? Hee, how is my proposal? Tu Meng let off a laugh that she felt was very adorable. Within their group, Lu Qingxuang was ashen. Thanks to the dark golden battle armor, Yu Changfeng had made successive breakthroughs, managing to condense 13 heaven vein dragon cheese. With this new power, he stopped giving a damn about anything that she said. Thanks to Tu Meng's instigation, he had placed Long Chen on his list of people he had to kill. Lu Qingxuang was unable to stop him. She could only numbly watch everything play out before her. She had lost. She had completely lost to Tu Meng. Now, when Tu Meng smiled at her in her provoking way, she was unable to even muster an expression of anger. Just as Tu Meng smiled with victory, over Lu Qingxuang, a vortex appeared around her, sucking her in. Tu Meng cried out, and even Yu Changfeng was too late to grab her. I like your proposal. Let me try it. Little Nine and Bai Shaola's voices rang out in unison. The void split open, and Tu Meng reappeared. They were shocked to see that her heaven vein energy had been stripped away. She flew towards the dragon scale world's barrier like a shooting star. Big brother Changfeng, save me! Cried out Tu Meng. However, it was too late for anyone to save her. She had barely cried out before smashing into the barrier. She exploded into a clump of blood mist. A red spot appeared on the barrier. This 9-vein heaven saint that was viewed as a peak expert in countless people's eyes was still worthless in this place, and instantly died. Even having Yu Changfeng by her side was meaningless. Tu Meng's death made Yu Changfeng furious. This was not just the killing of one of his people, it was a clear slap in his face. Kill all these idiots, Yu Changfeng roared. His horse galloped forward, bringing him straight at the Dragonblood Legion. He accelerated faster and faster, gaining an incredible charging momentum. Tens of millions of the Golden Armor Horseman Legion's experts charged with him. It was like a golden flood charging at the Dragonblood Legion. Fuck, did you even hear me? Are you forcing me to kill you as well? Roared Long Zai, about to charge forward as well. Are you intentionally venting on weaklings because you know you can't beat Long Chen? Go, prove your heroism, said Long Tianrui lightly. What did you say? Demanded Long Zai. Long Tianrui turned away and ignored him. She knew Long Zai had already fallen for her psychological play. Now it would be the clash between the Dragonblood Legion and the Golden Armor Horseman Legion. Just as the Golden Armor Horseman Legion arrived in front of the Dragonblood Legion, the earth split open. An enormous, unimaginably thick wall rose out of the ground. You think some dirt wall can stop me, Yu Changfeng? You ants overestimate yourselves. Yu Changfeng led his horse charging into the wall. A giant hole was blasted into the wall. Yu Changfeng came charging through, but his horse was gone. Chapter 5697 Berserk Yu Changfeng. The giant earth wall was broken through, but it didn't collapse like an ordinary wall. No flying bits of dirt came out. A piece of the earth wall was gone, leaving a large hole. But this hole's shape was odd. It looked like an iron board that had been blasted open with brute force. The hole was like a flower blooming. It had jagged edges. It was vaguely possible to see countless metallic cables. Yu Changfeng came charging out of the dirt wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never dreamed that someone could condense earth energy to the point where it was like metal. Caught off guard, he spat out blood. Most enraging of all, his horse, a 9-vein heaven saint demonic beast, was embedded into the wall. It had turned into a splat. It was killed on impact. Stop, ordered Yu Changfeng. The oncoming horsemen were about to charge into the wall as well. Regrettably, now that the momentum had taken form, there was no stopping it in time. There was no stopping a loosed arrow. The horsemen right behind Yu Changfeng couldn't turn back in time. Some managed to turn slightly, but they were still too close, and still smashed into the wall. One after another, they smashed into the earth wall, turning into crumpled bits of flesh and blood. It went without saying that the current Song Mingyuan's defensive power was simply too strong. Even an expert like Yu Changfeng who had condensed 13 heaven veins was injured smashing into his wall. These powerful experts were like eggs smashing into stone. The wall was stained red. Millions of horsemen were killed just like that. Only the ones further back had enough time to change directions in time. They brushed right past death. Lu Qingxuang stood at the rear. Behind her were a few tens of thousands of people. Those were her most loyal subordinates. Lu Qingxuang's authority had been reduced recently. There was danger of her group being crushed at any moment. But these people still chose to follow her. Seeing the deaths of so many of their comrades, their hearts dripped blood. Those people were from the same sect as them. Seeing them die so miserably, they found it difficult to bear. Lu Qingxuang's numb face now had 2 lines of tears on it. This result was exactly what she had expected. Yu Changfeng was simply too stupid, so stupid that there was no cure. His foolishness had caused so many deaths. As for herself, she could only helplessly watch on. Yu Changfeng's actions were well within her expectations. He was now incredibly arrogant, so arrogant that he thought that he was unmatched beneath the heavens. Even if he didn't die at Long Chen's hands, he would have died to Fantianda or Netherdragon Tianfeng or the others. Lu Qingxuang was the only one in the entire Golden Armor Horseman Legion who had still retained her rationality. Even though Yu Changfeng had condensed 13 heaven veins, if Yu Changfeng wanted to dominate this world, that was just a huge joke. Compared to the others, how was the Golden Armor Horseman Legion special in any way? So what if Yu Changfeng was strong? In the end, wouldn't he be the only one left alive if they were to fight with any of the other top factions? Most importantly, which of Fantianda, Netherdragon Tianfeng, Li Changying, Li Zai, or this ugly sea demon woman was any weaker than him? This fellow had caused countless deaths because of some fantasy dream. Now he had done it. The Golden Armor Horseman Legion had become laughingstocks in front of everyone. Compared to Fantianda and the others who possessed thick foundations, Yu Changfeng was nothing more than someone lucky who had suddenly managed to get stronger. Seeing so many of his subordinates be killed, Yu Changfeng went crazy. His 13 heaven veins ignited. An aura 100 times stronger than an average 9-vein heaven saint erupted. His lance pierced towards Song Mingyuan. You have quite the temper. I was just raising a wall. As the leader, instead of choosing to redirect your troops, you chose to take the risk of charging straight in. You aren't a wise leader. You also aren't strong enough to leave a safe path for your brothers behind you. A stupid and weak person like you has the face to lead an army. Any one of my brothers in the Dragonblood Legion would be a better pick than you. They would be 100 times better. How do you even have the face to take your anger out on me? Song Mingyuan formed hand seals. One barrier after another rose out of the earth. But he still had time to mock him. These thick earthen walls were like massive city gates. But in front of Yu Changfeng at full power, these walls were blasted through one by one. This fool, if he had used this power from the start, it wouldn't have resulted in such a wretched result, sneered Netherdragon Tianfeng. Yu Changfeng was truly arrogant. He actually wanted to easily crush the Dragonblood Legion without exposing his true power at first. Perhaps Yu Changfeng was conserving his true power for Long Chen. However, now this resulted in him looking incredibly foolish. Yu Changfeng's offensive power was sharp. His 13 heaven vein dragon cheese merged with his lance perfectly. Song Mingyuan's defenses were clearly not strong enough to stop him. He only managed to raise 9 shields. Before they were all blasted through by Yu Changfeng. With the destruction of the 9th wall, a crystalline axe slashed down on Yu Changfeng. Yu Changfeng's lance quivered. He was knocked back several steps. He left behind shattered footprints on the void. As for his attacker, he was sent flying. Having worked together with Song Mingyuan for many years, Li Qi had been lying in wait at the end of the 9th wall. However, what shocked him was that even after breaking through 9 walls and clearly being slowed down, Yu Changfeng was still so powerful that he was actually at a disadvantage in that exchange. Li Qi, are you alright? Song Mingyuan jumped in shock. Li Qi had been lying in wait, but still ended up in a disadvantage. Then the 13 heaven vein Yu Changfeng was truly terrifying. I'm fine. That fellow is strong. Li Qi wiped some blood off of his mouth. That exchange just now had made his insides flip. He almost lost hold of his battle axe. You trash, die. Yu Changfeng was getting crazier. With his 13 heaven veins ignited, his aura erupted. Dragon flame pierce. In his enraged state, Yu Changfeng's 13 heaven veins howled. His lance's divine light suddenly erupted, and an enormous lance pierced forward. Chapter 5698 Indomitable. Earth Energy, Wall of Worlds. Crystal Energy, Divine Armor. Song Mingyuan retreated a few steps. His foot slid back, and entering a half-crouched position, he slammed his hands on the ground. Countless runes lit up on the ground. A wall rose into the sky. This wall wasn't as large as the previous ones, but it was covered in divine runes. Amongst those myriad runes, there was one in particular that shook heaven and earth. A Julie divine rune. The experts of the 4 divine clans were all shocked. That was an original Julie divine rune. This fellow had not just comprehended it, he had also grasped how to use it inside his magical art. Although every member of the 4 divine clans here had now comprehended at least some Julie divine runes, the difficulty of actually being able to use them was on an entirely different level. The fact that Song Mingyuan had merged a Julie divine rune into his technique was absolutely shocking. But on top of this, crystals suddenly appeared within the wall. Li Qi's crystal energy was actually adding another layer to this defense. Both of their energies merged. Their defense had only just formed when Yu Changfeng's attack landed. An enormous lance smashed into the Wall of Worlds. The earth shook violently. That enormous lance collapsed, while Song Mingyuan and Li Qi's combined Wall of Worlds slowly fell apart. However, the two of them were completely untouched. They blocked it. Fantian's pupils shrank slightly. Although he looked down on Yu Changfeng, and felt him to be nothing more than a temperamental fool, Yu Changfeng's attack was not at all weak. But this attack was blocked by 2 9-vein heaven saints. Only once a person stood on that level could they comprehend what 13 veins represented. This was not just an increase in quantity, but in quality. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan were viewed as nothing more than ants to Fantian. But these 2 ants had blocked a monstrous lance. This felt inconceivable. You worthless humans, do you think you're fit for the dragon race's karmic luck? Just then, Netherdragon Tianfeng's killing intent erupted. He could see that their defense just now had contained the dragon race's will and karmic luck. This support allowed them to summon endless heavenly Doyan energy, which was what resulted in them managing to block this attack. As the leader of the dragon race here, how could he tolerate a group of humans possessing something that should only belong to the dragon race? Everyone was shocked by this. Yu Changfeng was a 13-vein heaven saint. In theory, for him to kill 9-vein heaven saints should be as easy as crushing ants in his hand. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to this, the sea demon woman stepped forward. She suddenly swung a white bone whip at the crack in the dragon scale world's barrier. Her attack area was very small. Her power was concentrated within an area of only a few feet. That level of control was truly shocking. Just like that, she smashed a hole into the barrier. The Dragonblood warrior's expressions changed. She sneered, "If you want to keep fighting with some worthless shrimp, go ahead. I won't accompany you." After saying that, she raised her hand, and the sea demon race's experts surged forward towards that opening. The Dragonblood warriors realized that this spherical woman was actually quite the schemer. She had used some unknown means to affect space. At some point, the Dragonblood Legion had actually been moved away from the crack without even realizing it. Countless sea demons charged towards the opening. Ji Yu Yong and the others immediately charged back, but they were shocked to find that there was something that felt like an invisible current in front of them, slowing them down. While they weren't moving, they hadn't sensed it. But the moment they tried to move at high speed, they felt a powerful resistance. Only then did they realize that she had set up a trap without anyone being any the wiser. Damn, this is a temporal current. That woman can actually control time. Bai Shala tried to use spatial energy to move there, but he found that even his spatial energy was being affected. Everyone panicked. In all their experience, they had never encountered a power like this. They were caught completely off guard. Those sea demons were on the verge of entering the dragon-scale world, when a determined light shone in Su Yu and Shu Zheng's eyes. They had been standing above this space, with everyone ignoring them. Warriors of the Northern and Southern Alliances, we are indomitable warriors. We are indebted to Long Chen, and with nothing else to repay him, we can only defend this opening with our lives. We might die today, but our spines will not break. We are not people who will just stand by and watch. Activate the Blood Soul Heaven Reversal Formation, shouted Su Yu. This was the strongest defensive formation of the four Cardinal Alliance. But it was also the one with the most terrible price. Condensing this formation required everyone's blood soul energy. By igniting their heavenly Doyan energy as the price, they could condense the strongest possible barrier. This was a technique that they would not use until they were pressed to the point of no return, because the price to the user was unbearable. If this barrier broke, then every single one of them would die, without exception. But even if the barrier didn't break, some people would probably die if the barrier received any powerful impacts. This formation's price was enormous, but Su Yu and Shu Zheng did not hesitate to valiantly use it. They were all honorable people who didn't like owing favors. This might be a terrible price, but it could be considered repaying Long Chen for his favor. The Northern and Southern Alliances people immediately followed their orders. Blood-colored divine light interwove into a barrier blocking this opening. A group of ants wishes to stop the footsteps of the sea demon race. You are simply courting death. The sea demon experts sneered in front of this barrier. There were over 10 of them who had reached the realm of merging 9 veins into one. There was also an army of 9 vein heaven saints. Their 2 alliances possessed a pitiful number of heaven saints with 9 core veins. There were many ordinary 9 vein heaven saints in their ranks. These people were like ants trying to stop a carriage. 3 powerful sea demons with their 9 heaven veins merged into one attack together. Divine light exploded out of their weapons as they struck this barrier. However, everyone was shocked to see that while the barrier violently sank in, it rebounded back. Everyone from the 2 alliances spat out blood. Some people collapsed, their blood soul energy exhausted. They were dead. Su Yu and Shu Zheng clenched their teeth. Blood was flowing out of their 7 orifices. This was already their limit. But even if they died, they had to hold on. When the barrier rebounded, it knocked the sea demons back. Shocked and enraged, the sea demons came charging back. They were outraged that some ants had stopped them. Su Yu, Shu Zheng, and the others smiled sadly. They had already done everything that they could. One attack was already their limit. Just then, a streak of sword chi slashed towards the pudgy woman. Her expression changed, and she swung her whip at that sword chi. The moment she was forced to block this sword chi, the strange energy trapping the Dragonblood Legion vanished. Bai Shala immediately sensed the change, and teleported in front of the 2 alliances' barrier. Little Nine opened its mouth, and a violet sphere of destruction shot out at the sea demon race. Chapter 5699 Ferocious Fat Woman. Little Nine and Bai Shala's combined attack was far stronger than just Little Nine's solo attack. Even half-step human emperors were unable to endure it and were sent flying. However, the bodies of sea demons were truly powerful. Their bodies were covered in tough scales. Little Nine's attack failed to kill any of them. Thank you, warriors of the Southern and Northern Alliances. The Dragonblood Legion will remember this favor. Please retreat and leave the rest to us, shouted Guo Ran, sighing when he saw how many people had just died to buy them time. Guo Ran then gloomily turned back, a golden crossbow appearing in his hand. He unleashes his 1,000 arrows like they cost nothing. One arrow after another shot out, transforming into a wild storm of arrows raining down on the sea demon race. Screams continuously rang out from the sea demon race's ranks. Although their scales were tough enough to block the first wave of attacks, they couldn't block the second. Even if they could block the second, they couldn't block the third. Seeing the sacrifices of the Southern and Northern Alliances instantly filled Guo Ran with hatred. He hated his enemies, and he hated himself. As the commander here, He didn't even sense them being moved. This was his failure. Bai Shishi, Sha Chen, Ji Yuyong, and the others also roared and attacked. They had been supporting the entire battlefield, guaranteeing that there were no deaths on their side. However, now it was different. The Northern and Southern Alliance's warriors had sacrificed themselves for them. Their wild killing intent ignited. Pain drove them crazy. Once a person went crazy, their killing intent would also ignite. Only the blood of their enemies could lighten this pain. The Dragonblood Legion was now in a frontal clash with the Sea Demon race. Although the Sea Demon race's numbers eclipsed that of the Dragonblood Legion by countless times, the Dragonblood Legion's sword chi sliced through their bodies, leaving devastation in their wake. Behind the Dragonblood Legion came the Hidden Dragon Legion. Their killing power was also shocking, and countless sea demons collapsed in front of their sharp sword chi. The Dragon Race and the Wind God Sea Pavilion's experts filled any gaps, and provided support. They clearly couldn't compare to the Hidden Dragon Legion or the Dragonblood Legion. They were gaining experience, cleaning up leftovers, and maintaining formations so that the Dragonblood Legion could fight freely. That was all they could do. Originally, the Dragon Race was filled with countless powerful heavenly geniuses. The likes of Kai Wufeng, Mo Yong, and the others had both lived in glory in their era. However, now they were watching the ferocious Dragonblood warriors. They clenched their teeth. At this time, let alone competing with Long Chen, if they didn't work hard, then even the ordinary Dragonblood warriors would surpass them. They had been sealed ever since the Primal Chaos era. Doing so required an enormous amount of resources. Could it be that all that had been done so that they could simply be spectators? The Dragon Race and the Wind God Sea Pavilion's experts were maintaining formations while slaughtering their enemies. They needed to prove their own existence, or they wouldn't have the motivation to live any longer. The Dragonblood Legion's battle against the Sea Demon race was exceptionally intense. However, the leader of the Sea Demon race, that fat woman, was staring up ahead coldly. She was staring at a beautiful woman whose her dress and hair billowed around her. She pointed her sword at her opponent. I didn't expect that there was actually an expert hidden here. It seems that you recently condensed your 13th vein. The fat woman eyed Tang Wan-er. Her eyes were practically a narrow slit on her face, but her gaze was still incredibly venomous. She was entirely correct. Tang Wan-er had been hiding beside the barrier, absorbing the sacred energy gushing out. She had only just recently condensed her 13th vein. When she awoke, she was shocked to see what was going on, and immediately attacked this woman. Thanks to her disturbance, this sea demon woman had to focus on her, resulting in the Dragonblood Legion regaining its freedom. Tang Wan-er's 13 heaven veins gave off powerful divine energy fluctuations. She shocked everyone. They had never expected the Dragonblood Legion to be hiding such a terrifying woman. What you used just now wasn't spatial energy, but water energy. You are able to control your water energy so perfectly that it can move people without them even noticing it. Who are you? Asked Tang Wan-er. Ha ha ha. That woman laughed, her face shaking from the effort. Idiot woman, why would I tell you? Just because you look prettier. Suddenly, she smiled sinisterly. The space in front of Tang Wan-er twisted, and a claw swiped across Tang Wan-er's cheek. This attack came without any warning at all. Tang Wan-er instinctively shot back due to her sense of danger. This claw was translucent, and after attacking, it vanished just like that. When they looked at Tang Wan-er, they saw that there was a bloody line on her face. She had been cut by this claw. I dislike women who look better than me. I especially dislike strong and pretty women. Before killing Long Chen and seizing the Emperor Blood Crystal, I feel like I should first cut your face apart. The fat woman's mouth split open, revealing sharp teeth. Her 13 water dragons spun behind her. The 10,000 Daos rumbled as what looked like a giant ball of flesh smashed towards Tang Wan-er. Wind's Peak, Heaven Splitter. Tang Wan-er swung her sword slowly through the air. This attack looked light, but when it slashed down, a wild gust suddenly exploded, tearing apart the void. A black crack extended towards her opponent. The sea demon woman chose not to dodge. Instead, she was struck head-on by this sword, and split in two by Tang Wan-er. Before anyone could even be shocked by this, she actually split in two literally, becoming two fat women attacking Tang Wan-er from the left and right. She was actually cut in two, without being harmed at all. Everyone was stunned. Just what kind of ability was this? If this continues, the Emperor Blood Crystal will fall in Long Chen's hands. I'm not wasting time on you. Just then, a figure shot at the Dragonblood Legion. That person was Fantianda. He didn't want to wait any longer. You can all die. With a flash, he appeared above the Dragonblood Legion. He extended his hand, faith energy concentrating on his palm. Before his attack could be unleashed, Guo Ran roared. All the Dragonblood warriors' heaven veins darkened. Just as Fantianda was shocked, a giant cross ruthlessly struck him. Chapter 5700 The Sharpness of Divine Weapons. The Dragonblood cross slash accurately struck Fantianda. However, before Guo Ran could feel any joy, the divine light faded, revealing Fantianda. Upon seeing his current state, Guo Ran and the others' jaws dropped. Fantianda wasn't injured at all. His outer robes were blown apart, revealing a skin-tight scale armor. This armor was made of thumb-sized scales. Upon seeing those scales, Guo Ran's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Those scales all had blood-colored runes embedded in them. Guo Ran recognized them as the core runes of divine emperors. In other words, every single scale represented a divine emperor's life. This armor had hundreds of such scales. In other words, this armor represented the lives of hundreds of divine emperors. This scale armor was an incredibly evil weapon. In order to maximize its power, the divine emperors had been directly refined, turned into living sacrifices. However, thanks to this, their full power was preserved. Their resentment was refined by sacred energy without damaging their core energy. This was a process that required tens of thousands of years. This scale armor was a priceless treasure from the primal chaos era. In the end, it ended up in Fantianda's hands. However, activating this armor was not so easy. If he hadn't condensed 13 heaven veins, elevating his power to an unprecedented height, he would not be qualified to wear it. It was fortunate that he was wearing this armor, or Guo Ran's sudden attack would have definitely dealt him a heavy injury with him caught off guard. It's a good thing I listened to boss and didn't unleash everyone's power. Otherwise, even using up everything might not necessarily break his defenses, said Guo Ran, wiping some sweat off. Long Chen had already told him not to get too dependent on the Dragonblood cross slash. He also couldn't gamble everything on this move. In truth, Guo Ran refused to believe that the combined might of so many Dragonblood warriors could be blocked by anyone in the same realm. However, he did end up listening to Long Chen. He only used 1/10 of every Dragonblood warrior's power. He had constantly been waiting for a chance to see if he could use this attack to eliminate a 13-vein expert. That would definitely reduce the pressure on everyone. However, his sudden attack ended up meeting an evil weapon that sparked despair. If he wanted to break Fantianda's defenses, he would have to exhaust this scale armor that contained the energy of hundreds of divine emperors. Furthermore, that was ignoring Fantianda's power. Just his scale armor was already enough to cause despair. As for Fantianda, he shivered from fright. With a roar, he slashed his sword at Guo Ran. Guo Ran spat out blood. His saber was cut in two. Everyone from the Dragonblood Legion was shocked by this. Guo Ran had only just recently forged his new masterpieces. How could this newly upgraded saber be destroyed just like that? Seeing Guo Ran in danger, Ji Yuyang immediately came to his aid. His spear pierced towards Fantianda. As a result, Ji Yuyang's spear was also cut apart by Fantianda's sword. To be able to die by the Brahma blade blessed by divine venerate Brahma is your honor. Fantianda destroyed Guo Ran's saber and Ji Yuyang's spear. His sword that slashed at the barehanded Ji Yuyang. A giant golden sword appeared in front of Ji Yuyang. Bai Shishi had resummoned her golden goddess. But even this golden goddess was blown apart by this sword. That sword contains sacred energy. Only another sacred divine weapon can block it, shouted Sha Chen. Die, Fantianda shouted and once more slashed his sword at Ji Yuyang. This time, a sword blocked him. This time, this weapon wasn't destroyed. When they saw the owner of this sword, everyone was shocked to find that it was actually Tang Wan. Then looking back at the fat woman, they saw that there were countless chains in the surroundings. The fat woman, who had split into dozens of figures, was trapped by these chains. This woman was in no rush to kill Tang Wan. She liked to torment pretty women before killing them. With every slash of Tang Wan's sword, she split in two, resulting in more and more of her appearing. She liked using this method to make people despair. However, Tang Wan was no longer the old Tang Wan. After the third slash of her sword, she realized that this woman didn't have a body of flesh and blood. She was a spiritual body composed of water energy. Ordinary powers were unable to harm her. Just as Tang Wan came up with a plan to catch her off guard and perhaps kill her, she saw Fantianda causing devastation. She had no choice but to use the wind god chains to temporarily bind her opponent. The wind god chains were a condensation of the wind god line's faith energy. The fat woman had split herself up into too many bodies, resulting in her power being dispersed. For now, she was unable to escape those chains. Tang Wan'er arrived in time in front of Fantianda. Her sword finally managed to stop his Brahma blade. The Brahma line's power was a god's power, and Tang Wan'er had the wind god's power, which was also a god's power. Furthermore, this sword was something that Feng Xinyue had given Tang Wan'er before entering the Heaven Vein mystic realm. Tang Wan'er had used it before without noticing anything special about it. However, after she condensed 13 heaven veins, she finally formed a true resonance with this sword, allowing her to comprehend how to use the wind god's power. Unfortunately, her level of control was nothing more than the most superficial, simplest level. Even so, her destructive power terrified people. Their two sides rumbled. Divine energy clashed. Fantianda and Tang Wan'er were both knocked back. "You two rats have pissed me off." In the distance, Yu Changfeng roared furiously. He had finally lost patience, and escaping Li Qi and Songming Yuan's blockade, he charged at the Dragonblood Legion. In a 1-against-1, Feng Xinyue didn't believe that anyone could receive more than 3 moves from him. However, Li Qi and Songming Yuan's cooperation was so skillful that they were suppressing him. Their combination of offense and defense left him with little room to maneuver. After dealing with this for a long time, he suddenly gave up on the two of them and rushed for the Dragonblood Legion. He was enraged, and had to kill a few people to vent. Otherwise, he felt like he would go crazy. However, unexpectedly, he suddenly switched targets to the Southern and Northern Alliances midway. Guo Ran had told them to retreat, but their surroundings were filled with enemies. Where could they retreat to? After seeing that, Sha Chen told them not to move from there. They had already offended all these experts. If things took a turn, they might be completely annihilated in retribution. Staying here was comparatively safer. However, Yu Changfeng had actually set his sights on them. Nobody had expected him to be this shameless. Just after Yu Changfeng switched targets, a muscular figure silently appeared. A bone club whistled towards him. This bone club smashed into Yu Changfeng's body. The ground exploded and sank. The entire world shuddered as Wild's large figure appeared in everyone's view. Chapter 5701 Terrifying Li Changging. Wild's large body appeared, his blood qi ignited. He was like a primordial barbarian god. Wild had always been hiding. Before it reached a critical moment, Sha Chen did not want to use Wild's power. Long Chen had said that Wild was the Dragonblood Legion's strongest trump card. Sha Chen had given Wild a talisman to conceal himself. He was hidden within the Dragonblood Legion. Outsiders were unable to sense his existence. Now that Tang Wan'er was holding back Fantianda, there was no one who could stop Yu Changfeng. He had no choice but to use Wild. Wild lacked any heaven vein fluctuations, because he didn't have any heaven vein dragon qi. His immense explosive blood qi had been hidden by Sha Chen, resulting in him catching Yu Changfeng off guard the moment that he attacked. Yu Changfeng was smashed into the ground by Wild. Fortunately, he had the protection of the dark golden battle armor, or that attack would have blown him to bits. When Yu Changfeng rose from the ground, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Wild's attack contained pure, physical power. There were no heavenly Tao fluctuations or laws behind it. That reduced the effect of the dark golden battle armor. Just as Yu Changfeng rose, Wild smashed his club down once more. Yu Changfeng hastily blocked with his lance, only to be sent flying. In front of Wild's power, Yu Changfeng's 13 heaven veins seemed insignificant. He was blasted away. "Big Sister Wan'er, Wild will help you." Seeing Tang Wan'er being forced back by Fantianda, Wild shouted and ran towards her, smashing his club at Fantianda. "Scram, you brainless oaf." Fantianda had only just exchanged blows with Tang Wan'er and knocked her back when Wild came. A streak of divine light sliced out of this sword. "Wild, be careful," shouted Tang Wan'er, but it was too late. Wild's bone club was blown apart by Fantianda's sword, but Fantianda also suffered this time. Wild's immense power sent him tumbling back. He almost spat out blood. In all his life, Fantianda had never seen such a terrifying physical body. Even his god energy was being suppressed. He roared furiously and slashed his sword again. Just then, the void exploded, and a giant gaping maw pounced on Wild. This was a giant crocodile's mouth. Another explosive blood qi erupted. Even Fantianda jumped in shock in front of this aura. He had never seen such a powerful beast. Yellow spring blood crocodile. When he saw its multicolored scales, Fantianda cried out in shock. He recognized its origins. It was the famous beast of the primal chaos era, the yellow spring blood crocodile. This barbarian's blood chi is strong. He's a perfect snack for my yellow spring blood crocodile. At this time, Li Changging's voice rang out. The yellow spring blood crocodile's enormous mouth looked like it could devour the whole sky. It instantly closed down on Wild's enormous body. However, just as it was about to close down, Wild roared and transformed into an enormous giant. He smashed a fist onto the yellow spring blood crocodile's head. The yellow spring blood crocodile's head whipped away. As it did, its enormous tail struck Wild's waist. Wild staggered back. Li Changging was startled. He was all too familiar with how terrifying the yellow spring blood crocodile was. He had thought that this attack would blow Wild apart, but he only stumbled back. Not even his skin broke. His physical body was truly shocking. However, the more shocking Wild's physical body was, the more excited Li Changging became. The yellow spring blood crocodile would definitely recover much faster after consuming him. Suddenly, the yellow spring blood crocodile twisted its head and bit down on Wild's arm. Its sharp teeth instantly sank into his flesh, causing fresh blood to spurt out. All the Dragonblood warriors tried to come assist Wild. Tang Wan'er was blocked by Fantianda, but the worst thing was that Yu Changfeng was also rushing over, and the trapped sea demon woman had also just broken free of her bindings. Heartless wind moon, blood dyes the new moon. Tang Wan'er clenched her teeth, divine light flowing in her eyes. She ignited his divine energy, and a blood-colored crescent moon appeared behind her. When this blood moon appeared, sound vanished from the world. Following that, Fantianda was sent flying by Tang Wan'er's sword. She rushed away. Seeing Tang Wan'er going all out made Yu Changfeng and the sea demon woman jump. They immediately changed directions to avoid her. The current Tang Wan'er had used a secret art. If they were to clash with her now, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. The wind god line's divine ability. I want to experience it. Li Changging appeared, wielding his white bone sword. The void behind him quivered. The gates of hell slowly opened. The 9 springs flowed. The 10,000 Daos cried out. It was like heaven and earth were flipping. Against Tang Wan'er, who had ignited her divine energy, he summoned his manifestation and the full might of his 13 heaven veins. He slashed his sword at Tang Wan'er. When these two divine weapons clashed, it released an explosion of divine light. The very void was torn apart, with many large holes appearing. The ground continuously collapsed. Everyone suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. They almost collapsed. This was truly a clash of peak experts. Tang Wan'er and Li Changging were both knocked back several steps. An unhealthy red color appeared on Tang Wan'er's face. She was injured. Tang Wan'er hadn't expected Li Changging to be this terrifying. It seemed that he was actually the most powerful of all these opponents. Just then, Li Changging heard a strange noise behind him. Everyone looked over to see Wild biting the yellow spring blood crocodile's leg. He flung it onto the ground and ripped out a chunk of its flesh. That strange sound was its scream. When Wild had his arm bit, he couldn't shake it off no matter what. In his panic, he bit back. After tasting its flesh, he immediately started tearing into it crazily. The yellow spring blood crocodile had even its bones bitten and torn away in chunks. No one had expected Wild's teeth to be even sharper than the yellow spring blood crocodile's teeth. Due to the pain, the yellow spring blood crocodile released Wild and fled, but Wild grabbed its tail and bit down hard. The yellow spring blood crocodile resisted crazily, and finally managed to escape Wild's devil claw. Once it created some distance, it suddenly opened its mouth. A 7-color net shot out of its mouth. Wild had no time to dodge. He was instantly caught, and the net tightened. Wild struggled inside, but was unable to escape. Tang Wan'er took a deep breath. She slowly raised her sword. Just as she was about to make a move, a voice rang out that stopped her. Is bullying my brother's fun? This voice wasn't loud, yet it was transmitted throughout every corner of the battlefield, penetrating deep into every person's soul. This voice was so cold that it felt like it could freeze a person's yuan spirit. Hearing that voice made the Dragonblood Legion's side unleash heaven-shaking roars. Only then did they realize that the dragon-scale world had vanished at some point. A figure appeared on top of the yellow spring blood crocodile's head. The yellow spring blood crocodile was currently pulling in the net and preparing to swallow Wild when its body stiffened. It instantly became unable to move. Upon seeing who that figure was, Li Changying, Fantianda, Netherdragon Tianfeng, Yu Changfeng, and the others' pupils instantly contracted. Chapter 5702 I'm very angry. Black robes and black hair, shoulder-length hair. An enormous sinister saber rested on his shoulder. But his handsome face looked even more dark and sinister. Chilly killing intent radiated from him. When Long Chen appeared, everyone fell deathly silent. He stood atop the yellow spring blood crocodile's head. The terrifying yellow spring blood crocodile was frozen, not daring to move. Its body was quivering as if it couldn't bear the terror. You dared to humiliate my brothers. I am very angry. Long Chen slowly lowered Evilmoon, its tip aimed at the yellow spring blood crocodile's head. Suddenly, Li Changying shot towards Long Chen like a bolt of lightning. Long Chen raised his left hand. A giant defend character appeared out of his hand. Li Changying was repelled by this divine rune. The yellow spring blood crocodile shuddered intensely as it tried to break free, but it was like it had lost control over its body. Evilmoon's light exploded, and a huge saber image tore through the yellow spring blood crocodile's head. Its body stiffened before going limp. Following the death of the yellow spring blood crocodile, the net-binding Wild lost its body, and he instantly broke free. When Wild saw Long Chen, he shouted excitedly and ran over like a child. Good brother, I'm sorry for not being able to protect you. You can take this snack for now. Watch big brother Long avenge you. Long Chen comforted Wild, handing the yellow spring blood crocodile's corpse to him. Wild excitedly grabbed it. It had to be known that this was the most delicious food it had ever tasted. The yellow spring blood crocodile's body was filled with an amazing amount of energy. Bai Shaola used spatial energy to pull Wild back. Now, Long Chen was surrounded by countless experts. Even the 10,000 dragon nest distanced itself a bit so that it wouldn't get drawn in. Long Chen, you are strong. However, defeating all of us is impossible, especially when you have to protect your subordinates. I have a suggestion. Hand over the Emperor Blood Crystal, and I'll help you cut down that opponent before leaving. How's that? Asked the fat woman. Long Chen raised his hand. Lightning flashed, and the corpses on the ground vanished. The fat woman didn't say a word in response to that. As for the opponent she mentioned, she was looking at Yu Changfeng. Yu Changfeng was outraged. Divine light flowed around his lance. He was actually being used as a chip in other people's negotiations. That was the greatest insult. Just as he was about to speak, Long Chen said, that fellow is nothing more than some small fry here. His life and death can be decided by a single thought. You can't use him as a chip. Yu Changfeng was completely outraged. It had to be known that he was a fellow 13 vein expert. In the distance, a woman in golden armor stared at Long Chen. She couldn't stop the tears from flowing down. It's over, it's all over. Why is he so stupid? Lu Qingxuang clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palm. She was filled with remorse and helplessness, as well as guilt. If she had been strong enough, if she had been wise enough, she shouldn't have handed the dark golden battle armor to Yu Changfeng. She could have kept it for herself, and then maybe she would be the one to condense 13 veins. Then everyone's fate might have been rewritten. However, in this world, there were not that many ifs. Looking at Long Chen's murderous gaze, she felt like she could already see the conclusion. In the outer region, amongst the 4 divine clans, Zhang Yue and Feng Fei were also looking at Long Chen's current appearance. Zhang Yue said, perhaps we should have joined in just now. Then we could have gained a favor. Feng Fei shook her head. There's a difference between helping to look like we're helping and actually helping. The Dragonblood Legion had not yet reached the point of no return, so there was no need for us to interfere. If we joined in too early, our motives would be all too clear. That would only make Long Chen dislike us. If you want to get closer with Long Chen, you have to do it sincerely, without the slightest pretense. Long Tianrui was also present in the camp of the divine clans. She was patiently watching. When Long Chen appeared, anticipation appeared in her beautiful eyes. She had almost a kind of blind confidence in him. Of the 4 divine clans, only Long Zai was participating in this battle. He represented only himself, not the Long clan. After all, Long Chen could also be considered a member of the Long clan. Although Long Zai also had many followers, they were not fools. How could they just leap into this kind of internal conflict without having a sense of who was stronger? The minute they jumped onto the wrong side, the consequences would be unbearable. Furthermore, This was a personal grievance between Long Zai and Long Chen. It wasn't proper for outsiders to interfere. Thus, Long Zai's followers were happy to just watch as well. Although Long Chen has come out and used some kind of secret art to kill that terrifying yellow spring blood crocodile, his opponents are too strong. I'm guessing that both sides will end up taking casualties and fleeing, said Zhang Yue. Seeing Feng Fei looking at her oddly, Zhang Yue asked, "What, do you have a different analysis? What is your analysis based on?" When Long Chen attacked, he immediately eliminated Li Changging's yellow spring blood crocodile. That means he knows how terrifying their combination would be, and they pose the greatest threat to him. In other words, he doesn't have the absolute assurance of winning. Look, his opponents include Fantianda, Li Changging, Nether Dragon Tianfeng, Long Zai, the Sea Demon Woman, as well as that Yu Changfeng. 6 supreme monsters. Although the Dragonblood Legion does seem to have some ability to fight back, those 6 monsters also have countless followers. Ignoring everything else, even after they killed so many sea demons, their army has barely been reduced. Once they charge forward, Long Chen definitely won't be able to deal with it. So I feel like both sides will be retreating after exchanging some blows, as they don't want to take too much damage. What's the problem? Hey, what's with that look? Seeing Feng Fei's expression, Zhang Yue was a bit displeased. Feng Fei shook her head. Big sister, my dear sister, your talent lies in cultivation. You shouldn't waste time trying to think of things like this. Your guess is entirely wrong. Why? Asked Zhang Yue stubbornly. Feng Fei solemnly said, Long Chen has never been one to care about the pros and cons. His brothers were humiliated, his women injured. If he actually lets off these people, then I, Feng Fei, will write my name backwards. Really? Zhang Yue cocked an eyebrow. Look, Long Chen is moving, urged Feng Fei. At this time, surrounded by powerful enemies, Long Chen slowly raised his left hand. He raised his middle finger and thumb. 2 clumps of flames appeared on his fingers. A scorching heat instantly spread throughout the entire battlefield. Zhang Yue covered her mouth in shock when she saw those 2 flames. Chapter 5703 All laws return to the source. These 2 flames were tiny, looking like candle flames. But their auras caused the entire world to change color. These 2 flames were on Long Chen's middle finger and his thumb. The world began to flicker rapidly. It was like night and day were constantly switching. It was like spacetime had been toppled. Those flames are. Zhang Yue couldn't believe her eyes. Feng Fei also gasped when she saw those 2 flames. These 2 flames seemed to contain all transformations of heaven and earth within them. It felt like they could see the sun and moon shining at the same time. Everyone's hearts shook. However, although these 2 flames caused a huge reaction, the various experts didn't feel much fear towards them. They just slowly got behind their own leaders. They believed that no matter how strong Long Chen was, after being surrounded by so many people, he wouldn't be able to cause any large waves. Boss has a new move. Bai Shaola eyed those 2 flames excitedly. The Dragonblood warriors used this short respite to rapidly recover. He was filled with anticipation. Fantianda said, Long Chen, don't try to act mysterious. That is nothing more than the sun flame and moon flame. This bit of flame energy is nothing in front of me. If you're smart, you'll hand over the Emperor Blood Crystal. I can spare your life and wipe away our grievances. Long Chen slowly turned towards Fantianda, as well as the massive army of the human race behind him. He slowly sneered. Even now, I still cannot understand why fellow humans must always kill each other. Can it be that humans are really willing to join forces with their enemies for profit? Can it be that there really are no eternal enemies, only eternal profit? Long Chen's voice was icy. It sounded incredibly ear-piercing to the human race's experts, but as well as many other races here. That included the devil race, the blood race, the evil spirit race, and more. These races had been killing humans for countless years. However, today, they had joined forces with the human race in order to besiege the Dragonblood Legion. The fact that they were not disturbing each other showed that they had formed a temporary alliance. Most frightening of all, it was humans aiming to kill their own race. Just thinking about it, it was incredibly satirical. Cut the crap. Fantianda is the real leader of the human race, the future hope of the human race returning to glory. The Emperor Blood Crystal would be wasted in your hands. Hand it over, or you and your subordinates will be killed right here and now. Shouted a man behind Fantianda. He wasn't even from the Brahma Pill Valley. It was unknown what sect he was from. There were countless human experts behind Fantianda. From their robes, they had to belong to tens of thousands of different sects. These sects had clearly capitulated to Fantianda's pressure, or willingly joined due to his enticement. They simply followed Fantianda blindly. They no longer held any sense of right or wrong. Whatever Fantianda wanted them to do, they would do. They would even fight over themselves to do it first. Previously, they had put in quite a bit of work against the Dragonblood Legion. But even after taking so many casualties, their lineup was still as strong as ever. Helping a dog eat shit, sneered Long Chen derisively. That person was enraged. He was a powerful half-step human emperor. But despite his rage, he didn't dare to step forward. Let alone not having the courage to fight Long Chen solo. Even while speaking to him, he was carefully standing right behind Fantianda, worried about a sneak attack taking his life. Fantianda had already lost his patience. He shouted, "Long Chen, you have no other choices. You know the methods of the Brahma Pill Valley. Offending me will not just cause your own death, but the deaths of everyone related to you. They will all die miserable deaths." Long Chen smiled. "You must really want to die. I never thought that Lord Brahma would have a son like you." Suddenly, the two clumps of flames on his fingers changed. Tiny figures appeared. Those were tiny golden crows and jade rabbits. When the golden crows merged into the sun flame and the jade rabbits merged into the moon flame, an enormous sun and moon appeared in the sky. Dark and light weaved together. The sun and moon's light merged. Black and white flipped. The laws of the world were thrown into chaos. In the primal chaos space, one golden crow after another was breaking out of their shells. They had finally undergone nirvanic rebirth after accumulating enough energy. As for the jade rabbits, they had rapidly grown thanks to the nourishment of the moon trees. Although their individual power was far inferior to the golden crows, their numbers were astonishing. There was practically an endless amount of them. As they merged into their flames, those flames began to emit a power that terrified heaven and earth. The sun or the moon? Which is stronger, which is weaker? Yin alone cannot birth life, yang alone cannot grow. As Long Chen chanted, countless runes flowed into the flames from his hand. The flames rapidly spun, forming two flame whirlpools of opposite spin. The two whirlpools were like two miniature universes. Long Chen slowly brought together his middle finger and thumb. The two whirlpools merged. The intense heat suddenly vanished. All the violent fluctuations were gone. All that remained was a deathly silence. Yin-yang merger, all laws returned to the source. Long Chen suddenly snapped his fingers. The clear sound rang out. A taiji diagram appeared on his palm. The eyes of the yin-yang fish were the power of the sun and moon. The taiji diagram suddenly expanded. The sun and moon flames merged, both repulsing and supporting each other. Once they escaped Long Chen's hand, their wild power instantly went out of control. Like a universe exploding, an incredibly violent power unfurled. This sudden explosion came with no warning. Long Chen hadn't summoned his manifestation. He hadn't summoned his heaven veins. No one had expected him to be able to unleash such a terrifying move without releasing any aura. It was too late for anyone to do anything. Fantianda, Nether Dragon Tianfeng, the Sea Demon Woman, Yu Changfeng, and the others only had time to raise their own protective divine light to guard themselves. The sun flame and moon flame caused massive devastation. The core of the battlefield was instantly enveloped. However, the boundary of this attack perfectly stopped right in front of the spectators. They felt an immense heat wash over them, but they weren't harmed in the slightest. Zhang Yu, Feng Fei, and the others were stupefied. If this attack's range was increased the slightest bit, then the four divine clans would have been sucked inside. The spectators all felt a chill. They felt like they had just gotten up close and personal with death. Death had just waved at them. The violent flames lasted for but an instant before fading. They came quickly, and they left quickly. No one had time to even react. Once the flames were gone, the core of the battlefield, which was originally packed with people, now only had a few solitary figures left standing. This attack caused even the Dragonblood warriors' jaws to drop. Chapter 5704, Yu Changfeng's death. With a snap of his fingers, countless experts turned to ash. These were elites who had participated in the attack against the Dragonblood Legion. Even the weakest among them had condensed 7 core veins, otherwise, they wouldn't have qualified for this battle. Nearly half of these experts possessed 9 core veins, some even merging them into one. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were all annihilated. Zhang Yue and Feng Fei stared in disbelief. Their minds refused to accept what they had just witnessed. This had to be an illusion. But as those experts vanished, a handful of figures emerged, 13 vain heaven saints who had concealed themselves within the chaos. Now that everyone else was dead, they had no choice but to step forward. Adding them to Fantianda, Li Changjing, and the other idiots, a total of 13 peak idiots now stood before Long Chen. There's no way you just came up with that move. You must have mastered it long ago. Why have you never used it before? The primal chaos dragon sovereign's voice echoed in Long Chen's mind, tinged with shock. The devastation was beyond belief. Merging two opposing forces before detonating them, such an approach was pure madness. Yet Long Chen had made it work. There was no way he hadn't tested this countless times before, and yet, the dragon sovereign had never seen him use it. I didn't dare, Long Chen replied. That bastard is always watching me. Any technique I use, he learns instantly. But I don't get to learn his stuff in return. Are you sure it isn't spying on you now? Asked the dragon sovereign. Long Chen chuckled. When I obtained the 3000 original Julie divine runes, my first thought was to integrate them into my purgatory eyes to use them to spy on him instead. And I actually succeeded. Sometimes, he isn't home. When he's not, he can't watch me. Of course, I can't see him either. But this time, I made sure to check before using it. You are a devious one. The dragon sovereign laughed. Me, he's even worse, Long Chen scoffed. Look at how he dealt with Zhu Min. Against an opponent like that, he could have slowly worn him down. But no, he went straight for the kill the moment he found an opening. Why? Because he doesn't want you, the Earth Cauldron, or Evilmoon to remember his techniques and pass them to me. He's always scheming to suppress me. If I keep playing by his rules, I'll never beat him. But after Zhu Yin's blood curse struck him, he's out of commission, hiding somewhere to recuperate. For now, I can do as I please without him copying my techniques. Their exchange lasted only the blink of an eye, but Long Chen was jolted back to reality by the sound of blood splattering. His gaze fell upon Yu Changfeng. Yu Changfeng was in a wretched state, drenched in blood. The once radiant dark golden battle armor had lost its luster. Parts of his body were charred black, his hair an unruly mess. Even with the armor's protection, he hadn't escaped unscathed. Earlier, during his battle against Li Qi and Song Mingyuan, Yu Changfeng had already pushed the dark golden battle armor to its limits. The armor had absorbed every strike from Li Qi's crystal battle axe, preventing Yu Changfeng from being pulverized. Without it, even as a 13 vain heaven saint, he wouldn't have lasted against them. Now, the armor had lost its effectiveness. Meanwhile, Fantianda, Li Changjing, and the others were completely uninjured. Clearly, their power far surpassed Yu Changfeng's. Long Chen's attack might have been terrifying, but its power was spread over a huge area. It wasn't enough to cause lethal injuries to experts of their caliber. Suddenly, Long Chen moved. Still coughing blood, Yu Changfeng instinctively thrust his slaughter lance forward while retreating at full speed. Shockingly, his lance pierced Long Chen's chest, yet at the same moment, Long Chen's hand gripped Yu Changfeng's throat. The spectators gasped, but then they realized upon closer look. Yu Changfeng's lance had merely passed by Long Chen, it had never struck him. What they saw was an illusion. Yu Changfeng trembled in Long Chen's grasp, as powerless as a chicken caught in a predator's claws. Long Chen's eyes were dark and cold. He said, "You truly are hopelessly foolish. Without my help, you would have never obtained that dark golden battle armor. Without it, you never would have condensed 13 veins. And yet, after gaining power, the first thing you do is target my brothers. I've met all kinds of people, but few as treacherous as you. Biting the hand that fed you, how pathetic." Yu Changfeng was terrified. His arrogance had vanished. He tried to struggle, but his body refused to obey. Desperately, he turned to Fantianda and the others. Surely, they would save him. His death would weaken their forces, wouldn't it? But what he saw crushed him. Not a single one of them moved to help. Their eyes were indifferent, watching without the slightest intention of intervening. Lu Qingxuang's voice rang out at this moment, trembling. She wanted to plead for mercy but found herself unable to. "It's pointless," Long Chen said coldly. "If he had only targeted me, there might have been room for discussion. But he went after my brothers. Not even a sovereign could save him now." Yu Changfeng's head exploded. His foolish life was extinguished in an instant. Among all the 13 vain heaven saints, he had been the weakest. To the others, he had always been a mere clown, oblivious to the truth. His foolishness had not only sealed his own fate but also doomed tens of millions of the Golden Armor Horseman Legion's warriors. Their deaths were all because of him. Long Chen waved his hand, sending the lance and the dimmed battle armor toward Lu Qingxuang. She caught them instinctively, her face pale. No matter what, we once fought side by side. I return these to you. As for the survival of the sacred light divine sect that is in your hands, Long Chen stated. His meaning was clear. He had no interest in their treasures. But the fate of the sacred light divine sect depended on Lu Qingxuang's decision. The sect had suffered a crushing blow, having lost their strongest warrior and countless elites. They would definitely not let it go like this. But if they sought vengeance, Long Chen would erase them from existence. However, if Lu Qingxuang could become the new leader with these two priceless treasures, then she could change the fate of the sacred light divine sect. Whether they were friends or foes depended on her. Tears streamed down Lu Qingxuang's face as she clutched the armor and spear. Overwhelmed by grief, she led the remaining members of the Golden Armor Horseman Legion away. Just then, a slow, mocking clap broke the silence. Li Changying walked forward, indifferently saying, "That afterimage technique was quite impressive. But it changes nothing. You're still going to die here." The other peak experts moved into position, encircling Long Chen. Their killing intent surged like an unending tide, threatening to swallow the heavens themselves. Chapter 5705, Violet Dragon Battle Armor. Long Chen's attack had wiped out experts from numerous factions, igniting a fire of hatred in the top experts' hearts. Whether or not they obtained the Emperor Blood Crystal, their foremost goal was now to kill him. If they failed, even with their prestigious status, they wouldn't be able to give an explanation to their race leaders upon returning. Those terrifying experts surrounded Long Chen, aiming one divine weapon after another at him. Their chilling killing intent shook heaven and earth. However, Long Chen still looked calm, not the slightest bit nervous. It was as if he wasn't fighting them but simply chatting. "It won't change my fate. You extracted the majority of your yellow spring blood crocodile's essence blood. Isn't that why it was killed so easily?" Long Chen said lightly. The yellow spring blood crocodile was an immensely powerful existence, one that should have required Long Chen to unleash his full dragon blood power to suppress. However, it had been oddly fragile, its blood chi pitifully weak. The reason was obvious: it had already lost the majority of its essence blood. Without needing to think, Long Chen knew that Li Changying had drained it to bolster his own power. It's nothing more than a mount. If it died, it died. That was its fate. As for you, you will end up in an even worse state. You've killed so many experts. I doubt you'll even leave behind a corpse. Also, you have those brothers of yours, don't you? Li Changying sneered. His skinless face made his twisted smile look especially ghastly. Just then, one of the experts surrounding Long Chen transformed into a clump of black mist and vanished. "Trying to catch me off guard by splitting up? That won't work," Long Chen sneered, entirely unbothered when that figure vanished. In the next instant, that figure reappeared above the Dragonblood Legion. It was a devil expert with 6 arms, each holding an orb of condensed devil light, glowing like 6 miniature suns. "Long Chen, you've killed too many of my devil race. Now, I'll slaughter your subordinates and make you taste despair." The devil expert roared as his 13 heaven veins melted, their immense power pouring into the 6 devil lights. The moment the technique activated, it exuded a terrifyingly destructive aura. However, before the devil expert could unleash his attack, Guo Ran struck first. All the Dragonblood warriors glowed as their heaven vein energy surged into him. With an explosive boom, the attack was blown to bits. A moment later, 6 deafening blasts followed as the devil lights went berserk, exploding like fireworks. Their divine radiance scattered across the battlefield, the final mark of a once mighty 13-vein heaven saint. "You wanted to imitate my move. I was gathering power discreetly, but you walked up and did it in plain sight. Still, I have to admit, those fireworks weren't bad," Long Chen remarked mockingly. A powerful 13-vein heaven saint, the one who had survived Long Chen's sun and moon flame explosion, had been crushed by the Dragonblood Legion's attack. "Idiot, you didn't even have a set of expensive battle armor, yet you dared to act all high and mighty. Did you think you were Fantianda?" Guo Ran scoffed arrogantly. Guo Ran wasn't praising Fantianda. He was essentially saying that if Fantianda didn't have a set of battle armor, he too would have died under the same attack. The devil expert's intentions had been hidden from most, but not from Long Chen. Yet, he hadn't bothered to warn Guo Ran and the others. With his 3 flower pupils, Bai Shala had seen through it and relayed the information to Guo Ran. The Dragonblood warriors had secretly started accumulating energy in advance. This time, Guo Ran unleashed 50% of their collective power. In his estimation, even if the enemy had some kind of battle armor, they still wouldn't have survived. But after seeing how unprepared the fool had been, Guo Ran regretted using so much energy. What a waste. Oh bees. After unleashing this attack, Guo Ran waved his hand. The 10,000 dragon nest unleashed a wave of divine light that drew everyone on their side in. Guo Ran said, "Brothers, let's enter the 10,000 dragon nest. Let's find comfortable spots to watch boss's performance." Big brother Guo Ran, were you intentionally waiting for someone to sneak attack us? Asked Bai Shala suddenly. Hehe, what do you think? Chuckled Guo Ran. Only then did everyone realize that Guo Ran had been baiting their enemies, luring them into a failed ambush to deliver a devastating killing strike. HMPH, if I don't kill a few powerful enemies, how will the name of Guo Ran spread? Guo Ran smirked. All the Dragonblood warriors, the hidden dragon warriors, the dragon race's army, the Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples, and the members of the Southern and Northern Alliances went into the 10,000 dragon nest. Once inside, the nest shrank down, its surface covered in countless dragon runes. Guo Ran activated its defenses to their highest level. This wasn't just to prevent sneak attacks but also to shield themselves from the shockwaves of the impending battle. With this, Long Chen could fight without holding back, and the Dragonblood warriors could recover at maximum speed. Although they had exhausted a great deal of energy, they had spent it well. Now, they could rest and watch their boss perform. When Long Chen left the dragon scale world, the enemy side had 13 peak idiots and a terrifying beast, along with countless powerful subordinates. Now, the yellow spring blood crocodile had become Wild's meal, and no one knew whether he had finished eating yet. Then, Yu Changfeng was throttled to death by Long Chen, and the devil expert had just kicked the bucket. Only 11 of the 13 peak idiots remained. Long Chen, are you really not going to consider my proposal? Asked the fat woman. Despite the bottle's chaos, her voice remained calm, as if everything was within her control. If it was someone else's proposal, I might consider it. But yours, I won't even consider it, Long Chen replied, shaking his head. Why not? She narrowed her already small eyes, making them almost invisible. Because, suddenly, Long Chen's calm demeanor twisted into pure fury. His eyes burned with murderous intent. You harmed my woman. Powerful blood chi suddenly exploded out of Long Chen, and a dragon cry reverberated through the realm. Violet Dragon Battle Armor, Chapter 5706 World-Destroying Power. Following Long Chen's furious roar, it was as if a violet sun had been born, its blinding radiance covering the heavens. Waves of violent energy scoured the world, splitting the sky and sinking the earth. The waves threw Fantianda, Li Changging, and the others back far away. The earth is cracking. A frightened cry rang out. Earlier, the white-robed Long Chen's attack had fractured the ground, but the heaven-vein mystic realm had mended itself. Now, in the face of Long Chen's aura, all that had been restored was torn apart once again. A sacred dragon blood power unfurled across the world. Under this overwhelming might, all present felt as insignificant as ants. Even those whose 9 core veins had merged into 1 and 13 vein geniuses found themselves unable to compete with this power. They could only prostrate themselves, gazing upward in awe and fear. Long Chen's aura was crazily climbing, and his killing intent exploded like a volcano. He seemed like an angry devil god from hell, his aura filled with a destructive will. Long Chen, Tang Wan muttered. Watching him in this berserk state, Tang Wan felt her heart tremble. No matter how strong she became, he always shielded her with his life. His devotion had never wavered. Suddenly, a warm hand grasped hers, and she turned to see Bai Shishi standing beside her. The two exchanged a knowing smile. At this moment, they felt a bond deeper than ever before. To be protected by such a man, life and death no longer seemed so important. Has he gone insane? Shouted Zhang Yue. In the distance, Zhang Yue struggled to withstand the devastating winds, her heaven veins barely holding firm. The gales felt like countless blades slashing against her skin. Most terrifying of all was the sheer killing intent in Long Chen's aura. It shook her soul, making her will falter as though on the brink of collapse. Long Chen has always been like this. If someone harms the people he loves, he goes mad, Feng Fei murmured, resisting the winds alongside Zhang Yue. But it was barely a cut to her face. Shouted Zhang Yue. In Long Chen's eyes, his women and his brothers are more important than his own life. Anyone who injures them will have to pay a terrible price, Feng Fei replied, her breathing strained under the immense pressure. The other members of the divine clans had long since retreated into the distance, unable to bear Long Chen's power. To be protected by such a man, I'd be willing to protect him with my life as well, Zhang Yue said through gritted teeth. Just then, an even more violent wave of energy erupted. It felt as if the very laws of the world had collapsed. Zhang Yue and Feng Fei were instantly sent flying. When the storm subsided, their vision cleared. What they saw left them utterly shocked. The once familiar terrain had transformed into an apocalyptic wasteland. Lava gushed from the cracks, like the world's lifeblood bleeding away. The very essence of the realm was decaying before their eyes. Seeing this world of death, the onlookers felt like they had been plunged into hell. A dangerous sensation crept over them. Their own vitality seemed to be withering with the world. The heaven-vein mystic realm's power is fading. It is going to collapse. It still isn't time to leave. Are we going to die along with this world? The spectators were all terrified. Were they all going to die here? What are you afraid of? Someone sneered. Long Chen is right there. To die beside such a peerless expert, what regret could there be? That's right, being able to see such a marvelous battle before death, it's all worth it. Their gazes turned back to Long Chen. Despite the impending destruction, the battle had yet to end. Some fanatics were indifferent to their own survival, and they would witness this battle to the end. From within the 10,000 dragon nest, earth-shattering cheers erupted. They were in utter awe. Long Chen was now cloaked in a divine violet radiance. This was entirely different from his previous dragon blood battle armor. This time, there were no dragon scales on his body. Instead, the violet divine light condensed into a flowing robe, billowing in the wind. It was vaguely possible to see violet dragon scales on it, but they were impossible to describe. Behind Long Chen, 13 enormous violet dragons had formed a grand array, all facing a violet bead at their center. This bead resembled a small violet sun and pulsed with an ethereal glow. Within it, a violet tide surged and receded, as if the violet bead contained its own world. Under the violet divine light, Long Chen's aura appeared majestic and sacred. As his robe fluttered, his presence became indescribably noble, absolutely lethal. Zhang Yue covered her mouth in shock. No wonder Feng Fei had fallen for this man. No wonder she had repeatedly advised Zhang Yue to form a good relationship with him, yet warned her not to get too close. Now, Zhang Yue finally understood why. A man who wielded unfathomable power, who became a vengeful devil to protect his loved ones, yet under the violet glow, exuded unparalleled grace and handsomeness. Who could possibly resist such a man? Long Chen's violet eyes gleamed coldly. His entire being exuded wrath at the injuries inflicted on Tang Wan'er and Wild. It was time to settle this debt. Seeing Long Chen's ferocious expression, the sea demon woman involuntarily took a step back. She could no longer maintain her previous calm. The sheer killing intent pouring from Long Chen made her heart pound in terror. With a flicker, Evilmoon appeared in Long Chen's grip. As violet divine energy flowed into its blade, an eerie transformation occurred. A dark violet light coiled around the black saber, and its aura turned bloodthirsty and feral. Countless runes lit up across Evilmoon's surface, as though a slumbering devil had finally awakened. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Long Chen swung Evilmoon not at his enemies, but at the sky itself. A thunderous rupture resounded as the heavens were split open. As the rift widened, something colossal was revealed. At first, people only saw the tip of the iceberg. Then, inch by inch, its full form was unveiled. Then silence descended on the battlefield. When the experts saw the entirety of this being, their souls trembled. It was beyond comprehension, an existence so vast that even the largest demonic beast seemed like an insect in comparison. A collective gasp filled the air. Fear gripped their hearts. Chapter 5707. Sweeping through heavenly geniuses. Staring at the grotesquely fat woman, Long Chen said, "The sea whale race actually produced a toxic thing like you." Sea whale, the legendary greater demons capable of devouring an entire world. I thought the sea whale race couldn't leave the sea. How could she appear here? Shock rippled through the crowd as they realized the origins of the fat woman. At that moment, Tang Wan'er understood why her attacks had been ineffective. This woman's true body wasn't even here. What they were seeing was merely a projection or a clone. Just then, the fat woman's body abruptly split in two. Her eyes widened in horror as she raised a trembling finger toward Long Chen, wanting to say something. But no words came out. High above, her true body, the enormous entity in the sky, was also sliced in half. As her gargantuan corpse started to fall, a rain of blood with a nauseating fishy stench poured down from the sky. It was simply too big. Even those who had retreated far into the distance would be caught in its deadly descent. But then, a violet light surged forth, enveloping the enormous corpse. In an instant, both the blood rain and the body vanished. The terrifying expert of the sea whale race was dead just like that. Seeing this scene, even Fantianda and the others, who had been calm up until now, could no longer maintain their composure. They hadn't cared when Yu Changfeng died. That fool was worthless, more of a liability than an asset. It was better to get rid of him so that he didn't interfere. As for the devil expert's death, it was a bit regretful. However, the hothead had been incapable of teamwork and wouldn't have contributed much anyway. But this fat woman, she was a truly formidable existence, one that even Fantianda and Li Changjing had felt threatened by. They hadn't even managed to discern her origins. Yet Long Chen had seen through her disguise and, with a single attack, obliterated her. Her death was a huge loss to them. At this moment, a blood race expert roared, his body igniting with heaven vein energy. After that, a massive mace whistled toward Long Chen. The flying mace was forged from a star core and carried an unimaginable weight. Only the blood expert's immense innate strength allowed him to wield it. As the mace tore through the air, the sheer weight of it sent ear-piercing shockwaves in all directions. But to everyone's shock, Long Chen didn't even draw his saber to block it. Instead, he simply raised his left hand. With an explosive impact, his fingers clamped down, sinking deep into the metal surface. The flying mace came to a dead stop. The blood expert's eyes bulged in disbelief. Never in his life had he encountered anyone capable of stopping his attack so effortlessly. Before the blood expert could react, Long Chen swung the mace sideways, intercepting Fantianda's incoming Brahma blade. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through space. The Brahma blade's divine power was so overwhelming that it left a deep gash in the mace. The blood expert roared in fury. Worse still, Long Chen's maneuver had yanked him forward. No matter how he struggled, violet light surged around him and pushed him toward Long Chen toward death. With a sickening crunch, the blood expert slammed into Evilmoon. His 13 heaven veins were instantly devoured. His soul's flame flickered and was extinguished. Just as Long Chen killed him, a razor-thin sword flashed toward his back. With an instinctive twist, Long Chen swung the blood expert's corpse behind him, using it as a shield. The sword struck, but instead of piercing Long Chen, it embedded itself in the lifeless body. The attacker was an expert from the Lifehunter race. He and thousands of his elite assassins had been lurking within the crowd, waiting for an opportunity. But Long Chen's sudden, indiscriminate attack had slaughtered them all. Their stealth and assassination techniques had become meaningless. Now, only this single 13-vein peak expert remained. This assassin had waited patiently for the perfect chance to strike, believing he had finally found an opening. But Long Chen had predicted his move as if he were a prophet. Cold dread seeped into the Lifehunter's heart. If an assassin's attacks were predictable, their fate was sealed. Hence, without hesitation, he dove into the void and fled. The flying mace in Long Chen's other hand suddenly exploded, scattering countless razor-sharp fragments. The Lifehunter had barely hidden himself in the void when the shrapnel struck him. Blood spurted from his mouth as he was forcibly ejected from his stealth. Panic flashed in his eyes. He had to run. Suddenly, a black spear streaked toward Long Chen like a venomous fang striking from the shadows. Divine light pulsed at its tip, its destructive power on the brink of eruption. It was Long Zai's dark demon spear. Though Long Zai despised assassins, he had to admit that the Lifehunter expert posed a real threat to Long Chen. And right now, killing Long Chen was all that mattered. He no longer had any intention of facing him alone. As long as he could kill Long Chen, he was willing to do anything. The dark demon spear went toward its mark, but just as it was about to hit Long Chen, Evilmoon intercepted it. The impact sent Long Chen flying. "Not good," exclaimed Long Zai. Long Zai's heart dropped. He felt a portion of his power being siphoned away. He was about to warn his allies when, in a shocking twist, Long Chen used the force of the attack to evade Netherdragon Tianfeng's strike. At the same time, Long Chen lashed out with a palm. The void trembled, and the fleeing Lifehunter assassin barely had time to react before Long Chen's palm struck his back, obliterating him in an instant. The Lifehunter race's strongest point was their assassination arts. They couldn't see the light of day. Once they did, they would essentially be doomed. As the assassins remained scattered, Long Chen spun in midair. His right leg lashed out like a divine whip, and a draconic roar echoed through the battlefield. After that, a massive violet dragon tail emerged, sweeping through the void with a devastating force. Fantianda and Li Changjing had been rushing in to assist the Life Hunter expert, but Long Chen's sudden counterattack was so ferocious that their expressions twisted in shock. "Divine Dragon Tail Pendulum," shouted Long Chen. The violet tail arced through the air, distorting space as countless afterimages blurred reality. It was as breathtaking as it was deadly. A thunderous explosion rocked the heavens. Shattered fragments of spacetime erupted chaotically, and blood mist filled the sky. Chapter 5708, Dragon Meteor. Those experts were instantly reduced to blood mist. Moments ago, they had been the hunters. But in the blink of an eye, the roles had reversed. Now, they were the prey. Long Chen's attack was terrifying. There was no build-up, so his targets had no time to react. One moment, he was standing still, and the next, a devastating kick had erased an entire group. Violet chi surged as the battlefield transformed. A mass of cultivators had been closing in on Long Chen, but now, only 4 figures remained: Fantianda, Li Changjing, Netherdragon Tianfeng, and Long Zai. The rest were all dead. "Boss, is terrifying," exclaimed Guo Ran. "This violet dragon power is incredible," added Little Nine, its eyes shining as it watched from Bai Shala's shoulder. Long Chen stood amidst the swirling violet chi, with a 13-dragon diagram unfurling behind him. His dragon might was so overwhelming that even the 10,000 Daos seemed to bow in submission. His presence was beyond domineering. "Go ahead, keep holding back," Long Chen sneered. "Hold back all the way to the next world for all I care. Just don't regret it." Resting Evilmoon on his shoulder, Long Chen raised his left hand and formed a series of hand seals with his fingers. At that moment, the dragon diagram behind him trembled, and the pearl at its center vanished. Following that, a suffocating pressure emerged. The ground was continuously collapsing, and the void trembled, fracturing into countless black lines as if space itself were being crushed. An intense sensation of death enveloped the 4 of them. They didn't know what was happening, but one thing was certain: if they continued hesitating, they would die. Ancestral blood ignition, Julie heavenly protection. Long Zai was the first to react. His heaven veins vanished as his bloodline ignited. Countless ancient Julie runes coiled around him, and his divine wings unfurled, blotting out the sky. His aura skyrocketed. "This fellow can summon original Julie runes," shouted Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue and Feng Fei were gobsmacked. Although they had comprehended some Julie runes, those were simply imprinted in their bloodlines, passively strengthening them and accelerating the formation of their heaven veins. Using those runes in actual combat, that was a completely different level. And yet, Long Zai had just done it. On the other side, divine flames erupted from Fantianda as he crushed a small statue in his palm. A suffocating aura merged with his body. Netherdragon Tianfeng followed suit, shattering a black scale in his hand. His black essence blood ignited, and an overwhelming emperor aura surged from him. His presence transformed entirely. Of the 4, only Li Changjing remained still. Yet, his blood chi surged violently, and the 9 springs behind the gates of hell swirled as his aura condensed to its peak. Just then, Long Chen's hand seals changed, and he shouted, "Dragon Meteor." The sky above everyone's head ruptured, and an enormous meteor fell from the heavens. Everyone was shocked to see this. The meteor was wreathed in violet dragons, and their tails trailed behind, creating a dazzling yet apocalyptic sight. As the meteor plummeted, the space around the 4 idiots collapsed, sealing them in place. Even Li Changjing's expression finally changed. While it was too late, he finally understood how terrifying Long Chen's technique was. "Block it together," Fantianda roared. The 4 of them took action at the same time, and 4 rays of divine light shot out at the meteor. But their attacks did nothing. The meteor carried the weight of an entire universe, an unstoppable force. It didn't even ripple under their combined strikes. The meteorite struck. The 4 of them were sent crashing into the ground, but the impact didn't stop there. The land, which had fractured beyond repair, gave way completely. It sank and sank, quickly forming a whirlpool. The whirlpool of destruction expanded rapidly, growing wider and deeper, pulling the entire realm into its abyss. "Crap, boss's attack just destroyed this land. The Heaven Vein Mystic Realm is collapsing." Bai Shala shouted in alarm. His 3 flower pupils could see the laws of the world collapsing around this whirlpool. The world was breaking down. No way, muttered Long Chen. Even Long Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected the attack to be this powerful. It had obliterated the entire heaven vein mystic realm. The whirlpool continued to grow, like a monstrous maw that devoured everything, including itself. Various runes flickered and crumbled as the very world was sucked inside the whirlpool. The spiritual chi of the world was vanishing, and the laws of the world fell into disorder. This was the true destruction of the world. Senior, what do I do? With no other way, Long Chen could only ask the Dragon Sovereign for guidance. But even the Dragon Sovereign was silent in shock. This technique Dragon Meteor was not something it had taught him. Long Chen had developed it on his own. To prevent the white-robed Long Chen from stealing his trump cards, Long Chen had never used this move before. It was a retrofitted version of his old Starfall technique, enhanced using his dragon blood power. He had tested it hundreds of times in his mind, perfecting the method. Using the Dragon Pearl in his manifestation, he could summon the power of the stars to forge a heavenly meteor. However, Long Chen had never expected this technique to be so terrifying. It had blown the entire minor world apart. By now, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with the four idiots. He was more worried about whether or not he would survive the destruction of the world. At that moment, a brilliant light flickered across the battlefield. Spatial whirlpools formed behind countless cultivators. The spatial gates have appeared. Run! Cheers of relief erupted as the remaining experts dove into the portals, escaping just as the heaven vein mystic realm collapsed completely. The minor world had created a final resonance with the outside realm, offering them one last chance to flee. But Long Chen had no such luck. The space around him warped and twisted violently, the laws in complete chaos. No spatial gate appeared for him. Long Chen, run! Shouted Long Tianrui. Seeing his predicament, she reached out a chain toward him. But before it could reach, it disintegrated. The space around Long Chen was too chaotic. No magical art could penetrate its border. Seeing this, Long Tianrui, Feng Fei, and Zhang Yue panicked. The spatial gates had already appeared behind them, and the crumbling space was about to reach them. They wouldn't be able to leave if they didn't go now. Go, I have my own way out, shouted Long Chen. With clenched teeth, the three of them turned and leapt into their spatial gates. And then, the realm was no more. The enormous whirlpool reversed its spin. With a deafening explosion, the entire heaven vein mystic realm was obliterated. Chapter 5709, Zan Ming. The heaven vein mystic realm was completely destroyed, wiped out of existence. Within this void, the primal chaos dragon sovereign's voice suddenly rang out. Do you want to say anything? After a long time, an ancient and heavy voice responded, did you tell him to do this? You're overthinking it. It wasn't easy to find someone capable of inheriting my legacy. Although he isn't from my dragon race, he is still my disciple. Do you think I'd harm him with this karma? Replied the primal chaos dragon sovereign. You're snatching the 9-star master's disciple. What karma could you possibly fear? Retorted the voice. After being imprisoned for so many years, I've long since grown indifferent to life and death. No matter how great the karma is, I can endure it. Whether or not my divine abilities can be passed down is of greater importance. Unfortunately, I was too reckless in my youth and lacked the patience to train disciples. Then the world changed too suddenly. In this declined era, the so-called heavenly geniuses are only mediocre compared to those from the primal chaos era. But Long Chen's appearance gave me hope. I'm planning to pass down all my life's learning to him, said the primal chaos dragon sovereign, his voice swelling with pride and gratification at the mention of Long Chen. Haha, don't forget who caused our current state, sneered the voice, sounding thick with bitter resentment. The voice continued, the 9-star master rose to the very peak, taking control of heaven and earth. He then decided to rebuild the laws of existence. But what happened? The 9 heavens and 10 lands were torn down because of him, nearly destroyed. All the races suffered terrible losses. You and I ended up imprisoned, while our descendants barely cling to survival. Was this not all because of that husband and wife? As it spoke of the 9-star master, the voice seethed with incredible rage. The primal chaos dragon sovereign remained silent before its furious outburst. Realizing it had perhaps spoken too harshly, the voice softened. Big brother Xu Yong, I've always respected you. But your actions this time, I truly cannot understand them. Zan Ming, have you only recently awakened? Asked the primal chaos dragon sovereign. Confused by the sudden shift in topic, the voice responded, yes. I woke up about 1,000,000 years ago. This formation has truly trapped me. As for myself, for all these years, I have maintained a half-slumbering, half-awake state. Then you must have suffered immensely. Zhan Ming was shocked. I refuse to remain imprisoned. I refuse to let my abilities vanish with me. I have always waited for an opportunity, searching for an heir. Moreover, over all these years, I have constantly pondered a single question. I am seeking the answer to that tribulation. Answer. What do you mean? I feel like the 9 heavens and 10 lands might actually be one grand setup, a trap laid long before we were even born, said the dragon sovereign. What are you talking about? You and I were born as gods of heaven and earth. We are the primordial beings of this world. Before us, heaven and earth were a mass of primal chaos. Exclaimed Zhan Ming. Then before that primal chaos, other than that, do you recall anything about your youth? That's so long ago, how could I possibly remember? Have you ever wondered, did you simply forget, or were those memories erased? Big brother, what are you trying to say? Zhan Ming's tone grew tense. Why did the 9-star master break the laws of the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Why did he find himself deserted as his friends and allies rebelled? Did he really go crazy? Even if he did, his wife was the only one in the 9 heavens and 10 lands to achieve the Tao through alchemy, becoming a heavenly sovereign. She was always wise and farsighted. Tell me, did she go crazy as well? Asked the dragon sovereign. Zhan Ming was silent for a while, unable to answer. After contemplating a bit, Zhan Ming said, but you cannot deny that human nature is unstable. Their emotions constantly fluctuate. They often cause their own downfall. When it snows, they build snowmen and rejoice, only to later destroy them. They create beauty, only to ruin it. If they see a field of pure snow, they always stain it with a handprint or footprint. The human race simply cannot allow beautiful things to exist. If they can't taint it, they'll think of a way to destroy it. Most frightening of all, they do the same to themselves. Survival is a kind of instinct, but the human race somehow manages to defy it. Throughout all the 9 heavens and 10 lands, amongst all the myriad races and spirits, which other race kills itself as the humans do? Zhan Ming spoke with deep conviction, exposing the core of human nature. The dragon sovereign responded, the human race has an expression, the earth does not give rise to nameless grass, and the heavens do not give birth to useless people. You think the world needs them? Zhan Ming scoffed, making it clear he saw the human race as a plague upon existence. If they didn't exist, the 9 heavens and 10 lands would be better off. Their current plight was entirely due to humans. Not need, but only with them can this world move. I know you don't want to accept it, but let me put it this way, the human race is an assembly of contradictions. They are both good and bad, wise and foolish, noble and wretched. They are the most unstable element in this world. That's right, without them, this world would be perfectly balanced. Wouldn't things be peaceful? Zhan Ming interjected, but have you considered what kind of peace that would be? It would be like a pool of dead water. Eventually, this world would rot away into nothingness. Only by shaking this balance can there be movement. Today there is sun, tomorrow there are clouds. Just like how your foot must rise and fall, this is what drives the world. If your foot does not move, it means this world has already died. I don't understand your reasoning. But regardless, my opinion remains. The human race is the most loathsome life form. I will never have anything to do with them, declared Zhan Ming. A resounding slam echoed, followed by several more. Hearing that, the primal chaos dragon sovereign smiled. That might not be up to you. Now that Long Chen has shattered the heaven vein mystic realm, the balance of the minor worlds is no more. The shackles of the sovereign emperor heaven have been broken. A new era is coming. Chapter 5710 Change in the Sovereign Emperor Heaven. In a wasteland of the Sovereign Emperor Heaven, countless devil creatures screamed in terror as they scattered in all directions. Their once mighty tribe collapsed in an instant, their sacred altar reduced to dust. Their leaders, the pillars of their existence, were obliterated in the devastation. A terrifying force of destruction engulfed the land, instilling primal fear even in these brainless devil creatures. Following that, the land collapsed. The 10,000 Daos rumbled as an enormous ancient city rose out of the ground. Countless lifeforms stuck their heads out of the city, looking at the world around them in shock. A screen of light shattered, sending shockwaves through an endless mountain range. A primal wilderness emerged atop the ruins. 2 worlds merged as the boundaries between them blurred. Once the aura of 2 worlds merged, the earth exploded, and one coffin after another tore out of the ground. In midair, they exploded into dust, revealing enormous figures that stepped forth with an aura of ancient dominance. High above the sovereign emperor heaven, a formless energy crashed down like an unstoppable tide. In response, countless invisible chains materialized across the 9 heavens, trying to bind this force. Yet, it was just too immense. Too overwhelming. The chains shattered one after another under its impact. Across every corner of the sovereign emperor heaven, space twisted violently, and countless hidden realms were forcibly dragged into the open. One after another, concealed worlds surfaced, breaking free from the crumbling restrictions of the 9 heavens. Without the bindings of these invisible chains, the vegetation in the sovereign emperor heaven started to grow explosively, stunning countless cultivators. For the first time in ages, they felt the warmth of the heavenly Tao's embracing them, the nurturing touch of the great earth beneath their feet. It was an indescribable sensation, as if the world itself welcomed them home. A rush of enlightenment flooded their minds. Bottlenecks that had trapped them for countless years suddenly unraveled before their eyes. The sovereign emperor heaven had undergone a metamorphosis. But it was not alone. The violet flame heaven, the dark light heaven, and the other realms also felt the impact. The chains of order that had bound them for so long started to fracture. Once the sovereign emperor heaven shattered those shackles, the other heavens imitated it. In the outer reaches of the heaven essence world, the abyss that served as the entrance to the heaven vein mystic realm violently spewed out figures by the thousands. Unlike their orderly entrance, their exit was utter chaos. Bodies spun wildly through the air, flung out haphazardly with no control. Some even fainted from the force of their expulsion. During normal times, that would be laughable. But now, panic spread like wildfire as the disoriented cultivators struggled to make sense of their surroundings. Some barely managed to hold back their nausea, while others weren't as fortunate. Vomit rained from above, turning their descent into a disgusting spectacle. All of these experts were pale with terror. However, relief soon overpowered their humiliation. They had survived. Just moments ago, they had believed death was certain, yet against all odds, they had escaped. As they regained their bearings, a new realization struck them: they weren't where they had entered. The people around them weren't their own. Some even found themselves surrounded by enemies, and in the next heartbeat, weapons were drawn, blood was spilled, and chaos erupted. Around the entrance to the heaven vein mystic realm, pandemonium reigned. Bastards, where are our disciples? Why did you come here? Speak, what did you do to them? Furious roars thundered across the battlefield. Senior experts who had been waiting anxiously to welcome their disciples were instead met with unfamiliar faces. Their wrath ignited instantly, and some immediately resorted to soul searches, seeking answers with force. The ones being interrogated were just as confused and disoriented. Before they could even process it, they were being assaulted. Distress signals flared from every direction. As various factions scrambled to locate their missing members, they were shocked cultivators were being ejected from the heaven vein mystic realm all over the region, not just from a single exit point. No one had expected this opening of the heaven vein mystic realm to have such an ending. Angry shouts mixed with cries of terror as new battles erupted. Amidst the escalating bloodshed, few took notice of the greater shift occurring in the laws of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the void quivered. A colossal, ancient bronze cauldron tore through space, emerging like a divine artifact descending from the heavens. Hot on its heels, the mighty 10,000 dragon nest shot forth, following its path through the ruptured void. The moment they escaped from the heaven vein mystic realm, Guo Ran laughed delightedly. Ha ha ha, we're alive. When the heaven vein mystic realm collapsed, the devastation it unleashed was beyond comprehension. No force could withstand its destructive might. Had the earth cauldron not intervened, they would have been reduced to nothing along with the 10,000 dragon nest. It could be said that they had narrowly avoided death. Trapped at the heart of the catastrophe, even the sovereign emperor heaven's transformation hadn't reached them. For a time, their fate had been sealed. But now, standing once more beneath the sovereign emperor heaven's sky, they felt different. The air was sweeter, and the heavenly Tao energy seemed closer to them, like a lost child finally returning home to its mother's embrace. That was an incredibly moving feeling. Being alive was truly great. However, their awe was short-lived. Wow, how chaotic. What happened here? When they saw what was going on around them, they were all startled. Some experts were randomly swinging their weapons around to the point of killing their own allies. I didn't think you would flip the boat using such a method. Seems I worried for nothing. A warm voice resonated through the air, drawing everyone's attention. Tang Wan Er's eyes widened in delight. Master, She shot out of the 10,000 dragon nest like an arrow, flying straight into the arms of Feng Xinyue. Floating in the sky, Feng Xinyue exuded the same peerless elegance and majesty as ever. Yet, beneath her composed demeanor, a wave of emotion flickered in her eyes. Seeing them return safely lifted a crushing weight from her heart. She also hadn't expected the heaven-vein mystic realm to collapse. Even with all her power, she had been helpless. There was no way to rescue them from outside. Seeing them return safely, Feng Xinyue's eyes were wet. Although she didn't know what had happened, she pulled Tang Wan into her embrace. She knew that her foolish disciple must have been scared witless. Damn Dragonblood Legion, how dare you kill my son? I will make you pay for this blood debt with blood. A thunderous roar of pure rage erupted across the battlefield. Towering demonic chi surged into the heavens as countless demon race experts descended upon them. Chapter 5711 Full Firepower. Demonic chi surged into the heavens, and Emperor might raged. The chaotic battle around them ceased abruptly as the demon race's army arrived. The battlefield scattered, creating an open space for them. Seeing this, Feng Xinyue looked at Long Chen with a faint smile. It looks like you've provoked another calamity, asked Feng Xinyue. No, I was very obedient in the heaven-vein mystic realm. I've always upheld a gentle and noble attitude. Doing good deeds without seeking credit, that's my motto. What calamity could I have provoked? Declared Long Chen solemnly. The Dragonblood warriors managed to keep straight faces, having long grown accustomed to Long Chen's antics. However, the hidden dragon warriors were barely suppressing their laughter, while the disciples of the dragon race and Wind God Sea Pavilion wore odd expressions. Had they not personally witnessed Long Chen slaughtering millions of experts with a flick of his wrist and sending 13 vain heaven saints fleeing with a single slash, they might have actually believed him. As the demon race's experts arrived, the void trembled and exploded. An army from the devil race surged in. Moments later, blood chi erupted, heralding the arrival of the blood race's forces. After that, a pungent, fishy stench permeated the air as the void was torn open again, revealing an enormous sea whale that cast an overwhelming shadow across the battlefield. Beyond the demon, devil, blood, and sea demon races, contingents from the dragon race, evil spirit race, monster race, and numerous other unknown factions also arrived. The sheer number of experts gathering was staggering. The disciples of the Northern and Southern alliances paled. They had barely escaped the battlefield of the heaven-vein mystic realm, only to find themselves on an even worse battlefield. This is the result of you doing good deeds without seeking credit? Asked Feng Xinyue, looking at Long Chen. Of course, you know the saying, good people ascend to the heavens, while bad people go to hell. But what is heaven and what is hell? It's not up to me. That depends on one's fortune, Long Chen replied casually. In truth, Long Chen had expected this. After killing so many experts in the heaven-vein mystic realm, it would have been strange if their elders didn't go mad with rage. When the heaven-vein mystic realm collapsed, Long Chen could have used his speed to send everyone beyond the twisting spatial currents, allowing them to escape through the spatial gates. However, that would have scattered them across countless locations, making them easy targets. Fortunately, with the Earth Cauldron's help, he had managed to bring everyone to the Wind God Sea Pavilion's entrance. Keeping their forces consolidated was undoubtedly the wisest choice. It seems a bloody battle is inevitable, Feng Xinyue mused, her gaze sweeping across the assembled forces. Despite the overwhelming lineup of opposing emperors, her expression remained calm, as if she were discussing a trivial matter. Of course, when words fail, violence is the quickest solution. Senior, you just need to hold down the fort. Small fry like them aren't worthy of your personal attention, Long Chen said confidently. After Long Chen had condensed 13 core veins, his power reached unprecedented heights. Yet, even at this level, he still couldn't discern Feng Xinyue's cultivation base. Her power was like a boundless abyss. However, the more he couldn't see through her, the happier he was. Feng Xinyue's strength was truly beyond imagination. With the support of such a terrifying expert, what was there for him to fear? It just so happened he could now settle old and new debts. Damn Dragonblood Legion, you killed my son and slaughtered my disciples. I'll make you pay this blood debt with your lives. If anyone dares to block me, I will slaughter them, roared an elder from the heavenly demon golden monkey race. This elder had brought millions of experts from the Heaven Demon Alliance, all of them being leading figures of their various races. They were all in the Demon Emperor realm. Humans, you dared to kill the people of my sea whale race. Do you know how foolish your actions were? Come out and die. A grotesquely plump old crone wielding a bone trident stepped forward. She bore a striking resemblance to the obese woman Long Chen had slain earlier. The various races howled in fury as they charged forward. The Heaven Demon Alliance led the assault, surging ahead toward Long Chen and his companions. In response, Long Chen stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the countless emperors before him. His voice thundered across the battlefield. Dragonblood Legion, Hidden Dragon Legion, Dragon Domain, Wind God Sea Pavilion, Northern Alliance, Southern Alliance. In a world where right and wrong can be inverted based on whose fist is stronger, there is no need to talk reason. To survive, you must rely on your own hot blood. When someone seeks to trample over your dignity, when they aim to seize your life, when they try to slaughter the people you care about, you must bare your fangs. You must brandish your weapons. You must ignite your very life to challenge this twisted world. Kill. Long Chen's voice grew louder and louder. His final shout was like a heavenly decree, a thunderous roar filled with boundless hatred and defiance. Kill. The warriors of the Dragonblood Legion, Hidden Dragon Legion, Dragon Race, Wind God Sea Pavilion, Northern Alliance, and Southern Alliance roared in response. Long Chen's words struck a primal chord deep within them, evoking the smoldering rage they held for this unjust world. If they did not release it now, it felt like they would burn alive from within. Brothers, now is the real battle. There's no need to hold back any longer. Go all out, shouted Guo Ran. In the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm, they had restrained themselves per Long Chen's instructions, conserving their strength for unforeseen dangers. Once Long Chen came out, they got to rest in the 10,000 dragon nest. Having recovered to 90%, they no longer needed to hold back. The Dragonblood warriors shouted in unison. Draconic cries echoed as their Heaven Vein Dragon Chi and Dragon Blood manifestations merged, their combined blood chi shaking the heavens. Feng Xinyue's heart trembled at the sight. Over 7,000 warriors in perfect resonance. How did he accomplish this? Even after living for countless years, she had never seen such a thing before. This meant that all their power could be concentrated at a moment's notice in unfathomable force. Each warrior was terrifying on their own, but together, their might was incomprehensible. This fellow, Feng Xinyue eyed Long Chen with admiration. Long Chen's shout echoed as violet divine light erupted, and a dragon's cry shook the firmament. Like a blazing violet meteor, he charged directly into the heavenly demon golden monkey race's ranks, leading the charge into war. Chapter 5712 Divine Emperor Crown. Return my son's life. An elder from the heavenly demon golden monkey race roared in fury. His son had been slain, and his rage had long since reached its peak. His vengeful gaze locked onto the violet pupil nine-tail fox. After all, when Hu Tianwu was slain, Long Chen wasn't even on the battlefield. In his grief-fueled wrath, the elder failed to grasp just how terrifying Long Chen truly was. Seeing Long Chen charging toward him, he furiously swung a fist at him. I can't return it, but I can send you to him. I'd be happy to reunite a father with his son, sneered Long Chen. Shut the fuck up, roared Hu Tianwu's father, golden light surging around his clenched fist. Seeing this, Long Chen unleashed a punch of his own. A golden fist clashed with a violet one. Two blazing lights filled the sky, one radiating the divine aura of an ancient emperor sealed since the primal chaos era, the other carrying the peerless might of a heavenly genius of the current age. This was a clash of raw physical power without techniques or tricks. Clearly, both Long Chen and Hu Tianwu's father had absolute confidence in their bodies. The violet and golden light clashed against each other, blowing away countless experts of the heavenly demon golden monkey race. Before the dust could settle, a resounding smack echoed through the battlefield. Hu Tianwu's father was sent hurtling backward, a glaring violet handprint imprinted on his face. Under his golden light, that handprint looked particularly clear. Heavenly demon golden monkey race, I'll send you all to hell. A sharp cry pierced through the stunned silence, and a massive claw descended upon the ranks of the heavenly demon golden monkey race without warning. The attack was terrifying, yet it had come in complete silence concealed by spatial energy until the very moment it landed. It was the combined strike of Baishala and Little Nine. By the time their enemies sensed its presence, it was already too late. Hundreds of monkeys were obliterated in an instant. Blood and gore splattered across the battlefield. The violet pupil nine-tail fox went berserk, its colossal body tearing through enemy ranks like a beast possessed. The rest of the heavenly demon golden monkeys hastily took their true forms, launching a desperate counterattack against Little Nine. However, Little Nine had already gone crazy, its claws like blades tearing through them. It didn't even bother with divine abilities, preferring to sink its fangs into its enemies. It relished the raw sensation of tearing through flesh and bone. After being slapped by Long Chen, Hu Tianwu's father let out a furious roar, and divine radiance appeared behind his head. The moment this divine light appeared, the entire world seemed to tremble under its weight. His aura swelled exponentially, multiplying over tenfold in an instant. Divine Emperor Crown. Long Chen's heart quivered. He was finally witnessing the true Divine Emperor crown of an expert from the Primal Chaos era. In this era, neither human emperors nor divine emperors could condense emperor crowns. However, Long Chen's generation had encountered an unprecedented surge of karmic luck. As long as they formed core veins, they would be able to manifest emperor crowns. Emperor crowns varied in level. The more core veins one had and the more perfect their tribulation, the stronger their emperor crown. The rankings were distinguished by color: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and violet. Red was the weakest, while violet was the strongest. The presence of an emperor crown created an insurmountable gap between emperors of the same realm. It was a power difference akin to an uncrossable gulf. Hu Tianwu's father was a rank 9 divine emperor. If he had been an ordinary one, Long Chen's previous attack would have at least left him heavily wounded. However, he was an expert from the Primal Chaos era. His body had been tempered and nourished by Primal Chaos Qi, making him vastly superior to the experts of this era. Despite Long Chen's overwhelming aura, Hu Tianwu's father had believed he could crush him effortlessly. But reality proved otherwise. He had been slapped across the face, humiliated before his peers. Enraged, he unleashed his full power. The divine radiance behind his head gradually took shape, forming the outline of an imperial crown. This was the source of the Emperor Crown's name. The moment it materialized, his aura surged again, growing even more oppressive. The power of heaven and earth gathered around him, resonating with his presence. Space itself trembled beneath his might. As Hu Tianwu's father summoned his divine Emperor Crown, the battlefield erupted into chaos. The Dragonblood Legion crashed into the demon race's forces. The demons were horrified. Their so-called mighty demon emperors were nothing more than lambs before the Dragonblood warriors. In this clash of old and new experts, it was a one-sided slaughter. Even the weakest of the southern and northern alliances could make these demon emperors cry out for their parents. It wasn't that the senior generation hadn't trained diligently, they simply had been born in the wrong era. The Heaven Vein Mystic Realm's karmic luck had widened the gap between generations to an unfathomable degree. Seeing the warriors of the heavenly demon golden monkey race being massacred, Hu Tianwu's father panicked. To avenge his son, he had ordered the deployment of a transportation formation to summon all the demon emperors of the Heaven Demon Alliance. It was meant to be both an act of vengeance and a demonstration of the demon race's might. However, this one-sided massacre was not a show of might, it was an absolute disaster. His forces were crumbling. If this continued, how could the heavenly demon golden monkey race lead anyone after this? Hu Tianwu's father roared, summoning a golden staff. With his emperor crown blazing brightly, he swung it at Long Chen with unrestrained fury. "TCH, are you wearing a green cap because you're afraid others won't know that your wife is prettier than you?" sneered Long Chen, summoning Evilmoon. Feng Xinyue's lips twitched. Long Chen's mouth was as sharp as ever. Hu Tianwu's father's emperor crown ranked at the 4th level: green, red, orange, yellow, green. A green emperor crown signified immense vitality and physical resilience. In truth, Hu Tianwu's father had possessed an emperor crown of the highest tier violet. But due to being sealed for countless years, its power had regressed. When Hu Tianwu's father heard Long Chen's taunt, his face turned dark green. Countless runes lit up on his staff, and he smashed it at Long Chen with his full power. In response, 13 dragons behind Long Chen coiled around a blazing pearl. Long Chen's dragon blood ignited, surging forth like a volcanic eruption. Evilmoon's dragon runes lit up as it clashed against the golden staff. The battlefield trembled as two titanic forces collided. Chapter 5713 Fighting Divine Emperors. The collision blew back Long Chen and Hu Tianwu's father, spreading a violet-gold ripple in the surroundings. "A demon emperor of the Primal Chaos era, and this is all you've got?" taunted Long Chen. Long Chen's blood qi churned violently, and his arm throbbed with numbness. But despite that, the power gap between them wasn't as vast as he had expected from a demon emperor of the Primal Chaos era. Hu Tianwu's father was livid. To be mocked by a mere heaven saint. He had never suffered such an insult. Golden blood qi erupted from his body, and his divine emperor crown trembled. Faint flames flickered within it, revealing the remnants of his once great power. Time has stripped me of much of my strength. I possess only 1/100th of my peak power. Even so, I am not someone a piece of trash can look down on. Hu Tianwu's father roared, his aura surged, and the pressure of an emperor intensified, suffocating Long Chen beneath its crushing weight. The humiliation burned hotter than his grief for his fallen son, fueling his fury. Hu Tianwu's father stomped on the void, shattering space itself. Enveloped in golden flames, he charged at Long Chen. Die! Hu Tianwu's father roared, his golden staff blazing with divine flames as it swung toward Long Chen with devastating might. If an ugly, old beast like you hasn't died yet, why would I? Long Chen sneered, meeting the attack head-on with Evilmoon. The two exchanged blows at incredible speed, and each clash sent shockwaves rippling through space. In mere moments, they had exchanged dozens of strikes. As they unleashed their strongest attacks, they shouted, their divine weapons colliding with an earth-shaking explosion. The collision hurled them backward. Just as Long Chen steadied himself, a trident descended from the heavens, radiating immense divine might. The old crone of the sea whale race had entered the fray. "Boss," shouted Guo Ran, "don't bother with me, kill your own targets," ordered Long Chen. After forming a series of hand seals with his left hand, Long Chen extended his left palm. From it, a translucent shield materialized, one with a giant, defend, character. As countless runes swirled around the character, primal chaos chi gathered within the shield. The bone trident struck the runic shield. To the old crone's astonishment, the shield merely quivered before nullifying her immense power. The attack simply disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. Before Long Chen could retaliate, Hu Tianwu's father launched a sneak attack from behind. "You truly are shameless. Then don't blame me," Long Chen sneered as Evilmoon buzzed. His 13 dragon veins quivered, and an unfamiliar yet mighty aura surged within him. He was merging his power with the old crone's. A massive saber image tore through the sky, falling like a waterfall of stars. Guo Ran and the others instantly recalled the terrifying white-robed Long Chen's attack. The moment the saber descended, space-time twisted violently. Hu Tianwu's father coughed blood as he was blasted backward, crashing through multiple mountains before vanishing beyond the horizon. "Die!" cursed the fat old crone. Furious that Long Chen had harnessed her power, the old crone opened her mouth, unleashing a black sword that streaked toward Long Chen's head. The blade sliced through space, severing Grand Dao runes. The void around Long Chen collapsed into a black hole. But at the last moment, Long Chen twisted his body, narrowly dodging what would have been a lethal strike. His heart pounded. That attack was terrifyingly fast. Thankfully, his combat experience and instinct had saved him. Anyone else would have been struck dead instantly. Using the momentum of his spin move, Long Chen launched a devastating kick and sent the old crone tumbling backward. A ferocious voice thundered through the battlefield, startling Long Chen. A spear tore through the 9 heavens, bringing a killing intent that terrified even the 10,000 Daos. Caught off guard, Long Chen was sent flying. After that, he looked up. "Wow, you are really persistent. You didn't die," mocked Long Chen. Up in the sky was a blood-soaked Long Zai, his eyes ablaze with fury. Despite looking hideous with all his injuries, he still looked strong. His divine blood and 13 heaven veins were still burning strongly. As he glared at Long Chen, his expression contorted with rage. "I'm not dead, but your time is up," shouted Long Zai. After igniting his divine blood, he charged at Long Chen like a madman. Back in the Heaven Vein mystic realm, Long Chen's dragon meteor had nearly obliterated Long Zai and the others. But as they were about to be annihilated, the Heaven Vein mystic realm reached its limit first, and the laws collapsed, dispersing the dragon meteor's power as well. Still, Long Zai was caught in the midst of a crumbling world. Just as he thought that he would meet his end along with the Heaven Vein mystic realm, he ignited his core divine blood and escaped through a spatial gate just before the realm crumbled completely. He barely managed to return to the Sovereign Emperor Heaven. However, the moment he sensed Long Chen's aura, he charged over. After barely clinging to life, instead of cherishing it, you rushed to your death. "Very well, since you want to die so badly, let's see what it takes to kill you," said Long Chen. As Long Chen raised Evilmoon, his 13 dragon veins unleashed a wave of violet flames. He stopped holding back. After that, violet flames roared skyward, piercing the heavens themselves. Long Chen's aura erupted like a volcanic inferno. Evilmoon slashed down on the charging Long Zai, who coughed up blood, his disbelief painted across his face. How was Long Chen still in peak condition? However, before Long Chen could follow up with his final attack, three figures launched an ambush on him. They were Netherdragon Tianfang, Fantian De, and Li Changjing. None of them had died, they had all escaped in the final moment. The three of them moved in unison, surrounding Long Chen. Having just repelled Long Zai, Long Chen was momentarily exposed. Realizing he had been used as bait, Long Zai seethed. These three had waited for him to create an opening. They were looking down on him. On the other hand, Long Chen merely chuckled when he sensed them. Raising his left hand, he commanded, "Who will linger, lay linger, don't hold back. Give me your full power." Two blazing orbs appeared between Long Chen's middle finger and thumb. The moment they appeared, a suffocating aura of destruction descended, causing heaven and earth to tremble in fear. Chapter 5714 Divine Defense. Two blazing orbs expanded rapidly, unleashing a destructive will as golden crows and jade rabbits emerged. The world's temperature soared in an instant. Simultaneously, within Long Chen's primal chaos space, the burning Fusong trees and moon trees were suddenly extinguished. However, the two orbs of flames on Long Chen's fingertips rapidly grew. "All laws return to the source," exclaimed Long Chen. The moon flames and sun flames transformed into a wave of destruction that sent those three idiots flying, all of them spitting out blood. Long Chen had previously used this move in the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm, and they had dismissed it as nothing to fear. While powerful, it hadn't been enough to threaten experts of their caliber. Thus, when Long Chen started channeling the technique again, they remained indifferent. However, the moment the full might of the moon trees and sun flames poured into it, their expressions twisted in shock. This time, the power was 100 times greater than before. Back in the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm, Long Chen had only drawn a portion of the Golden Crow's and Jade Rabbit's power. His goal had been to wipe out weaker enemies while testing the explosive synergy of the merged Moon Flame and Sun Flame. That was just an experiment. But because of it, Long Chen had fully mastered these forces. This time, he commanded the Golden Crows and Jade Rabbits to extract every last drop of energy from the Fusong and Moon trees. The Golden Crows had undergone a nirvanic rebirth. According to Huo Linger, they were now equivalent to human emperors. With this advancement, the Sun Flame had evolved into something completely different. This was Long Chen's first time unleashing the core essence of the Fusong trees and the Moon trees. The resulting explosion was so violent that even the three peak heavenly geniuses couldn't withstand it. Their bodies cracked apart, nearly disintegrating on the spot. Most terrifying of all, the Moon Flame and Sun Flame directly invaded their blood and souls, igniting them from within. Their agonized screams filled the air. With a mere snap of his fingers, Long Chen had nearly reduced them to ashes. However, the backlash was severe. His own palm had been torn to a bloody pulp. Even with his strength, he couldn't fully control such a devastating explosion. But this injury was insignificant. Before the flames scattered, Long Chen had appeared before Fantian De and swung Evilmoon down. Still burning and writhing in agony, Fantian De barely managed to block the attack with his remaining strength. But the impact sent him hurtling through the sky like a shooting star. He crashed into the ground, his aura vanishing. It was unclear whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this, Netherdragon Tianfang and Li Changjing panicked and retreated. The flames were still devouring their bodies and souls. In this state, fighting Long Chen was courting death. Just then, a demon emperor's aura surged once more. Hu Tianwu's father had returned. But this time, his hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot. He looked utterly deranged. "Damn human race brat, you dare to look down on me!" shouted the deranged old monkey. Even in the primal chaos era, he had been among the strongest demon emperors. But now, he was defeated by some mere brat from a declined era. Unacceptable. Golden divine light and runes blazed behind him. Following that, his skin started to wither, and his life force vanished rapidly. However, his aura climbed crazily. It seemed he was igniting his very life force to forcibly raise his power. More than just growing, his aura was even evolving. Azure streaks appeared in his divine emperor crown, causing the fluctuations of heaven and earth to intensify. "Look down on you," Long Chen smirked. "If you were any shorter, I wouldn't even be able to see you." Even in front of a crazed demon emperor of the primal chaos era, Long Chen didn't forget to mock him. For warriors who thrived on pride and dominance, having their physical weakness mocked was the ultimate taboo. The heavenly demon golden monkey race was naturally short. Though they could enlarge their bodies using external forces, this natural form was their strongest. Without augmentation, their towering transformations were nothing more than an illusion. Long Chen's words were like poison arrows stabbing into his heart. He then howled like a wounded beast. Heavenly demon soul ignition. Golden monkey seizes the heavens. The golden staff suddenly exploded with divine light, and his body withered even more. His hair fell and turned to dust. He was concentrating all of his life force into this all-or-nothing attack. Either he killed his opponent or he died trying. Hey, it was just a joke. Let's shake hands and call it even, what do you say? Long Chen suddenly grinned warmly. Fuck off. The poor old monkey lost the last shred of his sanity, not that he had much to begin with. Seeing his opponent had no intention of backing down, Long Chen exhaled deeply and raised his left hand. The Defend Divine rune surfaced once more. But this time, it was different. When the Defend Divine rune manifested, 3,000 divine lights appeared in his manifestation. These were the 3,000 original divine runes he had branded from the Julie divine steel. Long Chen's expression grew serious. This was a technique he had conceived long ago yet had never dared to unleash in full. After all, the white-robed Long Chen had always been watching, preventing him from exposing his trump cards. The previous versions had only been incomplete trials. But now, against the suicidal strike of the poor old monkey, he had no choice but to unleash the real thing. The Defend Divine shield appeared. 3,000 divine runes wove together at its core, blooming like a celestial lotus. Mountains and plains rose within the shield's surface, rivers and lakes flowed, sun and moon shone. It was an entire world unto itself. This was the complete technique. Divine defense. The shield came to life, and the aura of the 3,000 divine runes fused seamlessly with heaven and earth. The golden staff smashed into the seemingly fragile shield. Countless spectators watched in anticipation, expecting it to shatter upon impact. But it didn't. Instead, the 3,000 divine runes absorbed the force silently, their radiance intensifying as they devoured the attack's power. Then, suddenly, Evilmoon's runes lit up. The demonic blade trembled and then shot from Long Chen's shoulder, slashing toward the enemy from behind. Chapter 5715 Brahma's Avatar. The heaven-shaking saber slashed down behind Long Chen, intercepting a trident that had suddenly appeared out of the void. This attack should have caught Long Chen completely off guard. With his focus on the old monkey, he shouldn't have had time to react. Yet, as if Long Chen had anticipated the old crone of the sea whale race's sneak attack, he had Evilmoon absorbed all the energy from the divine defense shield. The trident exploded, and the old crone was cleaved in two. Even in death, she couldn't comprehend how she had failed. As her body split, her true form was revealed. Before her corpse could fully expand, Long Chen waved his hand, pulling it into the primal chaos space. The black soil there was still digesting the previous sea whale corpse when a fresh one appeared. How could this be? Hu Tianwu's father was withering. His aura flickered like a candle in the wind, looking like it would snuff out at any moment. He stared in disbelief at the shield before him. This attack containing the essence of his life couldn't even shake this shield. Old thing, your death isn't unjust. This is my strongest divine ability. Well, time's up, don't keep your son waiting. And when you see him, make sure to pass along my regards, Long Chen said, extending a finger. A bolt of lightning pierced Hu Tianwu's father's head. Already on the brink of death, he was powerless to resist. He perished instantly. Everyone was stunned. Just what kind of monster was Long Chen? Even when besieged by multiple 13 vain heaven saints, he could still kill 2 demon emperors of the senior generation and make it look effortless. Feng Xinyue stood in the air, her beautiful eyes gleaming as she scanned the battlefield. The Dragonblood Legion was like a pack of tigers among sheep, slaughtering without resistance. Meanwhile, Tang Wan'er directed the Hidden Dragon Legion and the Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples, rarely needing to act personally. Feng Xinyue felt immense gratification. Tang Wan'er had grown significantly, no longer stubborn or competitive but someone who considered the bigger picture. She gradually gained the air of a real leader. With this side of the battlefield secure, most of Feng Xinyue's attention remained on Long Chen. Even while surrounded by so many experts, his attacks and strategies were impeccable. This was the demeanor of a true commander, someone in complete control. Even Feng Xinyue couldn't help but be moved. Some people were born leaders, and no amount of effort could replicate this level of command. In just a short while, 2 demon emperors from the primal chaos era had fallen. To an outsider, Long Chen's tactics might seem like little tricks, but to Feng Xinyue, they were the mark of true wisdom. "Your arrogance ends here," shouted Fantianda. All of a sudden, Fantianda reappeared, divine light blazing around him. Countless runes converged on his forehead, forming an indistinct Brahma character. As this character emerged, Fantianda's aura changed. Divine might radiated from him, and the space behind him split open, revealing a figure. When it appeared, a suffocating pressure instantly locked onto Long Chen. Resting Evilmoon on his shoulder, Long Chen sneered, finally calling out, "Your daddy. I was wondering why you held back. Could it be you're an unfilial son?" This figure was unmistakably Lord Brahma. However, it wasn't a statue but an avatar, a being between reality and illusion. When it emerged, it poured endless divine energy into Fantianda. "Since you dared to blaspheme divine venerate Brahma, you deserve 10,000 deaths. I've allowed you to act arrogantly for too long. Now, you'll witness the true gap between us," Fantianda declared, his voice laced with divine authority. Each of his words dripped with supreme divine might, as if what he spoke of was a god's edict. The 10,000 Taos resonated with him. Even the slightest power from Lord Brahma's avatar was enough to suppress the heavens and earth. "Give it up. Will you die if you don't brag? From the start, when have I, Long Chen, not been arrogant? You couldn't beat me, so you're summoning Lord Brahma's power. If you want to summon it to help you, then just do it. You don't need to find so many worthless excuses. If you had the ability, you wouldn't need other people's power. But since you do, you're in no position to act tough, understand?" Long Chen scoffed. Long Chen had long since known that Fantianda had such a trump card up his sleeve. He had been waiting for it the entire time. As a son of Lord Brahma, this boy was using his daddy's power. Nothing surprising about that. However, what disgusted Long Chen was how Fantianda had the audacity to act like a supreme expert, using his daddy's power and acting as if he had been toying with Long Chen the entire time. That was pathetic. "Shut your mouth. I can't be bothered to talk with you. Your life shall be taken by me, Fantianda," exclaimed Daddy's boy. Fantianda trembled, his figure suddenly splitting into multiple afterimages as he shot toward Long Chen. "Can you stop bragging already?" Long Chen was irritated. With his dragon veins ignited, violet divine light erupted from him as he swung his saber. Evilmoon clashed with the Brahma blade. Faith energy and divine light collided like two opposing worlds, each trying to overwhelm the other. Their powers surged endlessly, as if neither had a limit. Even after summoning the power of Lord Brahma's avatar, Fantianda couldn't suppress Long Chen. A trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. "If my power is 100, then yours is barely 30. Lord Brahma's avatar might be at 1,000, but so what? In your frail little body, how much of that power can you actually withstand? Did you really think summoning an avatar would be enough to suppress me? Your head must be full of shit, am I right?" mocked Long Chen. With one ferocious shove, Long Chen sent Fantianda flying. Everyone was shocked. Even now, Fantianda was unable to suppress Long Chen. "Brahma High Wind Slash," Fantianda roared. Clutching his sword with both hands, he slashed downward even as he was blown back. The heavens themselves seemed to be split apart. In response, 13 violet dragons coiled around Long Chen's arm, surging onto Evilmoon's blade. A deadly violet ripple pulsed along its edge. "Edged dragon blood," Long Chen shouted. The divine weapons clashed once more. This time, both fighters grunted as they were forced back. Neither side had gained the upper hand. The terrifying pressure shook the heavens, causing the world's laws to collapse. The void looked like a cotton sheet with a hole in it, and the Grand Tao runes struggled to repair the damage. Most of the experts present had never seen such a phenomenon before. The destructive power sent chills down their spines. As a result, the experts of various races were no longer in the mood to fight the Dragonblood Legion. They slowly retreated from the battlefield. "I refuse to accept this," roared Fantianda, unable to believe that he couldn't suppress Long Chen even with the support of the Brahma avatar. Saber and sword clashed again and again, each strike sending ripples of death surging through the void. In the span of a single breath, they exchanged 36 blows before finally breaking apart. Long Chen was panting slightly, showing signs of fatigue. But Fantianda, his chest heaved violently, his breath ragged like an overworked bull. Blood and sweat covered his body. Clearly, his exhaustion was even greater than Long Chen's. Suddenly, space shuddered. A pitch-black hand descended silently, aiming straight for Long Chen. Chapter 5716 Unstoppable Wretch. When this hand appeared, Emperor energy filled the world. The laws of the 10,000 Daos yielded to it. You've also called out your daddy's power. Why not let your daddy possess you? Long Chen mocked. This giant hand belonged to Nether Dragon Tianfeng. But while the attack contained the Nether Emperor's power, it lacked its will. In response to this attack, Evilmoon blazed with light, and Long Chen's dragon blood power ignited. With the support of his 13 heaven veins, his dragon blood energy seemed limitless. As a result, Long Chen was unafraid, even of Fantianda and Nether Dragon Tianfeng, who were drawing power from external sources. However, before Long Chen could attack, a pillar of divine light shot out from the distance, shattering the immense hand. Long Chen's eyes lit up with delight as a familiar voice rang out. The limitless palace in front of the limitless mountain, the limitless pine in front of the limitless gate, the dreams of heavenly geniuses vanish without a trace as soon as they encounter Mo Nian. That wretched voice echoed throughout heaven and earth as an ancient coffin tore through the void. A cloaked figure wielding a 5-colored bow stood on top of the coffin. All eyes turned toward this figure as he dramatically pulled off his hood, revealing the unmistakably handsome yet wretched face of Mo Nian. Long Chen, don't panic. I, Mo Nian, have arrived. Let me see how strong the son of the Nether Emperor is. Shouted Mo Nian, raising his bow. Divine light flashed around Mo Nian, making him appear exceptionally dazzling. He descended upon the battlefield with exaggerated arrogance. Long Chen stared at Mo Nian, speechless. When had he been panicking? Did Mo Nian not see how terrifyingly powerful he was? The sheer absurdity of his friend left Long Chen at a loss for words. Where did this idiot come from? Fuck off, roared Nether Dragon Tianfeng. Nether Dragon Tianfeng was stunned that Mo Nian had shattered his attack. Seeing Mo Nian's overwhelming arrogance made him even more infuriated. In an instant, he felt this man was even more detestable than Long Chen. Black mist covered Nether Dragon Tianfeng, and the black crystal embedded in his forehead radiated immense emperor power. He was channeling energy from the black stone, the Nether King stone. Mo Nian smirked. Heaven and earth fall silent in front of me. With one bow, I raise the heavens and make heavenly geniuses flee before me. The 9 heavens and 10 lands exist for me. As his coffin floated to the core of the battlefield, it conveniently gave him time to chant his ridiculous monologue. Mo Nian raised his head, exuding an air of untouchable arrogance as he looked down on all. Long Chen got goosebumps listening to his nonsense. This was classic Mo Nian. If he didn't have a stage to show off, he would create one himself. And if he did have a stage, he would go to extreme lengths to make his performance even more extravagant. Mo Nian's words lacked any real artistry, they were pure doggerel. Yet, the sheer arrogance with which he delivered them made it seem like he truly was an unmatched expert. It was as if his very face declared, being undefeatable is really lonely. Fuck off. Nether Dragon Tianfeng was so enraged that his teeth nearly shattered from clenching too hard. Driven to madness, Nether Dragon Tianfeng ignited all 13 of his heaven veins, unleashing a raging torrent of netherworld flames. He radiated a terrifying aura, like a god of destruction emerging from the depths of hell. With a roar, he thrust his spear at Mo Nian. Using the Nether King stone, Nether Dragon Tianfeng drew upon the Nether Emperor's power, just like how Fantianda channeled Lord Brahma's power. It's time to show this world the limitless line's power, said Mo Nian. Seeing Nether Dragon Tianfeng charging at him furiously, Mo Nian didn't panic at all. As he formed hand seals with one hand, the void behind him suddenly split open, revealing 13 rings of light. A majestic and sacred energy radiated from them. How are his heaven veins like that? Shouted one of the onlookers. The crowd could sense the powerful heaven vein dragon chi, yet no dragon figures emerged, leaving them stunned. Mo Nian met Nether Dragon Tianfeng's spear strike head on with his bow. But the cataclysmic explosion everyone anticipated never came. Though the impact was loud, the destructive power was far less than expected. Nether Dragon Tianfeng's face twisted in shock. Before he could react, Mo Nian's bow emitted a strange force, pulling him inward. Though Nether Dragon Tianfeng feared no one in close combat except Long Chen, he instinctively stepped back to counter the pulling force. Just then, the coffin beneath Mo Nian's feet abruptly opened. In an instant, Mo Nian leapt back while Nether Dragon Tianfeng let out a startled roar before being sucked inside. The coffin lid slammed shut. Standing atop it, Mo Nian laughed and pulled out a stack of talismans. As he swiftly sealed the coffin, he chanted. Charging through the 9 heavens, striding across the lands. Grandpa Mo opened a store of coffins, all grander than the last. The dead stay dead inside them, the living can't escape fast. The talismans glowed, locking the coffin with an eerie finality. Muffled booming sounds came from within. The onlookers could even hear Netherdragon Tianfeng's furious cursing clearly. He was trying to break free. "TCH, this is the priceless treasure I obtained in the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm. If you can escape from there, I'll change my surname to yours," declared Mo Nian arrogantly. Standing atop his coffin, Mo Nian shouted at Long Chen, "Long Chen, can you eliminate Fantianda? If not, you can leave both of them to me. I'll take them all." Although Mo Nian was speaking to Long Chen, his gaze fell on Li Changging. Mo Nian could tell this man was truly dangerous. While he didn't know the latter's origins, his instincts screamed that this was an opponent unlike any other. By capturing Netherdragon Tianfeng the moment he arrived, Mo Nian wasn't just dealing with a threat, he was sending a message, applying psychological pressure to the battlefield's most fearsome figures. Fantianda's expression darkened, and his killing intent surged. He hadn't expected Mo Nian to appear at such a critical moment. That fool, Netherdragon Tianfeng, had been tricked and fallen for Mo Nian's trap. Just like that, their side had lost a major piece of its combat power. Not far away, Long Zai stood frozen, his body trembling. He no longer had the courage to make a move against Long Chen. With Long Chen and Fantianda locked in combat, throwing himself into the mix would only bring humiliation, perhaps even death. Suddenly, a cold voice shattered the tense atmosphere. "Long Chen, do you care about Yu Zifeng's life?" Long Chen's pupils shrank. At that moment, a chill gripped the Dragonblood warriors' hearts. What they feared most really happened. Something happened to Zifeng. Chapter 5717 High Heaven's Seventh Son, Zuo Yan. A powerful group emerged following the cold shout. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a square face, sideburns, and a sword on his back. The moment he appeared, everyone, including Long Chen, felt an instinctive shudder deep in their souls. This person was definitely a terrifying sword cultivator. He wasn't just any sword cultivator. Primal chaos chi swirled around him, signifying his status as a divine emperor from the primal chaos era. Though he had yet to summon his divine emperor crown, his presence alone was leagues beyond Hu Tianwu's father and the crone from the sea whale race. They simply weren't on the same level. Accompanying him were many young disciples, each carrying a sword on their back. Their auras were like unsheathed blades, sharp and deadly. "The High Heaven line," said Long Chen. Long Chen's expression darkened. His gaze grew colder, sharper. With their arrival, the battle came to a sudden halt. Then, Tang Waner led the others back to Feng Xinyue's side. "Master." Tang Waner's voice trembled slightly. "We'll wait and see how this unfolds," Feng Xinyue said calmly. Though their numbers barely reached a few 100,000 meager compared to the vast factions present, they still gave off immense pressure. After all, they were a group of terrifying sword cultivators. "Long Chen, do you know this fellow?" asked the middle-aged man from the High Heaven line. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and 2 disciples stepped forward, dragging a bloodied figure of a man between them. The moment Long Chen and the Dragonblood warriors saw him, a chilling silence descended. Their hands clenched around their weapons, and their killing intent flared to its peak. It was Yu Zifeng. His body was pierced by countless nails with strange, glowing runes. They were clearly tools of torment, designed to inflict both pain and humiliation. Long Chen's fists trembled, veins bulging as his anger erupted. As black spots flickered in his eyes, his killing intent shook the very fabric of space. He was shaking from how furious he was. "Long Chen, calm down. Yu Zifeng's life is in their hands. You can't just use brute force here," hastily transmitted Mo Nian. However, Mo Nian was also panicking. Even with all his power, he found himself at a loss. Their opponent was a divine emperor from the primal chaos era, and they held Yu Zifeng hostage. The middle-aged man smirked, satisfied with Long Chen's reaction. With a cold voice, he said, "This man, Yu Zifeng, slaughtered hundreds of thousands of my High Heaven disciples in the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm. But in the end, he was captured alive. Tell me, how should we deal with him?" "Get to the point," Long Chen snapped, his tone void of any patience. The middle-aged man frowned, seemingly unused to being addressed in such a manner. A disciple whispered something in his ear, and he turned back to Long Chen. "I won't waste words. Have him hand over the divine sword fragment, and all enmities between us will be settled. The second Long Chen heard that, he understood. He knew the divine sword fragment would draw over countless sword cultivators, and there would definitely be a storm of blood. Yet, Long Chen knew Yu Zifeng. There was no one in his realm who could match him in sword Dao. Even against overwhelming odds, if Yu Zifeng had chosen to retreat, no one should have been able to stop him. For him to be captured alive, there had to be more to this story. Long Chen looked at the middle-aged man sharply. Don't worry, I, Zhuo Yan, am the seventh son of the High Heaven Sword God. What I say counts, said the middle-aged man grandly. The title of seven sons of the High Heaven Sword God was bestowed upon the seven strongest disciples under the High Heaven Sword God. Zhuo Yan, as the seventh disciple, was among them. In the Primal Chaos era, these seven were legendary figures, known across the entire cultivation world. You can stop scheming in vain. Before me, you're nothing more than a slightly bigger ant, Zhuo Yan sneered. I advise you to hand over what I want without resistance. Cut the crap. If you hadn't interfered, all your disciples would have been slaughtered by my brother. If you dare claim you didn't step in yourself to capture him, then I, Long Chen, will cut off my own head and offer it to you, replied Long Chen coldly. You, Zhuo Yan's expression darkened, but he was unable to refute it. Just as Long Chen had said, Zhuo Yan had used his power through space to severely wound Yu Zifeng. At that time, Yu Zifeng had just merged with the divine sword fragment, having expended an immense amount of spiritual strength. However, what truly made Zhuo Yan and his people uneasy was that the divine sword fragment had fully fused with Yu Zifeng. The two had become one. To separate them, Yu Zifeng's consent was necessary. If they attempted to forcibly extract the fragment, it would shatter along with Yu Zifeng's soul. In that case, they would end up with nothing. Afterward, they discovered that Yu Zifeng was the fourth captain of the Dragonblood Legion. Without hesitation, they set off in pursuit. Seeing how much Long Chen and the others cared about Yu Zifeng, Zhuo Yan grew more confident. As long as their bonds ran this deep, there was a chance to seize the divine sword fragment. However, Long Chen was simply too infuriating. Zhuo Yan's eyes darkened as he said, "Shut up. A loss is a loss. You can only blame him for not being skilled enough. Now decide, do you want him dead or alive?" Zhuo Yan waved his hand, and the unconscious Yu Zifeng floated toward him. Seizing him by the throat, he locked eyes with Long Chen. His threat couldn't be clearer. Unable to bear the insulting display, Long Chen lowered his head and crouched down a bit. Mo Nian cried out in alarm. This wasn't the time for reckless action. Their opponent's power was unfathomable. If Long Chen made a rash move, Yu Zifeng would die. Those who humiliate my brothers will die. Long Chen roared. In an instant, lightning wings unfurled behind him, and he shot toward Zhuo Yan like a thunderbolt. Long Chen, Bai Shishi and Tang Waner cried out in unison. Boss! Ji Yu Yong and the others shouted in shock. They couldn't believe it. How could Long Chen be so impulsive? Yu Zifeng was still in Zhuo Yan's grip. Was he rushing to see Yu Zifeng's death? Feng Xinyue's eyes flickered with surprise, but when she saw Mo Nian subtly lowering his hands and forming seals, a flash of understanding appeared in her gaze. Long Chen moved as quickly as lightning, and Evilmoon slashed down with unstoppable force. When Zhuo Yan saw Long Chen charging, a flicker of delight flashed in his eyes. He extended a single hand toward Evilmoon. Just as everyone reeled in shock that he dared to block a divine weapon barehanded, a violet divine emperor crown manifested behind him. The moment it appeared, heaven and earth fell deathly silent. Long Chen's eyes widened in surprise. His body was frozen in place, and his unstoppable saber strike lost all momentum. Evilmoon couldn't move an inch in Zhuo Yan's hand. The Dragonblood warrior's heart sank. Chapter 5718 Flawless Cooperation. Ha ha ha, what a fool. Now even the Emperor Blood Crystal is mine, Zhuo Yan laughed in delight as he gripped Evilmoon. All the surrounding experts were stunned. Previously, Hu Tianwu's father had revealed a green divine emperor crown, demonstrating his terrifying power. That green crown was at the 4th level of the divine emperor ranks. But Zhuo Yan's was at the highest level, the violet crown. The moment his violet crown appeared, even the distant experts felt their souls freeze, as though they had been encased in ice. They lost all ability to move. In front of a violet crown divine emperor, all other lifeforms are ants. One expert muttered in awe. The sheer pressure from Zhuo Yan's divine emperor crown was suffocating. With a single thought, he could extinguish their souls. It was absolute terror. Just as Zhuo Yan reveled in his victory, a six-sided star diagram suddenly appeared in Long Chen's pupil, locking onto the arm that held Yu Zifeng. "Purgatory eyes," shouted Long Chen. A terrible premonition gripped Zhuo Yan. Before he could react, the six-sided star twisted space, and an immense force ripped his arm clean off. As his arm was obliterated, his domain wavered. Long Chen immediately broke free, retreating a few steps. At that moment, a coffin shot forward. The coffin swung open, and a frenzied man tumbled out. Netherdragon Tianfeng. Just as he was released, the coffin pulled Yu Zifeng inside and snapped shut. Consumed by madness, Netherdragon Tianfeng didn't even care who it was in front of him. He automatically thrust his spear forward. Seeing this, Zhuo Yan swung his sword and tore the space asunder. Netherdragon Tianfeng simply exploded into dust, along with his divine weapon. Just as Zhuo Yan finished off Netherdragon Tianfeng, an ancient vine's shadow flickered across Long Chen's left hand. Simultaneously, black lightning crackled around his palm. Long Chen's palm slammed into Zhuo Yan's back. Zhuo Yan's divine light shattered instantly. A handprint was seared onto his back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked by this. Even after using the ancient vine's power and extracting Lei Linger's full strength, I only barely pierced his defenses. It was clear a Violet Crown Divine Emperor wasn't something Long Chen could deal with. As Zhuo Yan staggered from the blow, Mon Yen waved his hand, and the coffin shot toward the Dragonblood Legion. Limitless ruling. Mon Yen and Long Chen's cooperation was flawless, and so was their previous act. Yet, despite their precise coordination, their odds of victory remained low. They had to grasp the upper hand right now. "Die!" shouted Zhuo Yan. Zhuo Yan was caught off guard. His left arm was gone, and he was forced to wield his sword with his right hand. As he was left-handed, this felt awkward and unnatural. Worse yet, Long Chen's palm strike had infused a terrifying destructive force into his body. Even with his Violet Crown's power, he couldn't fully suppress it. A streak of sword chi tore through the void. Long Chen and Mon Yen spat out blood as they were blasted backward. "You little ingrates, I'll tear you to pieces," roared Zhuo Yan. Zhuo Yan's fury erupted. He was one of the 7 sons of the High Heaven Sword God, a legendary figure from the Primal Chaos era. Now, some brats had actually snatched a hostage from him. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Zhuo Yan swung his sword once again, sending a violet streak of light slicing through the sky. This time, he infused his full Violet Crown power into the strike, forgetting even about the Emperor Blood Crystal. But just as the attack was about to reach Long Chen and Mon Yen, a single hand reached out and snapped it in half. Zhuo Yan's full power attack shattered like fragile glass, and violet embers drifted to the ground. A stunned silence fell over the battlefield. Zhuo Yan's energy surged chaotically inside him, while shock and fury contorted his face. He hadn't expected the existence of another peak expert here. As he scanned the surroundings, a cold voice rang out. The great 7th son of the High Heaven Sword God reduced to using a hostage to threaten mere heaven saints. "You've really fallen. How laughable. Who are you?" Zhuo Yan barked, his gaze locking onto her. At first glance, Feng Xingyue seemed like an ordinary divine emperor, devoid of any primal chaos chi. To Zhuo Yan, she was nothing more than a product of this era, a mere ant. However, the power she had just displayed contained primal chaos energy in its purest form. And her control over it surpassed Zhuo Yan's. Under normal circumstances, he would have attacked without hesitation. But right now his arm was gone. Moreover, Long Chen's black lightning was wreaking havoc in his body, reducing his strength immensely. Against this mysterious expert, he wasn't sure if he should risk it. "Who I am isn't important," Feng Xingyue said indifferently. "What matters is that you are unworthy to challenge me." With a twisted expression, Zhuo Yan barked, "Then I'll kill that brat first." He raised his remaining hand, igniting countless runes. But a second later his expression changed. To his surprise, there was no reaction from inside Mon Yen's coffin. "How could it block even the heavenly Daos?" muttered Zhuo Yan, his expression turning exceedingly ugly. "Fool, this is the priceless treasure of Mon Yen. Someone alive can't die inside. Your little tricks are useless," sneered Mon Yen. To add insult to injury, Long Chen mocked, "You despicable trash. You've disgraced all sword cultivators. How did your damn father even dare to call himself the High Heaven Sword God? His entire lineage is full of shameless brutes." Zhuo Yan trembled with rage. Flames almost burst from his eyes. He jabbed a finger at Long Chen and snarled, "You little bastard, count yourself lucky today. Just you wait, you've made enemies of the high heaven lineage, you'll die without a grave." "Wait, I don't wait for a bastard like you." Long Chen suddenly closed both eyes. When he opened one, a six-sided star diagram flickered within. At that moment, countless people gasped in shock. A dark figure had appeared behind Zhuo Yan. Zhuo Yan's instinct screamed at him. But before he could react, shlick, six blade-like limbs pierced through his ribs from both sides, and the sinister form of the six-horned fiend fly emerged before everyone's eyes. Chapter 5719 Terrifying Violet Crown Divine Emperor. The six-horned fiend fly appeared, its devil flames erupting as countless runes flowed over its body. Its six spider-like limbs pierced into Zhuo Yan's ribs. This sudden turn of events caused countless expressions to change, including Feng Xinyue's. Even someone as powerful as her didn't know how Long Chen had sent the six-horned fiend fly right behind Zhuo Yan. Suddenly, a realization struck Feng Xinyue. She recalled how Long Chen had previously used the purgatory eyes to tear off Zhuo Yan's arm. Could it be at that time? Feng Xinyue was stunned. With Long Chen's power, it should have been impossible for him to conceal the movement of the six-horned fiend fly. The only plausible explanation was that when Long Chen tore off Zhuo Yan's arm, he used that spatial distortion to mask the creature's presence. However, that seemed somewhat unlikely. He had been fully engaged in battle, striking Zhuo Yan with his palm and then joining forces with Mo Nian to block Zhuo Yan's counterattack. There had been no opportunity for him to manipulate space at that moment. Suddenly, Feng Xinyue looked behind her. There, she saw Bai Shaola and Little Nine, their six Dao heavenly eyes glowing with runes. So it was them. Feng Xinyue couldn't help but be astonished. The moment Long Chen had, angrily, charged forward, he had already set the perfect trap, using himself as bait. However, even more terrifying was the silent synchronization between Long Chen, Mo Nian, Bai Shaola, and Little Nine. Their coordination had been flawless, executed without a single spoken word. How was such unspoken communication even possible? Die! Long Chen roared. Not giving Zhuo Yan any chance to counterattack, Long Chen gritted his teeth and formed hand seals. The six-horned fiend fly self-detonated. A terrifying explosion of devil chi tore through the sky, shattering space like fragile glass, leaving a gaping hole in the void. Thinking about how Zhuo Yan had tortured and humiliated Yu Zifeng, Long Chen couldn't control himself and directly detonated the six-horned fiend fly. Back then, the Earth Cauldron had told Long Chen that the six-horned fiend fly was a priceless treasure. If he could bring it out of the Heaven Vein mystic realm, it would obtain the nourishment of the laws of the Sovereign Emperor Heaven, and its power would grow over tenfold. Yet, none of that mattered. Long Chen's overwhelming desire to kill Zhuo Yan outweighed everything else. If he didn't kill Zhuo Yan, he felt like he would go crazy. A giant black hole formed in the void, crazily devouring all the energy of heaven and earth. However, Long Chen's heart sank when he saw a bloody hand stretch out of the black hole, gripping the walls of the void. Bloodied but alive, Zhuo Yan clawed his way out. He's still not dead. Ji Yu Yong and the others gritted their teeth in frustration. This enemy was terrifyingly resilient. Mo Nian glanced at Long Chen, temptation flickering in his eyes, but Long Chen shook his head. A violet crown divine emperor was truly too powerful, and their violet crown was like a powerful protective talisman. Until they themselves stepped into the human emperor realm, killing Zhuo Yan was nearly impossible. Although Zhuo Yan looked disheveled and his aura was slightly disturbed, Long Chen noted that his crown's hue remained unchanged, proof that his core energy was still intact. Even if he and Mo Nian went all out, they wouldn't be able to finish him. Worse, they might end up dead instead. That is the price for humiliating one of my brothers. For now, I'll let you keep your head. But when my brother recovers, he will personally take it from your shoulders, Long Chen declared coldly. Though Zhuo Yan didn't die yet, Long Chen had exacted some revenge. Ultimately, it was best for Yu Zifeng to personally end him. Zhuo Yan let out a crazed laugh, his eyes filled with rage and madness. I've never imagined that I, the great Zhuo Yan, would be reduced to this by some brat. If I don't kill you today, how will I maintain my standing in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? In his fury, he had lost all other thoughts. No matter what, he had to kill Long Chen today. Zhuo Yan crushed a fist-sized violet jade. As it crumbled, an immense faith energy enveloped him. His injuries instantly healed, and his aura surged back to its peak. His mouth stretched into a savage grin. Today, you will definitely die. Seeing this, Feng Xingyue simply shook her head. She said, even if you use a faith jade crystal to suppress your injuries and restore your aura, it will only last 5 minutes. Did you think that by sacrificing something so precious, you would be able to kill Long Chen in front of me? Zhuo Yan sneered. Perhaps I'm not your match, but if I want to kill someone, can you stop me? His gaze swept over the battlefield, and his grin widened. He had really gone insane. The only way to quell his fury was by slaughtering them all. He knew that while Feng Xingyue was strong, she couldn't protect everyone at once. Long Chen smirked. That's fine, senior, just kill all his disciples. Yu Zifeng already cut down so many, a few more won't make a difference. When Long Chen said this, the remaining sword cultivators visibly paled, stepping back in fear. Zhuo Yan's face twisted, and clarity returned to his eyes. As Long Chen had pointed out, the top geniuses of the High Heaven Sword sect had accompanied him, and most had already perished. If they were completely wiped out, the High Heaven line's legacy would be severed. Just then, the void quivered. Fantianda had secretly set up a transportation formation to summon reinforcements. This old man would like to see who dares to protect Long Chen, said a bald elder. He stepped out of the formation, his aura terrifyingly powerful. Another violet-crowned divine emperor had arrived, and this one was from the Brahma Pill Valley. Hehe, our Nine Springs Hell race has no interest in this quarrel. But if that little fellow called Long Chen obediently hands over the Emperor Blood Crystal, we will leave. A three-eyed creature appeared beside Li Changjing, its withered frame clutching a magical staff. Li Changjing had also set up a formation and summoned a formidable ally, another Violet Crown Emperor. 3 almighty beings now surrounded Feng Xingyue, closing in from all sides. Seeing these 3 old bastards approach her, Feng Xingyue smiled faintly. Just as she was about to speak, a powerful voice resounded through the battlefield. The world has changed, and so have people's hearts. For so many seniors to bully a child, don't you think that's going too far? Long Chen's heart pounded. This voice, it's impossible. He turned hastily toward its source. Chapter 5720 Long Zontian Verses. Zhuo Yan. Heaven and earth shuddered. Footsteps echoed ominously as an enormous creature, drenched in a tide of blood, slowly approached. Even before the creature fully emerged, an overwhelming devil chi had spread across the land, shaking even the violet-crowned divine emperors. This was no ordinary being, its aura carried the ancient laws of primal chaos and suffocating killing intent. Once the creature got closer, everyone saw its 300-meter body stride through the blood. The creature resembled a qilin, but its body was completely covered in blood. A single horn jutted from its head, not quite a dragon horn, yet gleaming with a chilling sharpness. Its eyes bore 3 pupils that radiated a savage glint, and a pair of bat-like wings could be seen on its back. The wings were etched with countless runes that resembled pairs of staring eyes. Its mere presence sent tremors through the battlefield. This was definitely a species from the primal chaos era. None of the gathered experts had ever seen such a being before, yet the sheer malevolence of its devil chi left no doubt it was terrifying beyond comprehension. That's the Jewel Blood Devil. A startled cry rang out. The voice came from an elder of the Long clan, one of the 4 divine clans. This elder, though a divine emperor, was clearly weaker than the other top figures present. Let one compare him to the violet-crowned divine emperors, he was even weaker than Hu Tianwu's father. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, he could only watch the fight, as he was powerless to intervene. The moment he recognized the Jewel Blood Devil, his expression changed drastically. This was the monstrous being that the Long clan had spent countless years sealing away, yet they had never been able to destroy it. Hearing this revelation, Long Tianrui was stunned. Her gaze shot toward the creature's head. On top of the Jewel Blood Devil's head stood a man in blue robes. Though he was middle-aged, he was still extraordinarily handsome. His sharp brows and deep, ocean-like eyes carried the air of wisdom. He looked just like Long Chen, but more mature. Mo Nian's eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced at Long Chen, then back at the man atop the Jewel Blood Devil. "Dad," shouted Long Chen, his voice trembling with emotion. After all the hardships he had endured, all the battles fought, he was finally seeing his father again. It felt like centuries had passed since their last encounter. Long Zontian nodded at Long Chen before gracefully stepping off the Jewel Blood Devil's head. He landed before Feng Xingyue and respectfully bowed. "Many thanks, senior," for looking after my son. Feng Xinyue smiled gently. You don't need to call me senior. It won't be long before we stand as equals. Standing beside Feng Xinyue, Tang Wan'er felt her heart race. When she saw her future father-in-law, she became as nervous as a startled deer. Long Zantian simply smiled in response before approaching Long Chen. His gaze softened upon seeing the exhaustion on his son's face and the streak of blood trailing from his eye after using the purgatory eyes. At this moment, a surge of pride and pain washed over him. This was a path every person had to walk in. To rise above others, to witness sights unseen, to not be trampled under someone else's feet. Long Zantian knew his son had to experience this. As expected of my son. Dad is proud of you, remarked Long Zantian as he patted Long Chen's shoulder. Long Chen swallowed back his emotions. Even in front of his father, he refused to show his soft side. Beside him, Mo Nian suddenly cried out emotionally. Long Zantian blinked in surprise. Then, Mo Nian grinned. Did you forget me? I'm Long Chen's dear brother from another father and another mother. Long Zantian was momentarily baffled. As he was trying to process what that even meant, Long Chen chuckled. Dad, this is my good brother, Mo Nian. We're as close as real brothers. But aside from having good taste in recognizing my greatness, he doesn't have any strong points. Long Zantian laughed heartily. Good, good. After all the suffering my son and I have been through, I've somehow gained even more sons. Ha ha ha, not bad at all. When Long Zantian looked at the Dragonblood warriors, he could sense how close they were to Long Chen. Knowing his son had so many life and death brothers, he felt pride swell in his chest. Yet, beneath that pride, a trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Long Chen immediately understood. His father was thinking of his fallen brothers from the martial heaven continent. They had fought together, bled together, only to be lost to the sands of time. No amount of time could erase that pain. Then a voice rang out, cutting through the moment. Who the hell do you think you are? You think some pure-blooded devil is enough to stop me? If I, Zhuo Yan, want to kill someone, no one can save them. At first, Zhuo Yan was truly shocked by the Jewel Blood Devil's tyrannical aura. However, after observing Long Zantian, he saw no reason to be afraid. Though Long Zantian had emperor-level power, it was weak compared to the true powerhouses. In Zhuo Yan's eyes, he was no threat. Ignoring Zhuo Yan, Long Zantian continued speaking to Long Chen. We are father and son, but our approaches to the Tao differ. You rely too much on brute force. You always pit power against power, clashing head-on. But true strength lies in the proper usage of power. If you had mastered it, you wouldn't have only 30% of your strength left right now, you'd still have at least 80%. Long Chen's eyes widened. 80%? You don't believe me? Long Zantian chuckled. Then watch closely. That guy and I are both divine emperors. If I were to use my divine emperor crown, that would be bullying him. But this is just a demonstration. Before anyone could react, Long Zantian vanished, without energy fluctuation or warning. In the next instant, he was in front of Zhuo Yan. Zhuo Yan recoiled in shock. Instinctively, he stepped back and swung his sword, sending a sharp arc of sword chi that cut through the sky. As one of the 7 sons of the High Heaven Sword God, Zhuo Yan's mastery of the Sword Tao was unparalleled. Even caught off guard, his technique remained flawless. Yet, Long Zantian neither dodged nor blocked the slash with a weapon. He simply extended his bare hand. Mo Nian, Long Chen, and the others gasped. Zhuo Yan's sword was sharp enough to cut through divine weapons. A body of flesh and blood. It would be sliced apart instantly. Moreover, Long Zantian hadn't summoned his divine emperor crown, heavenly Tao energy, or even his bloodline power. How could he block the slash with just his bare hands? But then, 5 crisp sounds rang out in unison. Zhuo Yan's sword jolted, and multiple sword images layered on top of each other, dazzling everyone's eyes. In the next moment, everyone saw the impossible. Zhuo Yan's sword was in Long Zantian's hand. Its tip was pressed against Zhuo Yan's throat. A deathly silence fell over the battlefield. Countless jaws dropped. No one dared to believe what they had just witnessed. Chapter 5721 Frightened into retreating. In the blink of an eye, Long Zantian had seized Zhuo Yan's sword and pressed it against his throat. Now, Zhuo Yan didn't even dare to breathe. Long Zantian's blue robes fluttered in the wind. He exuded no emperor fluctuations, no imposing aura, just an unshakable presence. The surrounding experts were stunned. The attack had happened so quickly that no one had even seen it clearly before it was over. Cold sweat dripped from Zhuo Yan's chin when he saw the sword trembling slightly. Though the sword in Long Zontian's grip didn't emit any dangerous aura, Zhuo Yan could feel the terrifying power concentrated at its tip and energy potent enough to annihilate heaven and earth. If it detonated, he would die without a doubt. Thus, he dared not move a muscle. Long Chen's heart pounded. The execution of Long Zontian's move had been flawless. Just as Zhuo Yan's sword struck, Long Zontian's thumb pressed 3 inches from the tip. A rainbow-colored divine light flashed as his 4 other fingers followed in succession. Then, Long Chen noticed Zhuo Yan's wrist tremble slightly. Long Chen understood Long Zontian's thumb had destabilized the sword's balance, while his other fingers negated its power, causing a backlash that struck Zhuo Yan's wrist. This split-second disruption allowed Long Zontian to seize the weapon. Somehow, he had executed such complex movements in an instant. Such flawless control and judgment bordered on the divine. What impressed Long Chen even more was that Long Zontian had only unleashed his bloodline power for a fraction of a second before retracting it completely, not wasting any at all. "Are you not convinced? Then let's do it again," said Long Zontian. Long Zontian suddenly flipped the sword and handed the hilt back to Zhuo Yan. Zhuo Yan hesitated before reaching for it, his disbelief evident. But the moment Long Zontian released the weapon, his expression twisted viciously, and he suddenly lunged forward, attempting a sneak attack. Yet, the sword stopped 3 inches from Long Zontian, unable to progress another millimeter because he was gripping it between his 2 fingers. Gasps of shock erupted again. Even Long Chen was taken aback. Between Long Zontian's fingers, a 7-colored vortex had materialized, absorbing the force of the sword. No matter how much divine energy Zhuo Yan poured into his attack, he couldn't move the blade a fraction of an inch. "Dad is a monster," Mo Nian gaped in disbelief. The first exchange had reached the realm of absolute perfection, yet even against Zhuo Yan's full-powered sneak attack, Long Zontian still easily caught it. And still, he hadn't drawn upon heavenly Tao energy or summoned an emperor crown. Even a fool could see the difference in power between the 2 divine emperors. "The high heaven lineage truly lives up to its name," Long Zontian remarked with a faint smile. Then, with a slight flick of his fingers, he sent Zhuo Yan stumbling back. Each of his 6 retreating steps left a vortex in the void, warping space itself. The sight was staggering. Zhuo Yan's face burned with humiliation, alternating between red and white. Long Zontian's remark was clearly an insult, mocking his underhanded sneak attack. Long Zontian had given Zhuo Yan another chance, yet he still failed. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever faced. Standing there, Zhuo Yan felt the weight of the crowd's disdain pressing down on him. "Do you understand now?" asked Long Zontian, looking at Long Chen. Zhuo Yan could endure no longer. Seeing Long Zontian turn his back on him, he erupted like a madman. His violet emperor crown ignited, and his sword tore through space, unleashing a storm of 1,000 sword images toward Long Zontian. Long Zontian calmly raised a single finger. 7-colored divine light gathered at his fingertip. With a simple swipe, the sky filled with metallic explosions as every sword image shattered. Zhuo Yan vanished, along with the sword images. Before anyone could react, the space before Long Chen twisted, and a sharp sword emerged, hurtling straight for his throat. The crowd cried out in shock. Zhuo Yan, realizing he couldn't defeat Long Zontian, had chosen to attack Long Chen instead. Just as the sword was about to strike, a violet rune-covered hand swung through the air. Pa! Zhuo Yan's head had barely emerged from the void before he was ruthlessly slapped. He shot through the sky like a meteor, leaving a long trailing light in the void before vanishing from sight. "That wasn't bad. You grasped the trick so quickly," Long Zontian praised, seeing Long Chen's palm still flickering with violet runes. Long Chen had secretly condensed dragon blood power into his hand, proving that he had comprehended what Long Zontian had been trying to pass to him. "Unfortunately, I'm still not an emperor, or that slap would have killed him," replied Long Chen. "Don't mind him. He's nothing more than a second-rate minor character. There's no need to feel any regret," said Long Zontian lightly. He suddenly looked up and announced, to those hiding in the void, "Have you seen enough? If you wish to attack, then do so. If not, kindly leave. I, Long Zontian, do not appreciate being spied upon." Space rippled in several places, clear evidence that powerful figures had been lurking unseen. But with one warning from Long Zontian, they immediately chose to retreat. None of them had shown themselves from beginning to end, nor had they uttered a single word. However, it was obvious they were not allies. In any case, they had been thoroughly intimidated by Long Zontian's overwhelming power. In truth, Long Zontian had appeared to scare them off. If someone as strong as Zhuo Yan couldn't withstand even a single exchange, then others had to reconsider their odds before making a move. Moreover, their attention had initially been on the Jewel Blood Devil. No one had expected Long Zontian himself to be so terrifying. Now that Long Zontian had shown his power and the Jewel Blood Devil still hadn't done anything, they were intimidated. Considering that it was being used as his mount, the Jewel Blood Devil's power shouldn't be lacking either. Seeing this, the hidden experts wisely withdrew. As for the remaining forces, though they hated Long Chen, they dared not act rashly. They were a bit unwilling to leave things like this. After all, Long Chen had killed far too many experts in the Heaven Vein mystic realm. This enmity had been set in stone, but with Long Zontian present, their vengeance would have to wait. One by one, the various factions slowly dispersed. Yet at this moment, the four divine clans stepped forward. Seeing the Long clan's experts among them, Long Chen sneered. "Let's see what excuses you have now." Chapter 5722 Shameless. The elder of the Long clan personally led its higher-ups forward, with Long Zai, Long Tianrui, and the other disciples trailing behind. Not far away, the Zhang, Zhao, and Yi clans also arrived but chose to keep their distance. "Damn, we were late," exclaimed Zhang Yue. The Zhang clan's ranks were somewhat disorderly as Feng Fei and Zhang Yue rushed over, leading hundreds of thousands of their disciples at full speed. Seeing the aftermath, Zhang Yue clenched her fists resentfully. When they were ejected from the Heaven Vein mystic realm, they had ended up scattered. Zhang Yue had even been separated from Feng Fei, and upon reappearing, found herself amidst chaotic battles. Seeing their clan's disciples being drawn into the conflict, she had immediately rushed over to rescue them. After some effort, she had managed to reunite with Feng Fei. Fortunately, they hadn't been too far apart. Rather than heading directly to the main battlefield, they had prioritized gathering there. Scattered disciples. Only once they confirmed that all of their people were accounted for did they follow the signals from their seniors to regroup. "It seems we missed a spectacular battle," Feng Fei remarked with a sigh before turning to ask her fellow disciples about what had transpired. Meanwhile, the Long clan elder approached Long Zontian with a warm smile. "Long Zontian, I never expected that in just a few months, your power would reach such astonishing heights." "Congratulations." Long Chen nearly burst into laughter. These same old schemers had issued a kill order on his father, and Long Chen himself had been caught in their web. Yet now, this elder acted as if they were old friends, practically fawning over Long Zontian. The irony was unbearable. "Senior praises me too much. It's all thanks to the blessing of the Jewel Blood Devil." "Well, to put it even more frankly, it is the blessing of the Long clan," replied Long Zontian. Just then, the Jewel Blood Devil came up to Long Zontian and let out a low growl. When its eyes swept over the Long clan's experts, its icy killing intent was overwhelming. Long Zontian patted its massive claw reassuringly. He understood its hatred after all, the Long clan had imprisoned it for countless years. Over the years, the Long clan had used formations to extract its devil blood, inhibiting its growth, treating it as little more than a living resource. That deep-seated grudge was imprinted into its very soul. And yet, despite its hatred, the Jewel Blood Devil had submitted to Long Zontian. The reason was simple: he had a similar experience. He, too, had been imprisoned, his essence blood extracted against his will by the Long clan. Their shared suffering had forged an unbreakable bond. Back then, when Long Zontian entered its devil prison, he didn't say much and directly offered a spiritual contract, binding them as true comrades. However, Long Zontian hadn't just freed it, he had returned all the devil blood the Long clan had extracted over the years. That blood contained primal chaos energy and terrifying devil chi. The Long clan had sought the primal chaos energy but found separating it from the devil chi too costly in resources. Thus, the stockpile had remained unused until Long Zontian took it all. This was another reason why the Long clan was so enraged and directly gave the order to hunt Long Zontian down. Together, he and the weakened Jewel Blood Devil had escaped, vanishing without a trace. Now, they stood before the Long clan as beings far beyond their reach, leaving the elders in an awkward and difficult spot. Just the Jewel Blood Devil's gaze sent shivers down their spines, as though a single look from it could make their souls dissipate. They were finally bearing witness to the terror of a primal chaos species. While patting the jewel blood devil, Long Zontian said, "I hear the Long clan issued a warrant for my arrest. And even my son was implicated. I wonder, was that true? There must be some misunderstanding. Why was I not aware of such a thing?" The elder feigned surprise before turning back with a sharp expression. "What is he talking about?" The Long clan's experts exchanged uneasy glances, momentarily too flabbergasted to respond. The elder frowned and turned back to Long Zontian. "Perhaps this was all a mistake. The fact that you have subdued the jewel blood devil is a great boon to our clan. I do not know who issued such a foolish order, but rest assured, I will report it to the clan leader personally." Long Chen had to turn his face away, struggling to suppress his laughter. Did they really think they could erase their past actions with a few empty words? It was shameless beyond belief. These people had been hunting his father with ruthless determination, and now, seeing his overwhelming strength, they wanted to conveniently rewrite history and extend an olive branch. Did they take them for fools? The sheer brazenness of it left Long Chen filled with nothing but scorn. This elder's face was truly thick, and the Long clan's shamelessness was truly eye-opening. "Ah, so it was all a misunderstanding. That's good to hear," Long Zontian said with a faint smile, playing along. The elder continued smoothly, "You and your son are both children of the Long clan, bearing the blood of the Julie race. Sooner or later, you will return to the divine clans. The sovereign emperor heaven is undergoing a great transformation. Primal chaos energy is returning, and the hidden monsters of the 9 heavens and 10 lands are stirring once more. A new era is upon us. The battle of the 10,000 races will reach unprecedented heights. The divine clans need your power." Long Chen almost cursed the shameless elder. The latter really wanted to pull the two of them into the Long clan's camp. Did he really think that it was possible for them to return after what the Long clan had done? "We'll discuss this another time," Long Zontian said noncommittally, his thoughts unreadable. Good. You two haven't seen each other in a long time, so I won't disturb your reunion any longer. With the coming of a new age, the Long clan's ancestral lands will soon be reconnected to this world. We will be relocating, but as a part of the divine clans, our location will never be a secret. The gates of the Long clan will always remain open to you," declared the elder. The elder smiled at them before bringing the Long clan's people away. Among their disciples, Long Tianrui smiled and waved goodbye to Long Chen. Long Zai, on the other hand, was filled with resentment, his face dark with unwillingness. This time, he had truly and completely lost. The other divine clans also departed. Long Chen exchanged farewells with Feng Fei and Zhang Yue before they, too, left. Once the dust settled, only one final group remained, warriors bearing the banners of the 4 cardinal alliances. They were waiting for Su Yu and the others to return. Su Yu stepped forward, her eyes filled with admiration. "Long Chen, being born in the same era as you is truly an honor. Though we will never reach your level, we won't stop growing. We will use our own blood and will to leave our mark on history." As they took their leave, the Dragonblood warriors bade them farewell. Though these warriors weren't the strongest, they were true fighters worthy of respect. Finally, Long Chen turned to Mo Nian. "Bring Zifeng out. We'll help him recover." Chapter 5723 Change of Plans. As the coffin opened, Yu Zifeng appeared before everyone. Even though Long Chen had already seen his condition before, his killing intent surged once more at the sight of him. Yu Zifeng's entire body was covered in nails, each inscribed with spiritual runes radiating Zuo Yan's aura. He had clearly done this. Ji Yu Yang clenched his teeth furiously. Yu Zifeng had been suffering unimaginable torment all this time. This is troublesome. These nails carry Zuo Yan's spiritual marks. They'll explode if touched and are linked together. Removing even one would trigger them all, said Sha Chen grimly after examining them. "Is there no way to extract them?" asked Long Chen. "There is, but it will take time that Zifeng doesn't have," replied Sha Chen. "Let me," said Long Zontian. Long Zontian walked up and gently put his hand on Yu Zifeng's chest. A 7-colored divine light enveloped the nails. With a slight movement of his hand, all 360 nails were extracted simultaneously. "Dad, your control is incredible." Long Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The greatest difficulty in extracting the nails was maintaining an absolute balance between them. Sha Chen, as a formation master, could have done it too, but it would have required extensive preparations. As for Long Chen, even with his precise control, he wouldn't have dared attempt it. The slightest mistake could have cost Yu Zifeng his life, and he didn't dare to gamble on it. Yet, Long Zontian had done it with a mere wave of his hand. This level of mastery left Long Chen in awe. If he had such control, perhaps he would have been able to kill Zhuo Yan. Freed from his torment, Yu Zifeng shuddered before he erupted into a fit of coughing. Zifeng, Long Chen and the others were delighted to see him wake up. Leaning on Song Mingyuan, Yu Zifeng slowly sat up, his face pale as paper yet his gaze remained sharp. When he saw Long Chen, he smiled faintly. I knew that as long as I merged with the divine sword fragment, boss would come to save me. Unfortunately, your boss couldn't kill that bastard, said Long Chen bitterly. Yu Zifeng's eyes brightened at those words. He said, that's even better. Once I comprehend the sword will inside this fragment, I'll kill him myself. Don't use your sword, use these nails to skewer him instead, exclaimed Bai Shaola. Yu Zifeng chuckled but barely got a word out before his eyelids grew unbearably heavy. He struggled to keep them open. Rest. Once you're healed, you can take your revenge however you like, cut him to pieces or nail him into mincemeat, it's up to you, said Long Chen. Long Chen quickly fed Yu Zifeng a medicinal pill, and the latter immediately drifted into deep sleep. Given his weak physical state, his wounds were no small matter. A pure sword cultivator. Truly a rarity in this world, Long Zontian mused in admiration. Dad, what do you mean by a pure sword cultivator? Long Chen asked curiously. Long Zontian explained, a pure sword cultivator is the origin of all sword cultivators. The sword god created a unique system where the cultivator's heart and soul merge entirely with their sword. From that moment on, the sword becomes their life. Outside of the sword, nothing else matters. The world has countless cultivators, and among them, the sword Dao is supreme. But this refers to the sword god's lineage. As for Zhuo Yan, he follows a different path. He cultivates the sword, but he also cultivates his body, qi, divinity, and soul. That's why he could block your strike barehanded, not just because you held back, but because his physical body is extremely powerful. Long Chen finally understood. When facing Zhuo Yan, the overwhelming pressure hadn't just come from his sword, it had emanated from his entire body. Long Zontian continued, the sword god's lineage focuses on the sword and sword alone, forsaking all else. Thus, their attack power is the strongest, but it also makes them the most fragile existence. A razor-sharp blade is also the easiest to break. That's why the High Heaven lineage altered their path. To them, the sword is the sword, and the cultivator is the cultivator. They train both separately so that even without a sword, they remain formidable. But their full power is only realized when they become one with their sword. So in other words, they lack confidence, Long Chen sneered. Long Zontian laughed, patting Long Chen's shoulder. You're spot on. If they truly believed in their sword, they wouldn't need anything else. With just their sword, they would be unrivaled. The High Heaven lineage ruined a masterpiece by adding unnecessary strokes to a perfect painting. And to think that High Heaven dares to call himself the second sword god. Ridiculous. Just from Long Zontian's tone, he clearly looked down on this so-called High Heaven sword god. Judging from Zhuo Yan's methods and the actions of the High Heaven sword sect's disciples, it was obvious their lineage was lacking in integrity. Dad, now that you're back, stay with us, Long Chen said earnestly. I can't. In fact, I need to take you with me, Long Zontian replied. What? Where are we going? Asked Long Chen in surprise. To the Violet Blood Race's territory. You've found them. Did you find Mom's tracks? Long Chen asked, his excitement surging. Details on your mother are still unclear, but the situation is promising. I've already found your grandfather, Long Zontian revealed. A stern and icy figure surfaced in Long Chen's mind, one of immense wisdom and unparalleled determination, immortal King Luo Zichuan. Back when Luo Zichuan was merely an immortal king, he had dared to embark on a lone journey to rescue his ancestors. Later, through a fateful encounter, Long Chen met him again in a secret realm, but their reunion was brief. Apparently, the Life Hunter race had grasped the general location of the Violet Blood race. However, after clashing with them multiple times, Long Chen couldn't gain any useful information. Hearing that Long Zontian had found his grandfather, Long Chen was delighted. The day his family would be reunited was finally within reach. He could hardly contain his emotions. The thought of finally meeting the mother he had no memories of filled him with excitement and nervousness. Don't celebrate just yet, entering the violet blood race's domain won't be easy, Long Zontian warned. I am considered a sinner for them. You must understand this. That's why I need you to lead the way, Long Zontian said helplessly. Long Chen instantly understood. Because of his mother, Long Zontian had refrained from making direct contact with the violet blood race. Instead, he had come to find Long Chen because Long Chen carried the violet blood within him. At that moment, Long Chen turned to consult the Dragon Sovereign. His plans would have to change. Chapter 5724 Move out to the violet blood race's domain. Long Chen extended his arm, revealing a violet crystal in his palm. The moment it appeared, an immense wave of dragon blood power surged outward, startling the dragonblood warriors. Long Chen explained, this is the Emperor Blood Crystal, the purest essence of the Emperor Reverse Scale. Not only does it contain the most refined dragon blood energy, but it also holds the laws of the Emperor realm. Absorbing it will allow everyone to condense a Violet Human Emperor crown upon advancement. Violet Human Emperor crowns. Guo Ran and the others gasped in shock. At this time, they understood why Fantianda, Netherdragon Tianfeng, and the others had fought desperately to obtain this crystal. I have to go with my dad to the violet blood race's domain, so I won't be able to stay with you for now, Long Chen continued. You should return to the dragon domain and activate the dragon pool. Place the crystal inside. Its energy is enough to baptize everyone. How much each person can absorb will depend on their own luck. After saying this, Long Chen handed the Emperor Blood Crystal to Ji Yuyong. Suddenly, Feng Xinyue said, your dragon domain can no longer remain hidden in a minor world due to the changes in the laws of the Nine Heavens. All minor worlds are being forced into the open. Your domain may already have been discovered by enemies. Be careful when you return. Long Chen wasn't too worried about the dragon domain. After all, the Dragon Sovereign would look after them, and the Dragonblood Legion was strong enough to defend itself. As long as no Violet Crown Divine Emperors showed up, no one could threaten them. Other than that, Yu Zifeng had started merging with the Divine Sword Fragment. Once he woke up, his power would skyrocket. Long Chen might not yet be able to kill Violet Crown Divine Emperors. However, he believed Yu Zifeng's terrifying offensive power plus the Dragonblood Legion's combination attacks could fend such an opponent off. Seeing that they were about to part soon, Bai Shishi tried to appear calm, but her reddened eyes betrayed her emotions. Shishi, instead of going to the dragon domain, why don't you come to my Wind God Sea Pavilion? Feng Xinyue suggested, you cultivate metal energy, and there's little for you there. I can teach you techniques to better circulate your metal energy. Tang Wan'er's eyes lit up at the proposal. Even though Long Chen was leaving, at least she would have Bai Shishi by her side. Bai Shishi immediately thanked Feng Xinyue. Knowing that she would have Tang Wan'er's company made her feel a little better. They could endure the pain of missing Long Chen together. Wild. Long Chen called out, still munching on something. Wild paused and looked over. Long Chen hesitated. The Dragon Domain and the Wind God Sea Pavilion weren't suitable for Wild. After all, who would provide him with food? Moreover, while everyone in the Dragon Domain was an ally, Wild only saw them as food. It was quite awkward. He couldn't take Wild with him either. According to Long Zontian, only those with violet blood could enter the violet blood race's domain. Young Master. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from the distance. Young Master. The sheer volume of the cry made Long Chen and the others jump. A group of towering figures rushed toward them, led by a massive man whose presence was like a dormant dragon. His bald head was covered in violet runes, and his aura was overwhelming. He was clearly a Violet Crown Divine Emperor. Uncle Zheng, I'm here, exclaimed Wild. Wild looked over excitedly, standing and waving at them. Young Master, my dear little brat, I've finally found you. The massive elder looked relieved beyond words. He strode forward and pulled Wild into a crushing embrace. Despite Wild's size, the elder was even larger, making Wild seem like a child in his arms. Behind him, several younger members of the barbarian race stood awkwardly, their faces bruised and battered. Though they were happy, they seemed to hold back some complaints. The elder pounded Wild's shoulder and scolded, "You foolish child. Do you know how worried I was? How could you just run off like that?" A barbarian warrior limped forward and muttered, "Do you know how painful it is when Uncle Zheng beats us?" Apparently, after losing Wild, they had searched frantically, only to get lost themselves. When they were transported out of the Heaven Vein mystic realm, they continued their chaotic search, running randomly through the crowds to look for Wild. In the chaos, some people ran for their lives, and so they ended up following them, only to realize that they had gone in the wrong direction. After a while, they ran back. When they returned, they finally sensed Uncle Zheng's aura and gathered around him. Upon hearing that Wild went missing, Uncle Zheng panicked and directly gave them all a beating. It went without saying that Uncle Zheng at least had some brains. Instead of aimlessly searching, he led them in a systematic sweep around the entire abyss. Their search continued until everyone had left. Just as they were about to cry from worry, they saw Long Chen and the others along with Wild, who was sitting there and munching on something. Their relief was so overwhelming that some of them actually teared up. At last, they had found their little brat. Uncle Zheng, this is my big brother Long. Wild introduced enthusiastically. Uncle Zheng turned to Long Chen. The moment their gazes met, Long Chen's dragon blood surged, and his dragon blood battle armor nearly manifested instinctively. The sheer pressure from Uncle Zheng's aura startled him. This man was unbelievably strong. Uncle Zheng, too, was taken aback. He could sense Long Chen's powerful dragon blood. When his gaze shifted to Long Zantian and Feng Xinyue, his pupils shrank. His intuition told him that these two were even more terrifying. That was especially true of Feng Xinyue. Despite her frail appearance, she exuded boundless power. Uncle Zheng crossed his arms in salute toward Long Zantian and Feng Xinyue before turning to Long Chen. Young master often speaks of you. As expected, you are no ordinary man. Long Chen recognized Uncle Zheng's immense power and also his pride. If not for the presence of Feng Xinyue and his father, he likely wouldn't have been so respectful. I'm glad you're here. I have to leave on a journey and won't be able to take care of Wild. I'll have to trouble you, Long Chen said sincerely. Only then did Wild realize Long Chen was about to leave without him again. Wild's expression fell. Big brother. Patting Wild's arm, Long Chen consoled, good brother, this time is different. The 9 heavens are connected now. You won't be isolated anymore. When I finish my business, I'll come find you. Speaking of which, you should take this. With a wave of his hand, Long Chen threw an enormous sea whale corpse into the sky. The black soil had already absorbed the first whale, but this second one was intact. Hence, he left it for Wild. Uncle Zheng's eyes widened in shock. This was an extremely rare and valuable treasure. In an instant, Uncle Zheng's previously aloof demeanor softened slightly. In the end, Long Chen had to cajole Wild for a long time before Wild agreed to leave with his people. Long Chen watched them go, then turned toward Mo Nian. Chapter 5725 Cultivating the Tao and Using the Tao. Do you have any plans? Asked Long Chen. Me. The 9 heavens are now connected, and all the secret realms are appearing. I'll probably be busy for a while, Mo Nian replied helplessly. The Dragonblood warriors looked at Mo Nian oddly. With the bindings on the 9 heavens gone, he could now travel anywhere at will. The myriad races were emerging once more, and this wretched fellow was likely calculating which ancestral tombs held the most treasures. Strangely, we haven't seen Hu Feng, Guo Ran suddenly remarked. Long Chen also found it odd. Hu Feng had been able to guide Wild to Long Chen, yet he never showed up himself. Furthermore, the female 9-star warrior, whom Long Chen had saved, also vanished without a trace, as had the green parrot. It was very odd. There's nothing strange about it. The Heaven Vein mystic realm has multiple entrances. They likely left through their own paths, Feng Xinyue explained. Hearing that, everyone nodded in understanding, their concerns eased. Feng Xinyue continued, the bindings on the 9 heavens have just been lifted, and primal chaos energy is reviving. The laws of the heavenly Taos are becoming more complete. Right now is not the time to cultivate. With the heavenly Taos still unstable, attempting to break through to the human emperor realm would be dangerous. Use this period to solidify your foundations in preparation for the tribulation ahead. Long Chen nodded and said, everyone can just treat it as a vacation. Knowing how to relax is also important. Once I'm done on my side, I'll come back and we can undergo tribulation together. Once we become human emperors, we'll be Violet Crown human emperors. Then, even against Violet Crown divine emperors, we'll still be able to fight back. Hearing this, the Dragonblood warriors grew excited at the prospect of the next tribulation. Every tribulation was an opportunity for complete transformation, allowing them to borrow heavenly tribulation's power to temper their bodies and souls. Both their physical forms and dragon souls would evolve together. After Long Chen had passed down some details, the Jewel Blood Devil carried Long Chen and Long Zontian away. Then, the Dragonblood warriors led the dragon race's warriors back onto the 10,000 dragon nest. After saying goodbye to Feng Xinyue, they flew off. Seeing Tang Wan'er and Bai Shishi looking as though they were about to cry, Feng Xinyue comforted them. Don't worry, it won't be long before you're all reunited. Slightly embarrassed, Tang Wan'er quickly changed the subject. Master, they all had something carrying them away. Don't tell me we have to walk by ourselves. Oh, on the way here, you were happy to walk. But now that only your master is beside you, you're unhappy. Feng Xinyue asked with a teasing frown. What are you saying? Accompanying master is this disciple's greatest joy. Even if my feet are ground to dust, I won't complain. Tang Wan'er immediately clung to her master's hand, laughing. Watching the two of them acting like mother and daughter, Bai Shishi suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She then thought of her own mother. Even as a child, she had always acted proud and distant, rejecting her mother's attempts to hold her hand. Now, she felt like a terrible daughter. After experiencing countless dangers with Long Chen, brushing past death multiple times, she was suddenly afraid that one day, she might not get the chance to say sorry to her mother. Feng Xinyue smiled and said, rather than reading about the world, walking through it yourself is the best teacher. The world you see with your own eyes is completely different from what words can describe. Let's return the way we came. You'll find that everything has changed. The Jewel Blood Devil strode across the void, its claws igniting blood-colored flames that bloomed like flower petals in the sky. The Jewel Blood Devil wasn't traveling too fast because Long Zontian was in no rush. Long Chen understood why. Along the way, he keenly sensed the changes in heaven and earth. The Sovereign Emperor Heaven was no longer the same. He could feel the heavenly Tao's better. How does it feel? Long Zontian asked with a smile, seeing Long Chen's expression. It's something others receive effortlessly, yet no matter how hard I fought for it, I could never obtain it. Now that I finally have it, I suddenly feel that even being an ordinary person is a kind of blessing, Long Chen said softly. In front of his father, he felt as if he were standing before a sovereign. His father's wisdom seemed boundless, as though nothing in the universe could escape his understanding. Personal experience is the greatest teacher, Long Zontian said. Many people focus only on the destination, forgetting that the journey itself is what truly matters. Without the process of striving toward a goal, they never truly obtain it. Long Chen nodded in agreement. He had always believed the journey was more important than the destination. Yet, only a few people truly understood this principle. Long Zontian continued, every step we take holds meaning. Even retracing our steps is not wasted effort. The hardships you've endured have tempered your Tao heart. In terms of the Tao, I have nothing more to teach you. But in terms of technique, you still have much room for improvement. Hearing that, Long Chen grew excited. Dad, are you going to teach me cultivation? Long Zontian chuckled. Foolish child, even at your level, have you not realized that cultivation cannot be taught? Long Chen scratched his head. I'm not sure I understand. Long Zontian rubbed Long Chen's head with a kind smile. He explained, studying the Tao is easy, but entering the Tao is difficult. Entering the Tao is easy, but comprehending the Tao is difficult. Comprehending the Tao is easy, but cultivating the Tao is difficult. Cultivating the Tao is easy, but using the Tao is difficult. Using the Tao is easy, but corroborating the Tao is difficult. Cultivation means cultivating the Tao as well as using the Tao. One can be guided into the Tao and shown how to comprehend it, but once they reach the stage of cultivation, no external force can help them. Think back on your past. Has anyone ever taught you the Tao or how to use the Tao? Long Chen's heart shook. The Dragon Sovereign, the Earth Cauldron, and all the powers he had gained, none of them had ever truly taught him the Tao. Only now did he understand the true meaning of cultivation. At this stage, there were no more guides. If entering the Tao and comprehending the Tao are the roots, then cultivating the Tao and using the Tao are the flowers. And corroborating the Tao, that would be the fruit. So that's the true meaning of the term Tao fruit. Long Chen exclaimed, slapping his leg in realization. Long Zontian's smile deepened with gratification. Chapter 5726 Training Partner. Long Zontian said, in the cultivation world, if you want to forge a path from the bottom of the mountain to the peak, then entering the Tao and comprehending the Tao would be the tools and power you need to decide on your path. Simply put, it is about finding your way before you start climbing. The experience of others can help you here, and once you're ready, you can progress. Cultivating the Tao builds upon this foundation, teaching you how to select the cornerstones for your path. This process is arduous, with no shortcuts, hence it's termed bitter cultivation. If it's so bitter, why say cultivating the Tao is easy, but using the Tao is difficult? Long Chen inquired. Although this process is bitter, people's hearts remain firm and unshaken. They persist in their cultivation. Observing their path widen and smoothen, they feel a sense of achievement and confidence. This joy amidst the hardship makes it not entirely bitter, Long Zontian explained. However, after constructing this path, stepping onto it might cause it to collapse. You might realize you've chosen the wrong direction or need to backtrack. At that point, many despair. Lacking a firm Tao heart, some will give up and tread the devil's Tao. They deny themselves. Long Chen's heart trembled. Wasn't this his own experience? His heart devil seemed to have arisen just like that. The memory of being lost and uncertain still sent shivers down his spine. Long Zontian continued, while cultivating the Tao, the end isn't visible. You can't seek guidance, and your heart must remain unshaken. Thus, even with a confirmed direction, it is all too easy for there to be deviations. Using the Tao means walking the path you've paved for yourself. Only then do you realize the seemingly wide and smooth path is different from your expectations. It might be a winding, rugged trail filled with dangers that you can't walk to the end. At that moment, many go mad. Then what does it mean for using the Tao is easy, but corroborating the Tao is hard? Asked Long Chen. That is too distant to discuss now. I cannot answer you. During my imprisonment, I pondered my own Tao and techniques, which is why I can control my magical arts to this extent. Before reaching the Violet Blood Race's domain, I'll impart the essence of my insights to you. Long Zontian patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, Chen every path walked isn't in vain. Every step matters, even if it's backward. Repeating this, Long Zontian seemed to convey a deeper meaning. Suddenly, Long Chen realized something. If every step mattered, did that include a heart devil? His eyes brightened. Seeing Long Chen's shining eyes, Long Zontian couldn't help but laugh. As expected of his son, insights that took him years were grasped instantly by his son. Suddenly, the Jewel Blood Devil halted. Startled, Long Chen surveyed the area, noting barren hills and flat plains stretching endlessly. Suddenly, a powerful force struck him. Caught off guard, he was sent flying. Chen Jewel will be your opponent. Be cautious. It has just reabsorbed its bloodline power, so its control is still somewhat rough, Long Zontian said, hovering in the air. The Jewel Blood Devil growled and ignited blood-colored flames around it. The might of a violet-crowned divine emperor emanated, causing the ground to fracture. With its 4 claws pressing the ground, it lunged at Long Chen like lightning, its claws resembling blades capable of destroying heaven and earth. What the fuck? Long Chen exclaimed, shocked by the sudden assault. The Jewel Blood Devil gave him no time to prepare, seemingly intent on taking his life. Without time to summon the Dragon Blood battle armor, Long Chen hastily swung Evilmoon to intercept the sharp claws. The impact sent Evilmoon flying, numbing Long Chen's arms and causing his hands to bleed. The Jewel Blood Devil opened its mouth, and a scarlet tongue shot toward Long Chen like a sword. Divine defense, Long Chen shouted. As he raised his hand, a runic shield condensed in front of him. The sharp tongue pierced the shield just like that. Long Chen then dodged to the side, and the tongue grazed his shoulder, drawing some blood. Before Long Chen could recover, the Jewel Blood Devil's tail whipped toward him. Only then did he realize its tail could extend and retract freely. There was a bone spike at the tip of it. The tail struck with lightning speed and attacked from various angles. Long Chen dodged repeatedly, narrowly avoiding being impaled. Violet Chi erupted as Long Chen finally summoned the Violet Dragon battle armor. A dragon's cry resonated as Evilmoon flew back to his grasp. Frustrated by the relentless attacks, Long Chen unleashed his full power and swung Evilmoon at the Jewel Blood Devil's head. However, his saber chi shattered upon contact with its horn, nearly causing him to spit blood. He hadn't anticipated the horn being its strongest part. The Jewel Blood Devil seemed provoked, its gaze sharpening as the 3 pupils in its eyes twisted. Alarmed, Long Chen sensed something off and swiftly dodged to the side. The space where he had been exploded. Long Chen was astonished. The Jewel Blood Devil possessed pupil arts capable of unleashing powerful, silent attacks. The void continued to explode as Long Chen dodged repeatedly, showcasing his full speed. Under the relentless assault, he found no opportunity to counterattack. Long Chen still had many divine abilities he had yet to unleash, but the Jewel Blood Devil's relentless assault left him no room to retaliate. With every blink of an eye, he faced dozens of lethal attacks. Anyone else would have perished long ago. Relying on his powerful instincts and combat experience, Long Chen narrowly avoided death time and time again. Yet, the onslaught showed no sign of slowing. No matter how he maneuvered, he couldn't find an opening to strike back. To Long Chen's astonishment, this stream of attacks was truly endless. Every expert, no matter how powerful, needed a moment to breathe after launching such an intense offensive. That brief lapse was always the key to counter-attacking. But the Jewel Blood Devil had maintained its ferocious tempo for over an incense stick's time without even the slightest pause. It was as if it didn't need to breathe at all. Finally, Long Chen couldn't endure any longer. The Jewel Blood Devil's tail struck him with devastating force, and the sickening sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was sent tumbling into the distance. Chapter 5727 Cruel. Long Chen tumbled into the distance, crashing into the ground with such force that a massive crater formed around him. Above, Long Zantian watched silently, his expression unreadable. The Jewel Blood Devil finally ceased its assault and retracted its devil flames. Moments later, Long Chen woke up. With a deep breath, he pushed himself up and staggered forward. Despite the pain, he straightened his back and walked toward his father. "Your child is weak," Long Chen admitted, his voice filled with shame. "Please give me pointers, father." A smile tugged at Long Zantian's lips. "You did well. To have endured this long against Jewel's attacks far exceeded my expectations." Pausing for a moment, Long Zantian asked, "Did you understand anything?" Long Chen's gaze turned sharp. "I'm too slow. The tempo of battle was completely under Senior Jewel's control. I was reacting rather than dictating. Losing was only a matter of time. So, do you have a countermeasure? We'll know if I try again." Without hesitation, Long Chen stomped forward, his figure turning into a blur as he swung Evilmoon at the Jewel Blood Devil. At the same time, the Violet Dragon battle armor materialized around him. Long Zantian couldn't help but smile. He chuckled, this brat. He had intended to guide Long Chen before another round, but it seemed his son had already grasped something on his own. Rather than waiting for instruction, Long Chen acted immediately, throwing himself back into battle. Despite his earlier injuries, his bones crushed by the Jewel Blood Devil's devastating strike, Long Chen was already fully healed. The Jewel Blood Devil had clearly held back, and his core energy remained untouched since he had never been able to use it. This time, Long Chen took the initiative to attack. Evilmoon danced, unleashing powerful streaks of saber chi. The Jewel Blood Devil's body was as tough as iron, so it didn't fear Long Chen's attacks. However, Long Chen's wild dragon blood power still forced it back step by step. However, while Long Chen dominated the first 10 exchanges, the tide soon shifted. The Jewel Blood Devil reclaimed control, pressing him back with monstrous strength. Just as Long Chen was about to be overwhelmed again, he suddenly thrust out his left hand. A cross-shaped rune gleamed on his palm, and he slammed it into the Jewel Blood Devil's claw. Long Zantian instantly tensed when he saw Long Chen try to block the Jewel Blood Devil's claw barehanded. After all, he knew the power of this claw was enough to blow his son apart. Just as Long Zantian was about to interfere, he spotted the cross on Long Chen's hand. Just as he hesitated, the Jewel Blood Devil was sent flying by the attack. The immense power within the cross left its claw torn and bloody, a rare sight for such an indomitable creature. Long Chen took the chance to reclaim the initiative and unleash a tempest of attacks. However, the Jewel Blood Devil was truly too strong. In just a few breaths, the tide turned once again. Long Chen's strikes, though fierce, barely affected it. Under the Jewel Blood Devil's tempest of attacks, the same situation played out. Forced into a defensive stance, Long Chen struggled to keep up. An hour later, he was once more sent flying and knocked out. The Jewel Blood Devil exhaled slowly before speaking. "This son of yours is very strong." From beginning to end, his heart did not waver. His will remained as firm as a boulder. "I attempted multiple times to disturb his mind using secret arts, but none had any effect. How could the son of Long Zantian be a weakling?" Long Zantian smiled with pride. The Jewel Blood Devil studied him for a moment before speaking again. "Still, having a Heaven Saint battle me, don't you think that's too cruel? Are you not afraid of his Tao heart crumbling? My son might be young, but he has experienced more in his life than you can imagine. His Tao heart is unshakable, And you don't need to worry about it, Long Zontian said, his gaze unwavering. Cruel, perhaps, but I have no choice. Before I see his mother, I must pass everything I know to him. If I don't do it now, I won't get another chance. Why not? The Jewel Blood Devil was baffled, its eyes turning to Long Zontian. With a voice tinged with bitterness, Long Zontian replied, the affairs of the human race are beyond your understanding. The Jewel Blood Devil observed him in silence before asking, are you afraid of your wife? Long Zontian chuckled, his laughter laced with nostalgia. Yes, very afraid. If she saw me putting our son through this torment, she might kill me. A distant look crossed Long Zontian's face as the image of his wife filled his mind. When Long Chen was born, Long Zontian wanted him to be a legendary hero in existence so powerful it could shake the heavens and earth. To manifest this dream, he carved an inscription on Long Chen's jade pendant. The dragon roars at the heavens, looking down arrogantly upon the mortal world of dust. That was his wish, his blessing for his son. But when his wife saw it, she had taken the pendant and carefully added her own inscription. Live peacefully and happily, never to be parted. Their two lines ended up not matching each other very well. At that time, Long Zontian had grumbled a bit. But looking back, he realized the depth of her understanding. A mother who had carried a child understood the true essence of life far more deeply than any man. What was the point of omnipotent power? Of standing above all others? If given a choice, he would have preferred a simple, peaceful life to be an ordinary man, living in quiet happiness with his wife and son. He could enjoy those years of family love. But fate was cruel. The world offered no such choices. The path he had chosen had no return. And so, he had to push forward with everything he had. His wife had wished for an ordinary life, for their son to be free from the burdens of his lineage. Thus, once they reunited, she would never allow Long Chen to continue down this path of war. This was why Long Zontian had no time to waste. Before that moment arrived, he had to pass down everything he knew. Even if it was a bit cruel, he had to harden his heart. When Long Chen woke for the second time, he said nothing. Without hesitation, he charged at the Jewel Blood Devil once more. Each battle was a lesson, each loss was an opportunity to refine himself. Although he was defeated time and again, he never complained. He never called it unfair. Every fall was followed by a rise, every failure by renewed determination. And with every battle, his strength grew. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Long Chen embodied this principle with every fiber of his being. After all, his skills were honed through hardship, and his flaws appeared when he took it easy. Long Zontian watched in both admiration and sorrow. His son had suffered far more than any person his age should have. Yet, despite the pain, he never wavered. As Long Chen continued challenging the Jewel Blood Devil, the creature gradually increased its power. And yet, Long Chen's endurance only grew. He adapted, learning to exploit the tiniest openings to disrupt the devil's rhythm and buy time for him to take a breath. The rate of Long Chen's growth shocked Long Zontian and the Jewel Blood Devil. After every battle, Long Chen assimilated more experience and used it to come up with crazy ideas. What truly set him apart, however, was that whatever he dared to imagine, he dared to attempt. Even if an idea failed, he refused to let fear hold him back. Long Chen and Evilmoon were sent tumbling once more. Blood sprayed from his mouth, but his eyes burned with unyielding spirit. Wiping the blood from his lips, he prepared to charge again. But before he could move, the void quivered. A massive shadow loomed over them as an enormous entity flew overhead. Then, unexpectedly, it circled back. A voice rang out, 2 humans and a devil. What a curious combination. Chapter 5728 Deluo's Sword Sect. A massive devil bird soared above them before circling back. Its colossal body cast a shadow over the land, making the Jewel Blood Devil look small in comparison. The devil bird's aura was terrifying, its golden claws gripping the earth as it gazed down upon them. On its back stood dozens of humans, led by a stern-faced, middle-aged woman. Her followers were all young men and women, all at the peak of the Heaven Saint realm. In fact, their auras were incredibly strong, and 2 of them even had 13 heaven veins. What shocked Long Chen was the dense aura of primal chaos surrounding them, yet they bore no traces of the power of time that lingered on sealed experts. In other words, they were experts of this era. These disciples wore extravagant robes, with broadswords strapped to their backs. They could neither conceal their arrogance, nor the way they looked down on others. It was difficult to feel any goodwill toward them. Yet, What truly astonished Long Chen was that the woman and the devil bird were Violet Crown Emperors. Their auras surpassed even that of Zhuo Yan. When did Violet Crown Emperors become so common? Little fellow, your talent isn't bad. Are you interested in the trial of the Deluo Sword Sect? With your power, you can definitely join the inner sect. Whether you can become a core disciple will depend on your luck. Your blood chi fluctuations are strong. You're well suited to our path of power, the middle-aged woman said, eyeing Long Chen. Though her words offered an invitation, her tone was anything but inviting. It felt more like a noble giving charity to commoners. Moreover, this middle-aged woman seemed oblivious to Long Zontian and the Jewel Blood Devil's true strength. Even if she was stronger than Zhuo Yan, it couldn't have been by much. Resting Evilmoon on his shoulder, Long Chen indifferently replied, "Many thanks for your good intentions, but you can also see that I like to use a saber, not a sword. Little fool, don't fail to recognize an opportunity. Joining the Deluo Sword Sect is a fortune of several lifetimes." A female disciple chided frostily. Long Chen smirked. "Oh, so I have no choice but to join. What's next, kidnapping me?" His words clearly irritated the group. The middle-aged woman's expression darkened as she rebuked her disciple. "This ignorant fool is beneath us. If he refuses, so be it. However, he dared to disrespect our Deluo Sword Sect. Go, teach him a lesson. Show him what it means to be a core disciple of our sect." "Yes, ma'am." The female disciple leapt off the devil bird and landed before Long Chen. Drawing her broadsword, she slashed the air, sending a gust of force toward Long Chen before pointing the weapon at his chest. She shouted, "Arrogant bumpkin, we've roamed the sovereign emperor heaven for days without encountering anyone worthwhile. You barely caught our attention, yet you dare act so foolishly. Today, I will show you fools of the sovereign emperor heaven that this world has changed. You no longer have any qualifications to be arrogant." Her fellow disciples erupted in cheers, clearly supporting her words. Long Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I had no idea. What exactly changed to make you so conceited? Ignorant fool, your mouth doesn't have a filter. I won't kill you today, but that tongue of yours, I'll tear it out," she snapped, her broadsword humming as she swung it at Long Chen. To Long Chen's surprise, this woman didn't even summon her heaven veins or her manifestation. Did she truly see him as a weakling? If she were a man, he would have slapped her senseless already. But he wasn't in the habit of slapping women. The broadsword stopped 3 inches from Long Chen's face, caught effortlessly between 2 fingers. Although he hadn't mastered his father's technique, against a heaven saint who wasn't even using her full power, he could still easily do such a thing. Gasps erupted from the Deluo Sword Sect disciples. The woman's face twisted in humiliation as she struggled to reclaim her weapon, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if its tip had taken root in Long Chen's fingers. 9 heaven veins ignited, and her manifestation surged into existence. Waves of energy roared around her as she unleashed her full might. Yet even at her peak, she could only make Long Chen's fingers tremble slightly. Her sword remained trapped. The expressions of the Deluo Sword Sect disciples changed drastically. They finally understood this seemingly ordinary man was a monster. Long Chen said, "Youngster, if you wish to be arrogant, you must first have the strength to back it up." Long Chen released the sword. The sudden lack of resistance sent the woman stumbling backward. She fell on her butt, leaving a hole in the ground because of her power. Humiliated, she furiously shot up and cursed, "You little brute, today." Before she could finish, a lightning arrow pierced her skull. Her words died on her lips as her lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Long Chen's expression was dark. He had already shown them more mercy than they deserved, giving them every chance to back off. Yet this woman still had the audacity to threaten him. "How dare you kill someone from the Deluo Sword Sect? You are courting death," the middle-aged woman roared, vanishing in an instant. Just as she disappeared, the Jewel Blood Devil's tongue lashed out, piercing the void itself. A moment later, the middle-aged woman was yanked out, impaled through the chest. Horror twisted her features as she gasped, struggling in vain. Then, her body convulsed as the Jewel Blood Devil devoured her energy. In mere seconds, she withered into dust. A sinister expression appeared in the Jewel Blood Devil's eyes as it turned toward the devil bird. At that moment, the bird trembled violently, while the disciples of the Deluo Sword Sect were paralyzed with terror. "Senior Jewel, can you leave their big bird to me?" shouted Long Chen hastily, afraid that it would eat this bird as well. As long as it wasn't completely shameless, it wouldn't pretend not to hear Long Chen. The jewel-blood devil hesitated, its confusion evident. Their big bird. Since when do women have big birds? Quote. Long Chen had no idea what to say to that. Before he could respond, the devil bird spread its wings, attempting to flee. But before it could escape, the jewel-blood devil's tongue shot out once more and pierced straight through the bird's skull. Chapter 5729 Passing Techniques. When the jewel-blood devil looked at the devil bird was instantly frozen, unable to move. Only when the jewel-blood devil spoke to Long Chen did this invisible lock vanish. The devil bird tried to escape, but in the end, it was slain just like that. Only now did Long Chen realize that the jewel-blood devil had been concealing its true power, much like his father. Great hero, spare our lives. Great hero, the disciples of the Deluo sword sect begged, shaking in terror. Unable to even muster the courage to run, they knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed. Scram, shouted Long Chen. He couldn't be bothered with such cowards. When he told them to scram, they looked as if they had just been pardoned from a death sentence. They immediately ran, afraid that Long Chen would take his words back. Why not eliminate them all? It would remove a potential threat, asked Long Zantian with a smile. Running into me was their fate, so was my laziness in killing them. When they return to their sect and report this incident, that too will be the fate of their sect. Hehe, killing them would be right, but not killing them is also right. So it really doesn't matter. Long Chen chuckled. This explanation made Long Zantian give Long Chen a thumbs up. His response was truly marvelous. Little fellow, I'll leave you this piece of meat. The jewel-blood devil tossed the devil bird's corpse to Long Chen, though it seemed reluctant to part with it. This meal was even more tempting than the middle-aged woman it had devoured earlier. Seeing the jewel-blood devil's abilities, Long Chen now understood why the Long clan had reacted so strongly when his father took it away. More than anger, fear seemed to be the more fitting word. Long Chen laughed and tossed the corpse into the primal chaos space. The Fusong trees and moon trees had been drained last time. Though the addition of a sea whale corpse had replenished some energy, it wasn't enough, given the fat whale was only at the Heaven Saint realm. After all, Long Chen had given the old sea whale corpse to Wild. Thus, the primal chaos space's Fusong trees and moon trees had yet to recover, and the golden crows and jade rabbits remained in slumber. Long Chen urgently needed this corpse to awaken them. Supposedly, the formidable devil bird's corpse possessed enough life energy to restore the primal chaos space. After all, it was on par with a violet-crowned divine emperor. Dad, do you know what 13 heaven veins signify? Asked Long Chen suddenly. He had posed this question to both the Dragon Sovereign and the Earth Cauldron before, but neither had provided an answer. There are two aspects to it, Long Zantian replied. First, it relates to the quality of a cultivation technique. Any technique capable of condensing 13 core veins must be an exceedingly ancient one. I've heard that they are connected to the original Julie immortal characters. Original Julie immortal characters? Long Chen was startled. Long Zantian nodded. These characters contain the greatest secrets of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, due to the many dark eras in history, entire segments of knowledge have been lost. It's as if an invisible hand has erased parts of history. As a result, people today cannot decipher the original Julie immortal characters. I have comprehended a few myself, but with so few I've gotten, I cannot grasp their true profundities. In the second aspect, Long Chen pressed. Long Zantian hesitated before answering. The second is something I have vague suspicions about. But I can't say yet. I don't want to mislead you. Once I'm certain, I'll tell you. Long Chen nodded. Even though his father didn't provide a direct answer, at least he wasn't completely silent like the Dragon Sovereign and the Earth Cauldron. That's right, Dad, I obtained quite a few original Julie immortal characters in the Heaven Vein Mystic realm. I've recorded them. Want to take a look? Long Chen asked suddenly. You managed to record original Julie immortal characters? Long Zantian was absolutely shocked. Long Chen summoned his 3,000 stars, revealing the sacred characters. When Long Zantian saw them, he was stunned silence. After a long while, Long Zantian finally said, "You should put them away. Keep this matter secret. The fewer people who know, the better." Long Chen's expression turned strange. Sensing something amiss, Long Zantian immediately questioned him, only to learn that Long Chen had shared these divine runes with the dragon race and the Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples. While the dragon race shouldn't be a problem, what about the Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples? The latter was a different matter entirely. Long Zantian smiled slightly. Don't worry, Senior Feng Xinyue will help you deal with it. Long Chen thought about it and agreed. Feng Xinyue was unfathomably wise. Through Tang Wan she would surely learn what had happened in the Heaven Vein mystic realm. She would ensure that any secrets remained buried. Chen thanks to Jewel's help, your dragon veins have fully solidified. Now, I'll teach you a true magical art, said Long Zantian. Originally, Long Zantian had noticed that Long Chen's aura was still somewhat unstable after condensing 13 dragon veins. That was why he had arranged for Long Chen to spar with the Jewel Blood Devil. Long Chen's strong willpower and exceptional comprehension allowed him to stabilize his dragon veins far faster than Long Zantian had anticipated. Now, it was time to pass down something truly valuable. Long Zantian explained, all magical arts and special abilities share commonalities. They can all be traced to the same source: the separation of yin and yang, the contrast between hardness and softness, the internal and external transformations, the characteristics of condensation and dispersion. Long Zantian started off with a general explanation of all magical arts. He was a true genius. On the martial heaven continent, he had created countless techniques from scratch. Even after the Long clan imprisoned him, he never stopped contemplating new techniques. Trapped in his cell, he had nothing else to do but refine his understanding of combat and magical arts. It was his only means of distraction, his sole escape from the agony of confinement. With just a single pointer, Long Chen immediately grasped many of Long Zantian's viewpoints and insights. A whole new world opened before him, one far vaster than he had ever imagined. Long Zantian then passed down his own unique energy circulation techniques and methods for condensing magical arts. These concepts were so profound that even Long Chen couldn't fully absorb them in one sitting. However, Long Zantian didn't mind. He simply had Long Chen memorize the fundamentals. As for how these principles could be applied, he merely provided a brief introduction and refused to repeat anything. He wanted Long Chen to understand the essence and then forge his own path. Once Long Chen had comprehended the basics, Long Zantian told him to create his own magical art based on his instincts and comprehension. Meanwhile, Long Chen summoned the 7 treasure-colored glass tree and his 3,000 stars. As he digested what he had learned, Long Zantian delved into the mysteries of the original Julie divine runes. To prevent others from disturbing them, the Jewel Blood Devil set up a massive barrier that hid them. 3 days passed without incident. When Long Chen and Long Zantian opened their eyes at the same time, they exchanged a knowing smile. Clearly, both had gained immensely from their insights. Chen I've devised a new formation based on these original Julie runes. Perhaps, it can help you rapidly condense astral veins, Long Zantian said. Really? Long Chen was shocked and overjoyed to hear that. Chapter 5730 13 Astral Veins. Millions of stars shimmered across the ground, forming a vast constellation of astral runes. They were meticulously set up in a certain formation, pulsating with celestial energy. Long Chen sat at the center of the formation. It was as if he were seated between 2 giant mirrors, and the stars in the sky stretched endlessly. Behind Long Chen, 13 astral veins hovered, absorbing the astral radiance cascading upon them. In just 3 short days, he had condensed 13 astral veins. An 8-colored divine ring spun behind him, bridging the 2 astral planes. Endless streams of astral energy poured into the 13 astral veins, fueling their insatiable hunger. Even after their formation, they continued to devour the heavens, essence, growing increasingly solid. Though their total power remained constant, they underwent a qualitative transformation, their forms becoming clearer and more distinct. Dragon tails, claws, and horns could now be seen clearly, emitting their own light. They were no longer illusions, but solid bodies. The transformation was breathtaking. What a powerful aura, exclaimed the Jewel Blood Devil. Standing to the side, the Jewel Blood Devil couldn't contain its shock. What cultivation technique does your son cultivate? How could his heaven veins be this powerful? What cultivation technique? Really? Long Zantian repeated, looking at it oddly. What's with that look? The Jewel Blood Devil asked, feeling like Long Zantian was mocking it. Do you really not know? Asked Long Zantian. TCH, if I knew, why would I ask? I've been imprisoned for countless years. How am I supposed to know what it is? Demanded the Jewel Blood Devil. Do you not have any inherited memories about how your ancestors died? Asked Long Zantian. My ancestors? They fell to someone called the 9-star master. Wait, are you saying? What the fuck? The jewel blood devil leapt in shock. Are you telling me your son cultivates that lunatic's technique? Correct, said Long Zontian frankly. Through gritted teeth, the jewel blood devil spat, so he's the heir of my greatest enemy. If you make me spar with him again, do you believe me when I say I'll kill him? Long Zontian merely smiled, unfazed by the threat. You really piss me off. One is the descendant of those who imprisoned me, and the other is the disciple of the one who wiped out my ancestors. Neither of you are good people. The jewel blood devil shouted. That's fine, you'll get used to it, comforted Long Zontian. Fuck you, if our roles were reversed, would you get used to it? Aren't you just bullying me at this point? Who bullies a person like this? Roared the jewel blood devil. Long Zontian chuckled. Well, you're not exactly a person. You're from the devil race, after all. You, the jewel blood devil roared, tearing through the void in fury and vanishing. Unbothered, Long Zontian turned his attention back to Long Chen. Using the Julie Divine Steel's runes, Long Zontian had constructed a special formation to help Long Chen gather astral energy. While there were minor flaws, the influx of astral energy was more than sufficient for Long Chen to rapidly condense his astral veins. When Long Zontian saw the astral light swirling around Long Chen, his expression gradually became serious. Countless runes danced in his mind as he analyzed Long Chen's cultivation technique, seeking ways to assist him. Long Zontian had always been a prodigy, his talent on par with the sovereign's. During his 20 years of imprisonment, where he was unable to use his body, he poured all his focus into developing magical arts. The moment he was freed, he tested his theories, discovering that over 90% of them were correct. Trusting his father, Long Chen had not concealed anything. He had openly shared the truth about his cultivation techniques. Regarding the dragon soul body forging art, Long Zontian could only marvel at its brilliance. It was a nearly flawless divine art of the dragon race. However, since Long Chen was human, there was an inherent rejection, limiting its full potential. Long Zontian suggested modifications to minimize that rejection, allowing Long Chen to better harness his dragon blood power. However, when Long Zontian studied the 9-star hegemon body art, he was simply stunned. Some of the ways to control its power and circulate it could be called wild fantasy. This technique seemed riddled with contradictions. It defied the natural flow of the heavenly Taoes, rejecting the fundamental principle of harmony between man and heaven. Yet, the deeper Long Zontian delved, the more he realized its flaws formed a paradoxical cycle. The paths that seemed like dead ends showed signs of leading to the pinnacle. The 9-star hegemon body art was so profound that even his vast knowledge couldn't decipher it. Unless Long Zontian cultivated it himself, he would never grasp its full mysteries. In cultivation, an observer didn't always see more clearly than the practitioner. Often, it was the opposite. Long Zontian was full of reverence for the creator of the 9-star hegemon body art. That individual's intelligence was truly unfathomable, far surpassing his own. Even though Long Zontian could only comprehend the slightest bit about this technique, he managed to aid Long Chen. The starry sky trembled as a surge of astral energy condensed. A celestial wind swept back Long Zontian's hair, disrupting his thoughts. Long Zontian refocused and saw one of Long Chen's astral veins suddenly gleam with newfound vitality. Its scales glowed, its eyes sparkled. It was no longer just an energy construct but a living entity. A trace of spirituality had emerged from it. Explosive sounds echoed in succession. As if placing the final brushstroke on a masterpiece, the astral veins fully awakened. The 13 astral dragons now radiated their own soul energy and consciousness, radiating boundless might. Only now did Long Chen's astral energy enter the great circle. Slowly, Long Chen opened his eyes. A swirling cosmos lay within them. As his gaze moved, the stars around him flickered in unison. When the astral light in his eyes faded, so did the stars across the land and sky. Not bad, not bad. Your astral energy flows at your command. You've reached the great circle. Next, it's time for your supreme blood, said Long Zontian. I can condense supreme blood veins. Long Chen shouted excitedly. Of course. How do you think your dad reached the Divine Emperor realm? Long Zontian chuckled. After saying that, Long Zontian passed Long Chen a technique he had spent over 20 years perfecting. This was his own unique cultivation technique, his life's work. Originally, he had intended for it to be Long Chen's core cultivation method. But after seeing the dragon soul body forging art and the 9-star hegemon body art, he knew it could only serve as a supplement. Come, start condensing supreme blood veins. Dad will protect you. As Long Chen was about to start, he suddenly noticed something. Wait, where's Senior Jewel? Oh, it went looking for a latrine. Must have eaten something bad, Long Zontian replied casually. Chapter 5731. Some bitter sparring. Rumbling rang out as 13 seven-color dragons danced behind Long Chen. He stood in stunned silence, unable to believe what he was witnessing. As the seven-color divine light on the dragon's scales flashed and changed, it transformed the world around them into a breathtaking spectacle. But more importantly, as the colors shifted, Long Chen could feel the fundamental energies of heaven and earth flowing in harmony, all under his control. The sensation was truly beautiful. For the first time, Long Chen realized its immense power did not pale in comparison to his dragon blood. And now, with the emergence of his seven-color heaven veins, it was as though he had become one with the world itself. Long Chen stared at his hand, marveling at the seven-colored divine light flowing effortlessly across his palm. The sheer ease of control was almost surreal. The supreme blood has always been a part of you, said Long Zontian. It is naturally the easiest power for you to wield. The same applies to your violet blood. Then should I condense violet blood heaven veins? Asked Long Chen excitedly. However, Long Zontian shook his head. He said, it would be best to wait until you reach the violet blood race's domain. They definitely possess unique methods to condense the strongest violet blood veins. If you do it yourself, you might miss out on a great opportunity. Long Chen agreed after thinking about it. The violet blood race was one of the human race's strongest factions, so they definitely had many resources and secret arts. He couldn't miss out on this opportunity. Now that you've condensed your astral veins and supreme blood veins, it should be time for some bitter sparring, shouted Long Zontian. I can't hear you. A thunderous voice erupted from the distance, coming from the Jewel Blood Devil. It actually hadn't gone far. Come over and help, shouted Long Zontian. The void shattered as the Jewel Blood Devil appeared, its killing intent raging so fiercely that Long Chen jumped in shock. Are you not afraid of me killing your son? Asked the Jewel Blood Devil. Up to you, said Long Zontian. The Jewel Blood Devil opened its mouth, its tongue lashing out like a bolt of lightning, targeting Long Chen. Did you take the wrong drugs? Long Chen shouted as he broke into cold sweat. This was no longer sparring, it was a sneak attack meant to take his little life. He barely dodged the attack. Without hesitation, Evilmoon appeared in his grasp, and he swung it at the Jewel Blood Devil. A monstrous claw met his strike, sending him flying. He then crashed deep into the ground. Die! The Jewel Blood Devil roared, charging at Long Chen like a falling mountain. Its devil chi raged, tinged with faint flames. It had truly gone mad, completely unrestrained, and it seemed bent on killing Long Chen. Facing this terrifying opponent, Long Chen had no choice but to fight with everything he had. He cycled through his supreme blood, dragon blood, and astral energy in desperation. For 2 grueling hours, he battled fiercely until, ultimately, he was struck down. Blood sprayed from his mouth as the Jewel Blood Devil's claw slammed him into the ground, knocking him unconscious. The Jewel Blood Devil sneered, placing its claw over Long Chen's body. Do you believe me now? I could kill him right now. Up to you, Long Zontian replied nonchalantly. Leaning lazily against a boulder, Long Zontian didn't even look up. The Jewel Blood Devil quivered with rage, but in the end, it retracted its claw and let out a furious roar. I'm really unwilling. What's there to be unwilling about? If you want to blame someone, blame your ancestors for their foolishness, Long Zontian said indifferently. They allowed themselves to be used, which is why the 9-star master slaughtered them. That's what led to your predicament. If you want revenge, direct it toward the true offenders, not us. But, no matter how you put it, we are enemies, right? Now, not only do I have to help you, but I also have to help your son. If this news reached the Jewel race, how would I have the face to meet my kin? The Jewel Blood Devil raged. Long Zontian finally stood up and looked at the Jewel Blood Devil. He solemnly said, first of all, we aren't enemies. The two of us are life and death comrades. Secondly, as the leading power of the Jewel race, your responsibility is to guide your race back onto the right path. Thirdly, Long Chen is a 9-star heir. How do you know he won't become a second 9-star master? If he does, and you help him now, perhaps he'll spare your race. What's more important, your pride, or the future of your race? The Jewel Blood Devil scoffed. Him, become a second 9-star master. As if. The original 9-star master was only born because all of humanity's karmic luck had converged upon him. After his fall, their karmic luck shattered. There's no way another master-level existence can emerge among them. You think you can trick me? Long Zontian smirked. Long Chen has defied all odds since birth. From the lowest level of the mortal world, he has created miracle after miracle to reach where he is today. It's too soon to say what's impossible for him. Let me put it to you this way. A good seed should be planted early. Otherwise, when Long Chen reaches the peak of the heavens, your race will face annihilation. Hee, don't blame me for not warning you at that time, you won't even have a mate. Fuck off, curse the jewel blood devil. Long Zontian chuckled, I'm just stating facts. Long Chen remembers favors, so he won't kill you. But he has no mercy for his enemies. I've already told you about the history of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. But think carefully, what if I'm right? After saying that, he leaned back down and closed his eyes as if to sleep. The jewel blood devil fell silent, its thoughts tangled. After Long Zontian had subdued it, he told it the history of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, Long Zontian didn't force it to believe him. After that, they made their spiritual contract, and Long Zontian told it to slowly find its own answer. Now that Long Zontian had brought it up again, it was vexed. It suddenly looked at the unconscious Long Chen and roared, "You little brat, how long are you planning on sleeping for? Get up and train." The earth shuddered, and Long Chen was flung into the air. He jolted awake, stunned. "You think just because I can't deal with your father, I can't deal with you?" The jewel blood devil bellowed, taking out its frustration on Long Chen. Long Chen was truly unlucky. He had no idea what had set the jewel blood devil off, yet he was forced to fight for his life. What was once mere sparring had turned into a brutal beating, with the jewel blood devil using Long Chen as a punching bag to vent its frustration. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen fought back with everything he had, only to be relentlessly pummeled by the jewel blood devil's berserk attacks. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, their clashes continued, escalating into a storm of furious curses. Long Chen no longer bothered with formalities, dropping all honorifics and instead calling the jewel blood devil, Old Ghost Jewel, or Old Fogey Jewel. The shameless devil showed Long Chen no mercy. Every time Long Chen was knocked out, it woke him up immediately, forcing him back into battle. Long Chen's power was constantly exhausted. How was he supposed to win like this? This wasn't training, it was pure bullying. By the 7th day, Long Chen had pushed himself beyond his limits. His body finally gave out, and he collapsed, unconscious. No amount of provocation or force could wake him this time. Only then did the jewel blood devil reluctantly stop. He remained unconscious for an entire day and night. When he finally woke up, the first thing he heard was Long Zontian's voice. "Come, it's time for a father to pass down his life's learning to his son." Chapter 5732 Violet Blood Race. Several days later, the jewel blood devil emerged from the void, its devil flames erupting violently as it carried Long Zontian and Long Chen to a winding mountain range. Towering peaks pierced the sky like divine swords, while colossal boulders lay scattered across the land. Wisps of clouds coiled around the mountains, their mist shimmering with immortal chi. Divine light flickered around the area, and nameless immortal birds circled above, their clear cries echoing through the air. This place was nothing short of a wonderland. "I didn't expect the violet blood race to be hidden here," said Long Chen. "When I came last time, it didn't look like this," said Long Zontian, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surroundings. "Their minor world has fully manifested, but its entrance is nowhere to be seen." The violet blood race's domain was extremely well hidden. Although the Lifehunter race had managed to confirm its general location, they couldn't find the actual entrance. Long Zontian had once tracked the Lifehunter experts to this very place. At the time, they were scouring every inch of the land, but despite their efforts, they couldn't find a way in. Instead of searching aimlessly, Long Zontian had taken a more direct approach. He launched an assault, slaughtering every Lifehunter expert in the region before vanishing. He then remained hidden, observing the aftermath for an entire month. Only then did he catch a fleeting spatial fluctuation as the violet blood race revealed themselves. That was how he confirmed their true location. However, Long Zontian didn't make direct contact with them. Instead, he left to find Long Chen. The last time I came here, I saw your grandfather," said Long Zontian. "Grandpa, did you speak to him?" asked Long Chen hastily. He knew Luo Zichuan harbored resentment toward his father due to his mother's willfulness. If the two had met, things might have turned ugly. Shaking his head, Long Zontian replied, I didn't dare to expose myself. It seems, your grandfather's situation isn't good. And it might be because of me. Long Zontian sighed, then finally recounted what had happened that day. He had been concealed when he saw an elder, his father-in-law, Luo Zichuan. During their time together, Long Chen had described Luo Zichuan's appearance to Long Zontian in great detail. But even if he hadn't, Long Zontian would have recognized him immediately. The blood-soul fluctuations Luo Zichuan emanated were almost identical to those of his wife. What's wrong? Asked Long Chen, his expression darkening. Long Zontian met his gaze and said, our goal is to reunite our family. You must stay calm, otherwise, your mother might suffer the consequences. Not everything in this world can be resolved through brute force. I'm telling you this so you can be mentally prepared. There will be many obstacles, and I am not in a position to handle them. I can only rely on you. Do you understand? Clans with deep heritage all had strict rules about other bloodlines. The fact that Long Zontian had chosen to warn him meant that the violet blood race's stance was likely rigid. Dad, don't worry, I will make sure to take it easy, Long Chen assured him. Long Zontian nodded. Good, use the method I taught you to conceal your other powers. Only let your violet blood power out. Long Chen focused, and a faint violet mist spread around him while the traces of his other energies faded into nothingness. All of Long Zontian's teachings revolved around control of the finest details. Concealing one's aura was just the basics. What he required of Long Chen was far more advanced. Long Chen needed to have true mastery over his presence, the ability to seamlessly switch between different auras at will. Simply hiding an aura wouldn't fool top-tier experts, but controlling and altering it. That was a different story. It could fool even the best of the best. Of course, fooling them wasn't the real goal. This was just a method of testing Long Chen's control. If someone could still see through Long Chen's disguise, it meant he had failed to meet Long Zontian's standard. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Dozens of figures flew out from the surrounding mountains. However, the moment they saw the Jewel Blood Devil, their expressions changed drastically. They were all young disciples in the Heaven Saint realm, with around 6 core veins. They were quite talented for their age. Despite that, the Jewel Blood Devil's violet crown pressure terrified them. One of them instinctively crushed a jade talisman. Instantly, barriers flared to life across the mountain range, radiating a powerful divine might. Moments later, another group of over 10 experts flew over, led by a figure exuding immense pressure, a Violet Crown Divine Emperor. Long Chen's heart trembled, as expected of the Violet Blood race. The pressure this man exuded was at least 10 times greater than Zhuo Yan's. The Divine Emperor's gaze flickered between Long Chen and Long Zontian. The moment he saw the Jewel Blood Devil, his expression darkened. He probed Long Zontian's energy and then turned to Long Chen. He was clearly puzzled. How was it that this youngster had such pure violet blood fluctuations? In fact, Long Chen's violet blood aura seemed even purer than that of most violet blood race experts. And strangely, Long Zontian also had traces of violet blood power. Long Zontian cupped his fists. Warriors of the violet blood race, allow me to introduce myself. I am Long Zontian, and my wife is of your clan. This is our son, Long Chen. Long Chen bowed. Long Chen greets senior. The Divine Emperor's wariness dropped once Long Zontian had introduced himself. The undeniable presence of violet blood in Long Chen's veins made it difficult for him to view them as outsiders. I am Huang Chong, a divine guard elder of the violet blood race, the man finally said. Your origins remain unclear, so I must report to the race leader first. However, if you do not mind, you may accompany me inside. Although Huang Chong was no longer hostile, his gaze was still wary. After all, Long Zontian and the Jewel Blood Devil radiated immense pressure. But once inside the Grand Formation, they would be within the Violet Blood race's domain. This offer was also a test. Long Zontian smiled slightly. Then we'll trouble you. With that, both he and Long Chen dismounted the Jewel Blood Devil. This act won them some goodwill. Had they remained seated and entered so arrogantly, it would have been a blatant show of disrespect. Furthermore, after jumping off, Long Zontian turned and spoke a few words to the Jewel Blood Devil. It nodded before vanishing into the void. This gesture reassured Huang Chong. The Violet Blood race wasn't fond of other races, especially not the devils. While Long Zontian was powerful enough that rejecting his companion outright would have been impolite, the fact that he had voluntarily sent the Jewel Blood Devil away softened their stance. "Young friend, why don't you have any heaven vein fluctuations?" asked one elder. This casual question was also another probe. Long Chen smiled. "As a disciple of the violet blood race, how could I casually condense my violet blood veins? If I did and they didn't meet the clan's standards, wouldn't that make others laugh at me?" Laughter rippled through the group. This kid was interesting. At the same time, they made their own assumptions. It seemed this young man had come here to use the violet blood race's resources to condense his heaven veins. They reached the entrance of the minor world, and a gate slowly opened. The moment Long Chen stepped inside, violet flames erupted from his body, sending shockwaves through the air. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the crowd. Chapter 5733 Violet Blood Burns the Heavens. Violet blood burns the heavens. It actually automatically activated heavens. This is. When Huang Chong and his subordinates saw the raging flames around Long Chen, they were shocked. Long Chen himself was bewildered. The moment he stepped into the barrier, his violet blood energy ignited on its own. Forming hand seals, he forcibly suppressed the flames. Long Chen asked, "Senior, what is going on?" Actually, the gate before them contained a secret art of the violet blood race, designed to sense a person's intentions. If anyone harbored malice toward the violet blood race, it would immediately trigger an alarm. Furthermore, the barrier held the supreme laws of the violet blood race, which had the ability to test a disciple's potential. Activating this function consumed an immense amount of energy, so it was only used for a limited time each year. However, due to the mistaken belief that Long Zontian was an enemy, they had activated all of the barrier's functions, including the testing aspect. This test evaluated the strength of a disciple's bloodline based on their violet blood fluctuations. If any flames appeared, it was known as violet blood burns the heavens. Flames longer than a foot were already considered rare, while those exceeding 3 meters signified an elite talent. However, Long Chen's flames spread across several miles. If he hadn't suppressed them, they might have continued expanding indefinitely. That sight left Huang Chong and the others completely stunned. Their gazes toward Long Chen changed drastically. None of them had expected a disciple from the outside world to possess such a heaven-defying bloodline. It was as if the heavens had just blessed the violet blood race with a supreme meat pie from the sky. "Quick, report this to the race leader. Brother Zontian, you two can come with me," said Huang Chong, his demeanor changing all of a sudden. He now addressed Long Zontian as "brother," his tone filled with newfound respect. Originally, Huang Chong had intended to bring them to the outer courtyard, but now he directly led them to a transportation formation. A single teleportation later, they arrived in a massive plaza. Long Chen saw tens of thousands of young disciples seated throughout the plaza, solemnly listening to a woman speaking on the stage. It seemed that they were attending a lesson. To his surprise, these tens of thousands of young men and women were all 13 Vein Heaven Saints. Long Chen didn't dare to believe his eyes. Every single one of them had 13 heaven veins. Wasn't that crazy? However, Long Chen found it curious that not all of them were that strong. Only a handful of them were on the same level as Li Changying, Fantianda, and the others. Could it be like Dad said? That 13 heaven veins aren't actually that rare, and it all depends on the cultivation technique. Long Chen murmured to himself. At first, Long Chen was badly shocked. If they were all on the same level as Li Changying or Fantianda, that really would be terrifying. As Long Chen arrived, the teacher and disciples turned to look at him. They recognized Huang Chong but had never seen Long Chen or his father before. Moreover, the two of them weren't wearing the violet blood race's robes or any other symbol of status, making them stand out even more. "Focus on the lesson," the teacher shouted. Her sharp voice even made Long Chen jump. She held a jade tablet similar to Huang Chang's, marking her as an elder of similar rank. Her gaze swept across the students like a blade, and she angrily shouted, "As elite disciples of the violet blood race, you bear the responsibility of our race's rise. How can your hearts go astray with the slightest puff of wind? This proves that you weren't sincerely listening before. Can't you concentrate on a lesson? You've really disappointed me. To study without deep contemplation, to think without understanding, to enter the Tao without comprehending its essence, to comprehend the Tao without cultivating it in the end, you will remain empty-headed fools." This teacher was extremely strict. Her tongue and her eyes were both sharp. Long Chen couldn't help but feel some sympathy for these disciples. This kind of rigid teaching style was torture, dry and unchanging. Everyone was probably hoping for her to finish as soon as possible. With every minute feeling as long as a year, who would be listening seriously? Nonetheless, after being scolded, these disciples hurriedly put on appearances of intense focus while still sneaking glances at Long Chen and his father, wondering who the two strangers were. Huang Chong chuckled as they moved past the plaza. Master Quan Shi is the strictest teacher in our race. The violet blood race has profound magical arts and divine abilities that disciples are not allowed to study privately. We only transmit them verbally through lessons like these. Huang Chang's tone was much warmer than before, and his use of our race now included Long Zontian and Long Chen. Eventually, they arrived at a massive palace guarded by dozens of guards. It seemed they had been expecting Long Chen and Long Zontian. When Huang Chong walked in, they all bowed neatly to him. As the palace doors opened, a terrifying emperor might surged outward, blasting Long Chen off his feet. Instinctively, he activated his power to resist, but Long Zontian quickly grabbed his arm, stopping him. Only then did Long Chen remember his father's instructions. He was only allowed to use his violet blood power here. He had almost used his astral energy by reflex. Once the initial wave of pressure dissipated, Long Chen looked inside the palace and was stunned. Within the grand hall stood dozens of figures, all radiating immense auras. Every single one of them is a violet-crowned divine emperor. There are at least 60 to 80 of them here. The sheer number of divine emperors was astonishing. When Long Chen stepped inside, they remained silent, their sharp gazes piercing into him as if trying to see through his very soul. Long Chen frowned. What's this supposed to mean? Are they trying to intimidate me? At that moment, a warm, elderly voice broke the silence. Child, come, let this old man take a look at you. The voice carried a soothing power, making Long Chen feel inexplicably comfortable. Just hearing it made him instinctively like the speaker. As Long Chen followed the voice, the divine emperors standing in the front row parted, creating a path. Long Zontian and Long Chen walked forward under the watchful, frosty gazes of the elders. However, Long Chen wasn't the type to back down. He met their icy stares with one of his own. Divine emperors, so what? At this distance, none of you could dodge my attack if I struck. Finally, they arrived before a central throne. Seated upon it was a kindly elder holding a staff, his eyes filled with warmth. As he looked at Long Chen, he smiled and nodded. The kind-looking elder said, "Good, very good." Before Long Chen could respond, an icy voice suddenly interrupted. "Race leader, this person is arrogant and mannerless. He also looks disgusting. He might not be a good person." Chapter 5734 Complicated Relations. That voice instantly enraged Long Chen. A handsome man like him had won over the hearts of so many nation-toppling beauties. Who was calling him disgusting? When Long Chen turned to look, he saw an icy-faced man with long, narrow eyes and an unnaturally fair complexion. His face was completely hairless, and he looked like an exceptionally shrewd, scheming guy. The more Long Chen looked, the more irritated he became. This man's delicate, almost feminine features bore an uncanny resemblance to Marquis Ying from the Phoenix Cry Empire, right down to that slippery, insidious air. Long Chen was about to retort when Long Zontian grabbed his arm. He had to remember their purpose for being here. Thinking of his mother, Long Chen forced himself to swallow his words. "Oh, as I see it, this child looks smart and upright. He doesn't seem like such an evil person," the race leader said, shifting his gaze between Long Chen and the fair-faced man. The race leader seemed kind and gentle toward everyone, his kind smile remaining on his face the entire time. It was as if he would never get angry. The fair-faced man immediately said, "Race leader, a person cannot be judged by their appearance. Their killing intent leaked the moment they entered. They hardly seem like the good sort." Long Chen almost lost control and cursed this fellow. First, this man called him disgusting and untrustworthy based on his looks. And now, he was saying a person couldn't be judged by their appearance. So was he just deciding whether someone was good or bad based purely on his own whims? Long Chen wanted to snap back, but before he learned of his mother's situation, he endured. Still, he memorized this man's face. Whether or not he would take revenge was another matter, but he would not forget this grudge. He and his father hadn't even done anything, so why was this guy targeting them? The fair-faced man continued, "Their backgrounds are unclear, yet they were directly brought here. Isn't that inappropriate? Elder Huang Chong, weren't you too impulsive? We are currently discussing Luo Zichuan's punishment. Long Chen and Long Zontian couldn't help but react when they heard Luo Zichuan's name. You two know Luo Zichuan? Asked one elder. Everyone else was surprised by their reaction. Without a word, Long Chen waved his hand, and a figure appeared in the air. Luo Zichuan, as he remembered him. As Long Chen used his violet blood power to condense the image, shock rippled through the surrounding experts. Seeing their reaction, Long Chen immediately realized that the Luo Zichuan they spoke of was indeed his grandfather, immortal King Zichuan. What did you say? Who is being punished? Long Chen's voice was ice cold, his teeth gritted as he glared at the fair-faced man. His killing intent almost took physical form. Luo Zichuan was his grandfather and one of the people he respected the most. And this fellow wanted to punish him. Long Chen almost exploded. Long Zontian's fury matched Long Chen's. From Long Chen, he had learned of Luo Zichuan's sacrifices. Luo Zichuan had risked his life to save their ancestors, pulling them from a crack in space. He had done so much for the violet blood race, so how could they even consider punishing him? Who is he to you? The fair-faced man asked, his eyes narrowed upon seeing Long Chen's reaction. He is my grandfather, roared Long Chen. His roar shook the palace, dripping with icy killing intent. Long Chen understood his grandfather's character far too well, a wise and upright man who had nearly died for the violet blood race. And now, those he had saved wanted to judge him. How could Long Chen not be outraged? Quite a few expressions changed upon hearing Long Chen's words. The previous, cold indifference in their eyes was replaced with excitement. Child, you are from our Luo family? A muscular elder asked, coming over to Long Chen's side excitedly. At the same time, over 10 others approached, all bearing a small, Luo, character on their sleeves. Long Zontian took note of this. Glancing around, he saw that some others bore the characters, Huang, and Quan, on their sleeves. His eyes flickered as realization struck. Elder Huang Chong, Quan Shi, who had lectured earlier. It seemed the violet blood race was divided into multiple branches. Long Chen also noticed it. The two exchanged a look, their expressions darkening. They hadn't expected the interior of the violet blood race to be such a mess. One of the Luo family elders quickly proposed, "Race leader, we haven't concluded Luo Zichuan's matter. Why don't we set it aside for now? Our violet blood race welcomes newcomers," and Huang Chong said that the violet blood burns the heavens he triggered, covering an immense range. Why not first carry out the test and see how pure his bloodline is? I disagree. The fair-faced elder immediately objected. Luo Zichuan disrupted our battle strategy and even attacked a superior, gravely injuring elders Bai Feng and Bai Yu. That alone is a crime deserving 10,000 deaths. We cannot be lenient in such matters. This issue must be settled today. Only then did Long Chen notice the small, Bai, character on the man's sleeve. No wonder he was so insistent on punishing Luo Zichuan. He was from the Bai family. The Luo family elder sneered. Clearly, it was your elders who disobeyed the strategy, failing to provide reinforcements in time. Because of them, thousands of our warriors perished. Luo Zichuan only acted because he was outraged by their incompetence. If anything, those warriors were under his command. Avenging them is not a crime. All right, enough. The race leader finally spoke, raising a hand to silence them. We've discussed for a long time, and yet, we're right back where we started. There won't be any conclusion like this. Neither side has definitive proof that the other is lying, so this discussion is pointless. For now, we will put this matter aside. Race leader, the Bai family man started to protest, but the race leader cut him off with a shake of his head. The race leader said, "The world is changing. The ancients are awakening. Our mission now is to get rid of our useless dregs and search for our scattered kin. We cannot waste time endlessly bickering over such trivial matters." Turning to the Luo family's elder, the race leader said, "Yingchen, this child is from your Luo branch. Bring him to take the test. Though he was left in the wilderness, the violet blood race still welcomes him. Give him everything that is rightfully his. But follow the rules. Do not give anyone a reason to question your actions." Luo Yingchen smiled faintly. "Race leader, don't worry. I will act accordingly. I won't give certain despicable people a chance to run their mouths." As he spoke, his gaze lingered pointedly on the Bai family elder. Then, he turned to Long Chen. "Child, let's go." Without another word, he grabbed Long Chen's arm and led him away, the Luo family elders following close behind. Chapter 5735 Righteous Indignation. Everyone within the palace scattered. leaving behind only the race leader. He sat there quietly, his figure appearing lonesome within the spacious hall. After a long time, the race leader finally sighed. "Race leader, why do you sigh?" A voice rang out. Though the voice clearly came from right in front of him, there was no one there. "I'm tired, I'm old, I no longer have the energy I once had," replied the race leader. The race leader slowly leaned back, his weary back resting against the throne. Deep lines of exhaustion etched across his face, making him look like an ordinary elder rather than a powerful leader. "There's no way around it. Who told you to be the leader? Since you hold the position, you must bear the responsibilities that come with it," the voice responded lightly. "I know, let's not talk about it. What do you think of that father and son?" asked the race leader as he sat back up. "That Long Zontian is strong. He actually sensed my existence. He is stronger than any of the elders in the palace," the voice noted. The race leader continued, "And the child? He has some kind of divine object blocking my probing. That little fellow's origins must be quite something. He could actually avoid your probing. Then whatever divine object he has must be extraordinary." The race leader was surprised but then chuckled. "Who cares about his origins? He passed the investigation of the violet blood divine formation, so he has no malice toward the violet blood race. He is one of us. What do you plan to do about Luo Zichuan? The Luo and Bai families have abandoned all pretense in their struggle. I doubt they will cease before one side is victorious." At the mention of those two families, the race leader placed a hand on his forehead in frustration. The race leader remarked, "What a headache. The world is changing, and there is so much we must do, yet they're still fighting among themselves. This matter is too complicated. If handled poorly, the two families will start an unstoppable fire. If we bring that fire with us upon returning to Sovereign Mountain, I'll be remembered as the worst sinner in the violet blood race's history." The race leader felt like his head would split apart when it came to the matter between those two families. From the start until now, he couldn't find any way to settle their disputes. "Whatever, I'll just drag this out for now. It just so happens that these two give me an excuse to avoid it," muttered the race leader. The voice reminded him, "Their arrival will likely add fuel to the fire. The conflict may intensify further." The race leader sighed. Even with a crisis at hand, they're still dragging each other down. "However, I have a feeling that this little fellow's arrival isn't a bad thing." In a private chamber, Long Chen saw Luo Zichuan and nearly lost control. Luo Zichuan's left arm was gone, and the wound was covered in violet runes that gnawed at his flesh like parasitic maggots. His face was deathly pale as he lay unconscious within a barrier, his breathing weak. Seeing his mighty and unyielding grandfather reduced to such a state, Long Chen almost couldn't hold back his tears. "Who did this?" roared Long Chen, wanting to tear apart the offender. "Chen, calm down. Your seniors are here. Don't be rude," said Long Zontian as he patted Long Chen's shoulder. For Long Chen to roar like this made it seem as if he were interrogating them. It was truly inappropriate. "It's fine. For this child to be so angry shows that he cares deeply about his family," said Luo Yingchen. Another elder added, "Long Chen, don't worry. Your grandfather was struck by the violet blood soul-devouring art, but we've managed to stabilize his condition. Though he will recover in time, his arm will not regenerate." Hearing that Luo Zichuan would permanently lose a limb, Long Chen was hurt. How could his grandfather end up like this? "Actually, there is a way to regrow it," Long Zontian suddenly remarked. "Dad, you have a way?" asked Long Chen delightedly. Staring at the unconscious Luo Zichuan, Long Zontian replied, "Your grandfather's arm can't regrow because he used his bloodline power to condense his divine emperor crown after advancing. To regrow his arm, he would have to sacrifice his divine emperor crown. That's unacceptable." Long Chen immediately rejected the notion. If the choice was between keeping his realm and regrowing his arm, Luo Zichuan would undoubtedly choose to remain at his peak. He would rather bear the loss than regress. "Let me finish. Right now, your grandfather doesn't have enough excess energy to regrow his arm. But you do," Long Zontian stated. "That's right." Long Chen slapped his leg in realization. His violet blood came from his mother, who had inherited it from Luo Zichuan. Although there was one generation separating them, Long Chen's violet blood power should be able to help Luo Zichuan regrow his arm. "Dad, you're really smart," praised Long Chen. "You would have thought of it yourself if you weren't panicked. But don't act just yet. Wait until you have condensed your violet blood veins and reached the pinnacle of the Heaven Saint realm. Once your violet blood power is strong enough, you can help your grandfather recover, Long Zontian advised. Luo Yingchen and the others were pleasantly surprised to hear this. That would be a blessing to the Luo family. After all, Luo Zichuan was the future of the Luo family, their greatest hope. Luo Zichuan was strong and wise. Perhaps that was why the Bai family had taken such drastic measures against him. With his spirits lifted, Long Chen approached his grandfather and spoke through the barrier. Grandpa, Chen'er is here. Rest well, leave everything to me. Though unconscious, Luo Zichuan seemed to hear him. His head trembled slightly as if acknowledging his words. Seeing that response, Long Chen clenched his fists. He would investigate this thoroughly. If the Bai family had truly orchestrated this, he would make them pay dearly. After all that his grandfather had done for the violet blood race, to suffer such treatment was unacceptable. The thought nearly drove Long Chen mad. Unlike Long Chen, Long Zontian remained composed. Thinking about it, Long Chen recalled the true reason his father had brought him to the violet blood race. The internal politics of the violet blood race were too complex for an outsider like Long Zontian to intervene directly. If he acted rashly, rather than helping his father-in-law, he might implicate the entire Luo family. However, Long Zontian did not seem surprised by the situation as if he had expected it all along. When they left Luo Zichuan's recovery room, numerous disciples of the Luo family greeted them. Some of those disciples cried out excitedly when they saw Long Chen. They were from the Darklight Heaven's Luo family. Seeing some familiar faces, Long Chen was moved. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, do you remember me? I'm Luo Fang. I'm Luo Qi. Seeing his old acquaintances, Long Chen smiled warmly. Of course, I remember you all. In truth, he only recognized a few faces. But they were so excited to see him that he couldn't say such a thing out loud. Before the heartwarming reunion could continue, a mocking voice interrupted. I thought some major figure had arrived, but it's just a novice without a single heaven vein. Chapter 5736 Luo Yangfang. Following that voice, a group of disciples clad in luxurious robes strode in. Each of them was a 13-vein heaven saint, exuding formidable violet blood energy. The moment they appeared, the Luo family's disciples fell silent. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them, draining the excitement from their faces. They stood there nervously. Long Chen observed that this group consisted of over 100 people, many of whom had been in the plaza listening to the lecture earlier. The one who had spoken was a tall, thin man with unnaturally large, bulging eyes that made him resemble a goldfish. His chin was long and pointed, almost like a shovel. In spite of his strange looks, his arrogance was overwhelming. The moment he saw Long Chen, he sneered and mocked him openly. Initially, Long Chen was slightly irritated, but after getting a good look at the man's face, he decided to let it slide. After all, who would bother arguing with someone suffering from apparent mental deficits? Shengwei, don't spout nonsense. This is a descendant of Elder Zichuan's branch. From now on, he is your brother. Watch your mouth. An elder from the Luo family sternly reprimanded him. This fellow was clearly famous in the Luo family for his unpleasant mouth. No one liked him. If it weren't for his immense talent and potential, that mouth of his would have gotten him into countless problems. TCH, that branch. No wonder these useless fools are so excited. It's just country bumpkins running into each other. Shengwei, don't recognize brothers like that. My brothers aren't a waste of food, sneered Luo Shengwei. As one of the Luo family's top heavenly geniuses, Luo Shengwei was incredibly arrogant. However, the Luo family's elders couldn't do anything about it. If they offended Luo Shengwei, he could change his surname and defect to another family's camp. The Luo family would then lose one of its main fighters. In the violet blood race, it wasn't all that odd for people to change surnames. Thus, this fellow was particularly fearless, and even the Luo family's elders had no other choice. Ha ha ha, Luo Shengwei's entourage burst into laughter, further humiliating the Luo family's disciples. The Luo family's younger generation clenched their fists, their expressions darkening, but no one dared to speak against Shengwei's insult. Seeing this scene, Luo Yingchen shouted, "Shut your mouth. Long Chen is..." Luo Shengwei interrupted, "I don't care who he is, Grandpa Yingchen. I have no interest in his name. All of you are just leeching off the Luo family's resources, wasting the violet blood race's precious blessings. It has nothing to do with me, but at the very least, useless people should know their place. Isn't it a bit much to be making such a grand fuss over nothing?" Even a beggar knows to eat their scraps quietly in a corner instead of parading around in front of everyone. Elder Luo Yingchen was livid. Since when did this little fellow get this arrogant? He didn't even put his elder in his eyes. Luo Yingchen extended his hand to teach this brat a lesson. Even if Luo Shengwei ended up defecting to another family, it would be better than letting him run rampant here. But before he could act, Long Chen calmly said, "It's fine. Don't stoop to this child's level." Luo Shengwei's expression sank. Just who was this newcomer? "Your face is perfect," Long Chen suddenly remarked, turning toward Luo Shengwei. Luo Shengwei was startled, misinterpreting the comment as flattery. He sneered, "It's useless to suck up to me now. Like I said, beggars should stay out of sight." "No, really," Long Chen continued, extending his hand. "Your face is exactly the size of my palm." Long Zantian simply sighed, not saying anything. After all, he knew his son, and he couldn't let Long Chen suffer here. Luo Shengwei's expression twisted in confusion and anger, but before he could respond, another voice rang out. "Shengwei, your mouth is too loathsome. Have you been stuffing your face with shit somewhere others can't see?" A broad-shouldered, muscular man strode in, leading another group of disciples. His presence alone made Luo Shengwei take an instinctive step back. However, Luo Shengwei quickly regained his arrogance and said stubbornly, "I'm just teaching these beggars a lesson. What does this have to do with you? Are you playing hero, Yangfeng?" "Beggars," Luo Yangfeng sneered. "Are you saying that from your ancestors to you, there has never been a single weak generation? That every single one of them was a peerless genius? If all weak people deserve to die, then should Luo Shengwei even exist? Or has your head turned into shit after eating so much of it?" Before Shengwei could retort, a sudden clapping sound echoed through the room. Everyone turned to see Long Chen applauding. He then gave Luo Yangfeng a thumbs up. It went without saying that Luo Yangfeng's way of speaking was truly marvelous. Every family, no matter how powerful, had its ups and downs. Some generations produced unparalleled geniuses, while others were mediocre. It was an inevitable cycle. Luo Yangfeng's meaning was clear. No one could guarantee that the next generation would be stronger than the last, just as no one could predict if a weak lineage might suddenly produce a peerless genius. Luo Shengwei gritted his teeth furiously but didn't dare to argue. He knew better than to challenge Luo Yangfeng. Unlike himself, who was merely one of many top heavenly geniuses, Luo Yangfeng was the undisputed leader of the Luo family's younger generation. He could not shake Luo Yangfeng's position. Luo Yangfeng seemed intent on protecting Long Chen. With no choice but to swallow his grievances, Luo Shengwei snorted and stormed off with his followers. Once he was gone, Luo Yingchen sighed and shook his head. "That brat is getting more and more out of control." Luo Yangfeng scoffed. "And whose fault is that? You all let him get this way. I've been wanting to put him in his place for a long time. The Luo family doesn't need someone like him." Clearly, Luo Yangfeng detested that arrogant fellow. But Elder Luo Yingchen always prioritized the bigger picture, thinking that Luo Shengwei's arrogance was simply youthful willfulness. He had believed the boy would mature with time. However, he was wrong. Luo Shengwei's arrogance had only inflated, to the point where he didn't even respect his elders. "Yangfeng, it's good that you are here," Elder Luo Yingchen said. "You can bring Long Chen to take the test. Remember, follow the standards. Don't let anyone say that we gave him preferential treatment." "Understood." Luo Yangfeng smiled warmly at Long Chen and threw an arm around his shoulder. "Brother Long Chen, come with me." With that, he led Long Chen away, followed by a group of young disciples. As they departed, an elder turned to Long Zantian, who was watching them with a strange expression. This elder said, "Zantian, with Yangfeng looking after him, you don't have to worry about Long Chen." Long Zantian sighed. "Am I worried for Long Chen? No, I'm worried for your disciples." Chapter 5737 Rank 9 Bloodline. "Brother Long Chen, I'm older than you, so you can call me Big Brother Yangfeng. As long as you're with the Luo branch, we are family. You know how it is in large families, conflicts and unsavory people are just inevitable. Just ignore that fellow. Other than him, most of our Luo family members are good people. Some might be a bit arrogant, but they're not bad at heart. Once you get to know them, you'll understand," said Luo Yangfeng as he walked alongside Long Chen. "Many thanks for your care, Big Brother Yangfeng. Junior brother cannot thank you enough." Long Chen realized that it was a novel feeling to be looked after by someone else. Most importantly, Luo Yangfeng genuinely gave him a good impression. He was frank and straightforward. During introductions, Luo Yangfeng mentioned that he was already 53. Long Chen, who had lost track of his own age, only knew he was younger, so Luo Yangfeng naturally took the role of the elder brother. Long Chen, why are your bloodline fluctuations so weak? You haven't even condensed a single heaven vein, asked a woman who was slightly thinner than Luo Yangfeng. Her name was Luo Ying. She stood a full head taller than Long Chen, who only reached her shoulders. She had a decent appearance and could be considered a beauty, but she was so muscular that she lacked a bit of feminine grace. Long Chen sighed before delivering the script. His father had given him a tale of hardship and perseverance, full of bitterness. He spoke of how he ascended alone from the mortal world to the immortal world, navigating the cracks between powerful factions through sheer tenacity. Eventually, he reunited with his long-lost father and learned about the violet blood race's situation. Only then did he find his way home. In the end, he said that it wasn't like he didn't want to condense violet blood veins, he simply didn't know the proper method. Long Chen's story was already pitiful, but with his natural acting talent, it became truly moving. Some of the women even teared up, deeply touched by his struggles. Brother, don't worry, now that you're home, we'll protect you. No one will ever bully you again, declared Luo Ying as she wrapped an arm around Long Chen. Thank you, big sister. But, your balloons are crushing me, said Long Chen, gasping slightly. You evil boy. Luo Ying shouted, immediately shoving him away. Ha ha ha. Luo Yangfeng and the others burst into laughter. Long Chen laughed along with them. Long Zontian had advised him to keep a low profile in the violet blood race. Given the race's uncertain circumstances, they needed to proceed carefully, one step at a time. After sharing some laughs, everyone felt much closer to Long Chen. Though he might not be strong, he was humorous and likable. They found nothing to dislike about him. We've arrived, said Luo Yangfeng. Everyone stopped before a large stone. It was 30 meters wide and gave off an ancient, desolate aura. Covered in moss, the ancient stone appeared abandoned for countless years. There was a tiny stone platform next to it, with a finger-sized indentation on it. Long Chen, to avoid any suspicion, you should go alone. Place a drop of your essence blood onto the blood ignition stone, instructed Luo Yangfeng. Long Chen nodded and walked up the steps. As he did, someone curiously asked, "What do you think? How many divine stones will Long Chen's violet blood light up? His violet blood fluctuations aren't strong. If he can illuminate 5 divine stones, that would already be impressive. Elder Zichuan's branch has spent too much time outside. Other than Elder Zichuan himself, no one in his lineage has lit up more than 6, someone replied. However, Elder Zichuan is truly strong. He lit up 10 at once and is on par with Brother Yangfeng, who possesses the strongest bloodline in the entire violet blood race. Despite missing his golden cultivation years, he rapidly advanced to become a violet crown divine emperor, another person added in admiration. Long Chen is Elder Zichuan's grandson. If he inherited even half of Elder Zichuan's bloodline power, he should be able to light up 8. You can't say that. Elder Zichuan's 2 sons have very average bloodline power, someone countered. While the group speculated, Luo Yangfeng confidently stated, I have a feeling Long Chen's bloodline will be very strong. Based on what? Nothing. Just intuition, Yangfeng replied with a grin. Meanwhile, Long Chen reached the stone platform and noticed countless ancient runes etched into it. His heart trembled. Those were original Julia immortal characters, and this testing platform was covered in them. The violet blood race truly possessed an incredibly thick foundation. Long Chen suddenly realized a problem. Dad miscalculated. The method he taught me might not work against such an advanced formation. Extending his finger, Long Chen condensed a drop of violet blood, the most diluted version he could manage, and let it fall into the indentation. The moment his blood touched the stone, the runes came alive, glowing a brilliant violet. The giant stone lit up and spread into 13 sections. One after another, they started to light up. In the blink of an eye, it reached the 8th segment. What? Luo Yangfeng and the others cried out in shock. To reach the 8th rank so quickly meant he might even surpass the 10th. Excitement surged through the disciples. Such prowess was something that they had only ever seen from Luo Yangfeng. If the Luo family had 2 experts of this caliber, their overall strength would rise tremendously. When the 9th piece lit up, everyone cheered. Then the 10th piece followed, causing Luo Yangfeng and the others to leap with excitement. However, their expressions quickly stiffened. The 10th piece flickered rapidly before dimming. All of them were stunned. Then, a burst of laughter rang out from the distance. Ha ha ha, I thought the Luo family had invited some powerful figure, but it turns out to be just a rank 9 bloodline. A rank 9 bloodline, how delightful. Truly worthy of celebration for the Luo family. A group had gathered nearby, having long received news of this test. Seeing that Long Chen had fallen short of the 10th rank, they finally felt brave enough to mock him. Luo Ying was about to curse them back, but Luo Yangfang grabbed her. Arguing against them would only make Long Chen feel bad. Besides, a rank 9 bloodline was already beyond their expectations. Dad's technique really is strong. It actually managed to trick this formation, muttered Long Chen. Long Chen prostrated himself in admiration toward his father. He had told Long Chen to maintain a position just below the peak that would be the optimal position for him. And Long Chen had succeeded. A rank 9 bloodline qualifies you as a core disciple. Come, I'll take you to claim your benefits, said Luo Yangfang, draping an arm around Long Chen's shoulder and bringing him away from this place. However, a group of people suddenly blocked their path. Upon seeing their robes, Long Chen smiled. The Bai family, huh? Chapter 5738 Sacred Pool Baptism. The path ahead wasn't particularly wide, but it wasn't narrow either. If two groups wanted to pass each other, they could do so with ease. However, the Bai family's people deliberately blocked most of the path, leaving only a narrow gap. Seemingly too elated by his rank to notice them, Long Chen strode forward without hesitation. Just as he was about to brush past one of the Bai family's members, that person suddenly slammed his shoulder into him. Careful, shouted Luo Yangfang. Luo Yangfang hadn't expected such blatant provocation. Outraged, he reached out to help Long Chen. Long Chen stumbled back, his arms flailing wildly. In a perfectly accidental motion, his hand smacked the face of the person who had bumped into him. The sound wasn't too loud, but it was crisp and clear. Everyone heard it. The Bai family disciple who had bumped into Long Chen only meant to humiliate Long Chen, so he hadn't used much force. After all, attacking someone inside the clan was strictly forbidden, and the offender could be severely punished. But before he could even gloat over his petty act, Long Chen's misstep resulted in a vicious slap to his face. The impact left him dazed, the world spinning around him. If not for someone catching him, he would have collapsed to the ground. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Long Chen's slap looked a bit odd, both accidental and intentional. "How dare you attack us here?" shouted one of the Bai family's experts. "You were the ones who intentionally bumped into him. Long Chen was knocked down, and in the process, he touched one of you. How dare you accuse him of such a thing?" retorted Luo Ying. "Who said we did it on purpose? Oh, so now you're playing dumb. And what if we are?" It suddenly became a shouting match. The Bai family's group had clearly come to stir up trouble, their arrogance grating on the Luo family's disciples, who refused to back down. As for the pitiful Long Chen who had been knocked down, he watched the shitshow contemptuously. This whole scene was laughably childish. These people had never seen a true battle. They were like sheltered children throwing tantrums. Either they were still in their rebellious phase, or generations of peace had turned them into arrogant fools. Long Chen felt as though they belonged to an entirely different world. The Luo family disciples formed a protective barrier around Long Chen, believing that he was too weak to defend himself. "Do you guys think you're big shots just because you have a new rank 9 bloodline expert? The Luo family really has declined. Has Luo Zichuan not died yet?" sneered one of the Bai family's disciples. Snap. "You fucker." Long Chen's temper exploded. In a flash, he lunged forward, his hand moving like lightning. Before anyone could react, he grabbed the arrogant disciple's chin tightly. "Who let you run your mouth?" Long Chen snarled, his fingers clenching. Blood sprayed as the disciple's mouth was crushed in Long Chen's grip. A strangled cry escaped him before he could even register the pain. Then, with a vicious kick, Long Chen crushed the thing between his crotch. His legs spasmed before crossing over each other in agony. Long Chen's expression was dark, his body trembling with suppressed rage. This man dared to insult his grandfather. The very thought of his grandfather's state sent a murderous impulse surging through Long Chen. If not for his self-restraint, he would have ended the man's life right then and there. Luo Yangfang and the others were shocked. Who would have thought that the weak-looking newcomer was actually so vicious? Although that disciple didn't die, his frightening state shocked everyone. The Bai family's experts were scared stiff. "You brats better watch your mouths. Say something like that again, and I'll make you regret being born." Long Chen roared, his voice like rolling thunder. A wave of killing intent radiated from him, sending chills down their spines. This was not an ordinary threat, it was a promise, one backed by a lifetime of slaughter. After all, Long Chen had fought in endless battles and slain countless enemies. His killing intent was overwhelming for most experts. Usually, Long Chen would do his best to calm down and not let his killing intent affect his mind, which would only foster the growth of his heart devil. However, when he got angry, his killing intent would automatically erupt. It was so intense that it would make even experienced warriors shiver, let alone a group of children that had grown up in a greenhouse. You dare to attack us? Just you wait, we'll report this to the law enforcement hall. Just wait for your punishment. One of them stammered before the group hastily fled, dragging their unconscious comrade along. Seeing them run off, Long Chen was still clenching his teeth angrily. Luo Ying hastily patted him on the back and said, "Don't worry, we have our people in the law enforcement hall as well. In any case, they provoked you first. Even though you injured one of them, it is forgivable. At most, you'll have to apologize and pay a fine in violet crystals." Seeing Long Chen still trembling, the others assumed he was scared and hurried to comfort him. They had no idea his shaking was from holding back his killing intent. Those ignorant fools were testing the limits of his patience. It hadn't even been half a day since he entered the violet blood race, yet he already felt on the verge of losing control. But for his grandfather, for his mother, he endured. "Long Chen, your strength is insane. That kick nearly blew him apart," one of the Luo family's disciples said in awe. Everyone nodded in agreement. Long Chen's kick had been terrifying. The opponent was a 9-vein heaven saint, yet his violet chi divine light, the natural protective layer of a heaven saint, had shattered on impact. Long Chen silently thanked his bloodline power for automatically suppressing his strength. If he had gone all out, that kick would have outright killed the fool. "Let's go. You'll enjoy being a core disciple," Luo Yangfeng said. "Even if they report you, it'll take at least 10 days for any action to be taken. Don't worry about it." Under their guidance, Long Chen was taken to an administrative hall, where he received a status plate, clothing, and other essentials. However, he immediately rejected the clan robes, preferring to stick to his all-black attire. When asked what weapon he wanted, he chose the most common option, a sword. Holding the blade, Long Chen couldn't help but admire the violet blood race's foundation. This was no ordinary weapon, it was a human emperor divine sword, and its runes were designed specifically to contain violet blood power. Only those of the clan could activate these sharp, powerful weapons. With his status plate, Luo Yangfeng led Long Chen to a transportation formation. After one short teleportation, they arrived at a mountain gate. Luo Yangfeng explained, "Brother, that is where you'll undergo the sacred pool baptism. We've gone through it, so we can't accompany you. Just bring your tablet with you. The baptism will automatically awaken your violet blood veins. You won't have to do anything. Once you're inside, try to avoid unnecessary conflict. After all, we can't look after you once you're inside." Long Chen nodded and walked in with his tablet. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.